Number 1. What killed the dodo bird? Or to phrase it better, what made the dodo bird go extinct? From what I had always understood was that these dodo birds were hunted to extinction by humans. They were big and easy prey. The dodos had never interacted with humans before, so they were very friendly and unafraid. Adding to that was that they were incredibly tasty, big, fat, delicious birds. These led to settlers hunting and eating them to extinction by 1681. Yeah, but that's not the case anymore. It turns out that humans did not hunt them to extinction at all, and their meat was terrible to eat. What the explanation is now is that rats, pigs, and monkeys ate the dodo bird's eggs and competed with them for food, leading to them going extinct. This goes against everything I had always learned and I had always thought. Digging into more research, this is just the common assumption now. This is the common belief. So I feel kind of left out. I thought humans ate them all and they were delicious, but there we go. Turns out that's never been the case. So what do you think? Has this always been a case of rats, pigs, and monkeys eating dodo eggs and leading them to extinction? Or is this a Mandela effect for you? Because I remember in one way. What about you? Number 2. What is the highest point on Earth? I'm going to give you a second to think about this. The highest point on Earth. I remember it being Mount Everest. Not anymore. It turns out that's not the case anymore. The standard measurement for these mountains is height above sea level, but there's an issue with that. It assumes that the Earth is a perfectly round sphere, which it is not. Gravity and the Earth's rotation make it appear as though it's smushed down in certain parts. This creates a bulge in places such as the sea. So the sea level is a different height at the poles compared to the equator by about 13 miles. All this to say there is an alternative to measuring heights. Instead, we measure the distance from the center of the Earth. Using this math, Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador is the farthest point on the Earth's surface from the Earth's center because of its location along the equatorial bulge. But it gets worse. Mount Everest isn't even the second highest point. At just 131 feet lower than Chimborazo in Ecuador is the Huascarán mountain in Peru, which makes it the second highest place using the same center of the Earth measuring system. All this to say Mount Everest is now number 3 instead of number 1. And there are even more complications. Another way of measuring the highest point is to just go from the bottom to the top of the mountain. When you do this, you're ignoring sea level, which brings us to Mauna Kea in Hawaii, which is the tallest mountain on Earth by far, even though most of it is submerged. So what do you think about this? Was Mount Everest always the third highest point on the Earth? Or is this a Mandela effect? Has the science of measurement simply changed without us noticing? Or is this different than you remember? Number 3. Remember the Salem witch trials? Tell me, how were the witches executed? Was it being drowned? Or was it burnt at the stake? What do you remember? Most seem to remember them being drowned or being burnt at the stake. Not anymore. Now history tells us that it was neither of those, that they were actually hung. In 1692, the suspicion of witchcraft had run rampant in America and reached a fever pitch in Salem, Massachusetts. A group of young women claimed that others were practicing witchcraft, and so began the infamous Salem witch trials. By the time the trials had come to an end, over 150 men, women, and children had been accused, and 19 were executed. How were they executed? Again, most of us remember the witches being drowned or being burnt at the stake, but it turns out that wasn't the case. All of the Salem witches were hung, apart from one male, who died after being pressed under stones for refusing to confess. So tell me what you think. I had always believed that they were burnt alive, but that seemingly never happened in America. Is this a Mandela effect for you too? Number 4. When the Library of Alexandria was burnt down, how many books were lost? Everything? Almost everything? Tell me what you think. Well, it turns out it didn't burn down at all. In fact, it survived for hundreds of years afterwards until its eventual decline. The Library of Alexandria was an incredible idea, to preserve a copy of every book in the world in one place. That was the vision of the rulers of Alexandria 2,300 years ago. They built this massive library to house all of humanity's collective knowledge, and it attracted scholars the world over to study and contribute. In 48 BC, Julius Caesar attacked Alexandria during the Roman War with the Greeks and burnt up all of the ships in the harbor. The assumption was that this fire spread and that the Library of Alexandria was either burnt up or partially burnt up. Well, now the story goes that it never caught fire and none of the scrolls actually burnt up. It's confusing to me. This goes against everything that I had ever learned, but what can you do? Hello and welcome everyone to another all-time scary video. My name is Alltime, and before we get started, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to all of the new subscribers to my channel. My last video blew up way beyond my own expectations, so thank you all so much for subscribing. I'm sure you'll enjoy a lot of the videos I'm going to make, especially this one. Secondly, I always like to remind everyone that not every Mandela effect is going to affect everyone. Number 1. Do any of you remember the classic card game Uno? A lot of people have played this game since it was released in 1971, yet seemingly everyone has been playing it wrong. There are two popular moves in this card game that everyone seems to know and has used before, but actually have never been in the Uno rules and aren't legal within the game. Somehow though, seemingly everyone knows them and has used them throughout Uno's history. Recently, the official Uno Twitter account has been calling people out over these two moves and claiming that they have never been in the rules and that they've never been allowed before in Uno. Bizarre, right? Let me break down the two rules and you can tell me if you remember them. The first rule is stacking, which is when one player puts down a draw 2 card, then the next player, instead of drawing 2, places their draw 2 card on top of it and it gets passed down to the next player. So that next player would have to draw 4 instead of 2. So that is called stacking and can go on indefinitely until the last player who can't stack has to draw that many cards. Turns out that has never been allowed, yet everyone has used it. Strange, huh? The second popular Uno move that has never once been allowed in the rules is essentially drawing cards until you get the card you need. Supposedly, if you don't have the right card, you only need to draw one card and then end your turn. I can't be the only one out there who remembers dozens of hilarious games where you or someone else had to keep drawing until they got the card that they needed. Sometimes even forcing their hand to grow to over 20 cards. This is a major Mandela effect for me because that rule now, that doesn't exist, that was my favorite part of Uno growing up. That's why I love that game. I loved watching people have to stack and draw and draw and draw. So tell me in the comments, do you remember doing either of these two things? If so, how is it possible that so many of us across America and potentially the world played the same game, the same way, with the same rules, yet those rules never existed? I can't wait to read these comments. Number 2. When did the carrying of the Olympic flame begin? I'll give you a second to think about this. What year was it? From what I always understood, this has existed as long as the Olympics have. That the ancient Greeks considered fire to be a divine element, a symbol connecting mankind and the gods. Back then, a flame burned permanently at the altar of Zeus and Hera, the same place where the Olympic flame is ultimately brought to today. But no. The Olympic flame relay began in 1936 in Berlin, Germany. Yeah. As it is now, the Olympic torch relay was nothing more than Nazi propaganda. Was the first Olympic torch relay started in 1936? Or do you remember it being there since the beginning? I can't be the only one. Number 3. Think back to the Disney classic The Lion King. Remember the characters Timon and Pumbaa? How do you spell Pumbaa? Is it with 1A? Or is it with 2? While you make your decision, I'll let you know how I discovered this one. The new Lion King remake is coming out and each character has their own poster with their own image and name on it. While looking through these, the Pumbaa poster threw me way off. Was it always spelled that way? Here you go. It's Pumbaa with 2 A's. And it's funny too because I wasn't the only one to think that the spelling was off. Here are a bunch of tweets I screenshotted that had the same exact reaction. Number 4. I recently went up to a mountain casino in North Carolina, and as I traveled through these mountains, I noticed something on multiple signs that felt deeply wrong to me, and that is the spelling of Smoky in the Smoky Mountains. Which is the correct spelling? With an E or without? Well, the correct answer is without an E. I've always known these mountains as being spelled with an E, but apparently now they don't have one. But it gets weirder. Check out these photos that we captured of Smoky Mountain signs. All of them are missing an E, except for this one particular collection of signs. This photo shows, miraculously, a little bit of residue. Both signs on top are spelled Smoky without an E. But the third time it's mentioned is the hand-drawn sign, and that one has an E in it. Now to me, this is beyond fascinating, so follow along. Why would someone misspell the mountain that their shop is literally built on top of? How erroneous and absent-minded would one person have to be to buy land on the Smoky Mountain open up a shop, include smoking the title of your business, and lastly, place your sign under two quote-unquote correct spellings of smoky that contradict yours. It simply doesn't make any sense. Has anyone ever told this owner before? The next time I'm up there, I'm going to pull over and I'm going to ask the owner because I'm super curious to hear what he or she has to say. Lastly, is there something we aren't quite understanding about the Mandela Effect? Specifically regarding hand-painted signs versus machine-made signs and logos. Mysteries through and through. Number 5. Here's my last Mandela Effect for you today, and it's mind-blowing, at least to me. Everyone has heard of a rainbow before. I'd argue the vast majority of people have seen a rainbow before. But did you know that there are at least 4 other kinds that I discovered that have seemingly always existed, but somehow no one has ever heard of them? They are a moonbow, which is a rainbow created by the moon, a snowbow, created by the snow, a sunbow, created by the sun, and a fogbow, created by fog. No, I'm not lying to you. I'm not pushing nonsense. You can Google every single one of these, and all of these photos I'm showing are completely accurate. These are actual scientific events that have been seen since as early as 350 BC by Aristotle himself? Okay. Am I alone here? Have any of you ever heard of these before? Somehow these have existed for a minimum of 1,600 years and have been known about, written about, and even photographed for decades, but we've never heard of them? And it's actually really funny because I discovered these individually, like one at a time. I was joking with a friend after it had rained about how there are rainbows, but there are no sunbows. So once we discovered that, we're like, wait, there's sunbows? And the sunbows don't link to any of the other ones, so we just had to start guessing. Snow? Yep. Fog? Yep. Moon? Uh-huh. Where does sauerkraut originate from? Is it Germany? Or is it China? Tough question, right? The common belief that sauerkraut, a German word, obviously comes from Germany. Nope, not anymore. Sauerkraut now originates from China. Okay. Historians claim that sauerkraut was brought to Europe by Genghis Khan himself, but others claim that it originally came from China. So whether it's China or Mongolia, most believe it's China. As strange as this is for me, what do you think? Does that feel right to you? Number 3. Growing up in a household that read the newspaper every day, I frequented the comics section. Now, comics and newspapers, they can vary from paper to paper, state to state, but one common comic strip was the single-panel Family Circus. Now here's the Mandela Effect. Is it called Family Circus, or is it called The Family Circus? The correct answer is now The Family Circus. Yep, it turns out that comic has always had a "the" in front of it. Now, I found this strange, so I asked my family, and all of them found it strange as well. They simply remember Family Circus. What about you? What do you remember? My favorite part of this Mandela Effect is how some people have been so desperate to prove that it did not have a "the" in front of it that they went back into newspaper archives to prove it wrong, but it's all changed now. Number 4. Otitis externa is the medical term for swimmer's ear. Swimmer's ear is an ear infection caused by water. This can happen by swimming in dirty water or by swimming in too much water for too long. Every summer of my childhood and preteen years were spent swimming at my cousin's house because they had a massive pool there. They always kept on hand a certain product that helped clear up swimmer's ear. What was it called? Was it called swimmer's ear? Or was it called swim ear? For me personally, I've always known it as swimmer's ear, yet now it is called swim ear. Did any of you have this product and does that sound right to you? In retrospect, I understand that the condition is actually called swimmer's ear, but nowhere on that bottle does it say that. It says, relieves water-clogged ears, which leads me to the question, where did I pick up the term swimmer's ear if it wasn't called that? When I first heard of this, I assume I misremembered, but according to a poll on Twitter, a lot of people seem to misremember this. It seems swimmer ear was the name of the product. Is it possible we all simply misread the bottle, or did this brand name change? Number 5. This next Mandela Effect is quite honestly as disturbing as it is hilarious. Does anyone remember Crazy Frog from the early 2000s? He was a hideous CG character that rode around on an invisible motorcycle and produced extremely obnoxious ring-ding noises. Now that we're all up to date, here is the Mandela Effect. If you do remember Crazy Frog, do you remember him having, exposed genitals? I'm trying to keep it clean for YouTube, but yes, Crazy Frog rode around with his legs spread, raised, on an invisible motorcycle with his stuff hanging out. What? I don't remember this at all, and I know I'm not the only one. There's so many comments and even articles written on the internet questioning if Crazy Frog was always like this. So to solve this mystery, I went to its source, the official Crazy Frog YouTube channel. Its oldest video dates back 9 years ago, and its most popular video has over 1 billion views. I checked out that original video and, yep, even the original Crazy Frog is exposed. This frog somehow became the face of ringtone giant Jamba, or as we knew in America, Jamster. And yet no one seemingly cared that Crazy Frog was pantless? When I first heard of this Mandela Effect, I could not believe my eyes. What about you? Was Crazy Frog always like this, or was he less revealing in the past? Tell me all of your thoughts in the comments below, because not only is he pantsless, he's exposed. Wonderful. Fantastic. Welcome back, everyone, to All Time Scary. My name is All Time, and today we're checking out 5 brand new Mandela Effects. Number 1. Which is correct? The Smithsonian Institute or the Smithsonian Institution? As you think on that, I'm going to give you some history. The Smithsonian is a group of research centers and museums administered by the United States government. Founded in 1846, its founding goal was, quote, for the increase and diffusion of knowledge, end quote. Long story short, there are a ton of these museums all over America. The now correct answer is the Smithsonian Institution, and boy does that feel wrong. I've always known it as the Smithsonian Institute. It even rolls off the tongue better. Another interesting fact is that when you type into Google, it auto-completes with Institute. And when you search it, the only results are the Smithsonian Institution, as shown in this picture. Weird, huh? So what do you think? Was it always the Smithsonian Institution? Or was it the Smithsonian Institute? Is this a Mandela Effect for you? Number 2. Here is a World War II Mandela Effect. What many of us remember is that the only attack on American soil by the Japanese during World War II was Pearl Harbor. As of now, that isn't the only attack. They also dropped at least 1,000 bombs all over the western half of the United States. Yes, I'll give you a minute to take that in. The Japanese launched, from 1944 to 1945, over 9,300 fire balloons into the sky to be carried by the Pacific winds over to the United States of America. These were called Fugo balloons and were also known as fire balloons. So I don't know about you, but I don't remember this at all. And if you've seen my 4 New York Mandela Effects video, you know that I'm very big into history, so this is beyond me. Online there are thousands of accounts of people not remembering this at all, even from people living within the states affected by the bombs. Does this sound familiar to you? These hydrogen balloons carried anti-personnel bombs, incendiary bombs, and incendiary devices. The goal was to create a cheap way of attacking American cities, forests, and farmlands, and cause the US military to focus on the home front instead of the Pacific front that at that time they were waging against Japan. Jet streams carried these bombs all over the western part of America, and even in Mexico and Canada there were reports of seeing these bombs. Weird that so many of us don't ever remember learning about this event. After 30 to 60 hours, the balloon bombs would reach the western coast. Around 1,000 landed, and out of all of the balloons that landed or exploded, only one achieved its awful goal. On May 5th, 1945, 6 lives were lost after finding and playing with a large balloon found in the woods near Bly, Oregon. These 6 deaths were the only enemy-inflicted casualties on the US mainland during World War II. Have any of you heard of this before? Read about it in a history book? Seen a documentary on it? Number 3. During the original PlayStation and Nintendo 64 era, there was an amazing Spider-Man game released called simply Spider-Man. This game featured the same artwork on all of its cases, boxes, and manuals. This was released on the PlayStation, the Nintendo 64, the Game Boy, the PC. It was all over the place. So here's the Mandela Effect regarding this. This same artwork with Spider-Man climbing up the wall is on every single thing, except for one. On the N64 cartridge, Spider-Man is now missing. The wall's still there, the background, the logo, everything's still there, but Spider-Man is gone. So here's my history with this game. I played this game on the Nintendo 64 when I was a child. I got it brand new. When this Mandela Effect first started spreading, I didn't believe it, and I went and pulled my old N64 cartridges, and sure enough, Spider-Man is missing. It's almost disturbing because it is the exact same artwork, but Spider-Man is removed. Why? The best guess I could find online was that it possibly had to do with licensing and they had to pay for every time Spider-Man was printed. But that argument falls apart because that would mean that they put Spider-Man on the manual, but not on the game's actual cartridge. It makes no sense. All around, this one is really bizarre. and personally freaked me out because I got this game brand new back in the day. I remember him climbing up the wall, and now he's no longer there. Number 4. Was Marilyn Monroe really a size 12 to 16? There are plenty of celebrities quoted talking about her being plus-sized, but is that really the case anymore? Normally, I wouldn't jump into subject matter like this because who cares what someone's size is? The reason I'm talking about this is because many of us were shocked to find out that this belief is rooted in, well, nothing now. It turns out she was never plus-sized. She was never a size 12 to 16. Marilyn Monroe has been used as an example that our views of feminine beauty and sex appeal have changed over the years. That in today's age, she would be considered, quote, chunky or even fat, end quote. Again, the facts don't align with this at all. Where would this myth and legacy come from if not the result of history being changed? What do you think? Marilyn Monroe wasn't as big as history tries to make her. Here's some quotes about her on the record. These comments are strange because they don't fit into history as it is now. Marilyn Monroe on average was 117 to 118 pounds and had a height of 5.5 feet. That's tiny. That's really tiny. All of this information now comes from her clothing, her belt, photographs, modeling notes, and medical records. And check this out. These measurement scales show her waist and hips being in the extra small category and her chest size being medium. So where did all of this plus size and fat talk actually come from? Is this a Mandela effect for you as well? And what about those quotes? Isn't that weird considering that she was considered extra small in most ways and medium in chest size? This one's really strange to me, so I'd love to hear all of your opinions. Number 5. On June 1st, 2008, there was a major fire that broke out in Universal Studios in Hollywood, California. This major fire burnt down the King Kong theme park attraction and a bunch of previously preserved video content. Now, in 2019, a huge amount of articles and videos just released announcing that an estimated 500,000 popular song masters going back 6 decades were also all destroyed. Here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. None of the artists, musicians, producers, or mixers knew about this. Not a single one. These poor musicians are finding out for the first time that their master recordings were destroyed 11 years ago. Now, legal action is being sought by a number of artists. So, how is it possible that this massive media corporation, Universal Music Group, was able to conceal this major devastating loss for over a decade? That's one of the big mysteries of all of this, and I think that's why it ties back into the Mandela Effect. But before we get to that, these aren't simply small bands and artists either. We're talking about R.E.M., Tom Petty, Jimmy Buffett, Aerosmith, Nirvana, Al Green, Eminem, Elton John, 50 Cent, No Doubt, Nine Inch Nails, Tupac, even Snoop Dogg. Thousands and thousands more. Here's what is so confusing to me. Over 500,000 of these masters were lost, but not a single artist requested access to their original masters over the 11 years. No one sampled any of those clips in 11 years. No one ever happened to look inside the vault containing priceless amounts of music, even once, over the course of over a decade. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. This feels exactly like the Black Tom explosion where history has somehow been rewritten, retconned, and now we all have to adapt to the strange change in history that no one noticed or talked about for 11 years, but now we all know to be true, somehow. To quote one of the articles I read, the scale of the losses is staggering. Upon digging in deeper into this, I actually found some other interesting facts. For one, all the way back in 2008, after the fire, most of the news reports focus exclusively on the loss of the video vault. And the New York Times even went as far as saying the blaze was a close call, and only a few video and television images were lost. In no case was the destroyed material the only copy of a work. That's a pretty bold statement considering now over 500,000 popular songs masters were burnt up and destroyed. So many, in fact, that they don't even have a full collection list of what was destroyed. The last little bit of this fascinating Mandela Effect I'm going to share with you are some of the reactions by some of the artists that were actually affected by this. The biggest disaster in the history of the music business was only discovered 11 years after the fact. What do you think? Is it possible that a major corporation hid this information for over 11 years, not only from all the news media, but from the thousands and thousands of artists who made the music, sure, it's possible, but highly unlikely. To me, it feels like history can sometimes change. And when I say history, I mean the past, the present, and the future. It's a scary thought, but here's yet another example of that phenomenon. I can't wait to read your comments. Some of y'all are going to say it's crazy, some of y'all are going to say that's amazing, some of y'all will agree, some of y'all will disagree, but that's okay. I love the discussion, I love the conversation, and I want to hear what you have to say. Number 1. In the first Disney Pixar movie, Toy Story, Woody is known for having multiple phrases for when his drawstring is pulled. Phrases such as, "You're my favorite deputy," and "Reach for the sky." Well, there's actually an even more famous quote of his, and that is, which of these? Is it, "There's a snake in my boot," or "There's a snake in my boots"? Well, the original quote was indeed, "There's a snake in my boot," but unfortunately that has changed, and here's proof.
There's a snake in my boots. There's a snake in my boots.
Here's the strangest part. I know for a fact that this quote was boot and not boots because I have a Woody toy, and when I squeezed it, it said, "There's a snake in my boot." Another telling part of this mystery is that in Toy Story 2, Toy Story 3, and yes, even the new Toy Story 4, the quote is, "There's a snake in my boot." So why is Toy Story 1's quote plural now? It doesn't even make sense. How can there be a snake in my boots? Stuff like this is what makes the Mandela Effect so interesting and addictive. Things that you know for sure are one way, things that you remember that are burnt into your brain are now different. Has it always been boots, or was it originally boot? I can't be alone in this memory. There are dozens of videos on YouTube remembering and reciting this quote incorrectly now. Number 2. Here's a food Mandela effect, and I'd love to hear what you all think. Before you say, "Duh, it's always been this way," read some of the comments from other people. The answer might feel obvious to you, but you'll always find hundreds of comments from other people who remember it being completely different. It's a surreal experience, and I'd like for you all to feel it. So tell me, is it ring pops or ring pop? These delicious candy diamonds on rings were first invented in 1975 by Frank Richards. It turns out that the official name has, and has always supposedly been, ring pop, not ring pops. Interestingly enough, online you'll see both ring pop and ring pops, and they're used across dozens of different websites, including sites where you can even purchase them. It's weird that someone would sell ring pops when that's not what they're called, when they are officially and legally called ring pop. Very interesting. So what do you think? Is it just a typo, or is this a Mandela effect for you? Number 3. Think back to the movie V for Vendetta, or any place that the anonymous mask has been worn, used, or seen. I have a question for you. Is that mask a solid black and white mask? Or is it black and white with pink lips and pink cheeks? This Mandela effect is troubling to me because it's such an iconic visual. I can see it clearly in my head, and I'm sure a lot of you probably can too. So what's the answer? Well, now the anonymous mask, the V for Vendetta mask, it has pink lips and pink cheeks. Does that look right to you? I personally don't remember the strange and colorful details, but perhaps I'm alone in this thought. Looking back at the footage for V for Vendetta now, it feels off. Originally, I couldn't put my finger on why, but it seems pretty obvious now. I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on this. Do any of you even own this mask? Because if you do, go and look at it right now. Does it have pink on it? Maybe there's even one out there without pink. That would be really interesting. Number 4. It seems like we're heading back into the woods with this new Mandela effect. In a previous video, I talked about how the Great Smoky Mountains is now missing an E. But this time we're talking about a different Smoky. This time we're talking about Smokey Bear. And yes, I know that's another Mandela effect in and of itself. Plenty of people remember Smokey the Bear, but now it's simply Smokey Bear. But enough with the tangents and history lessons. Here's number 4. Does Smokey Bear wear suspenders? Yes or no? I want you all to visualize Smokey Bear. He's standing up straight with a park ranger hat on, a shovel in one hand, and he's pointing at you. Only you can prevent forest fires, he says. In this visual, do you see suspenders or not? Well, now he doesn't wear suspenders, and never has. It's fascinating if you're one of us that remembers the suspenders. Let me guess, they were red, right? It's exactly what I remember. Upon doing my research for this one, I found a few pieces of residue regarding this Mandela effect. Here are pictures that I found showing that I am not alone in remembering these suspenders. How is it possible that so many of us remember this small little detail that seemingly never existed? It's troubling to say the least. Number 5. The date is May 6th, 1937, Lakehurst, New Jersey. The German airship, the Hindenburg, is the largest object ever to soar through the air. While attempting to land, the massive Zeppelin caught fire and exploded. Within 30 seconds, the German airship was no more. This horrible tragedy was famously captured on film, and because of this film disaster, the age of the commercial airship travel had come to an end. Now, here is the Mandela effect. Of the 97 passengers and crew, how many died? To me, the answer has always been obvious. Everyone on board died that day. Within 30 seconds, the Zeppelin burnt up and crashed. There was no way anyone could have survived that fiery crash, but that isn't the case now. Despite the footage agreeing with what I remember, amazingly enough, 62 of the 94 passengers and crew survived. Somehow. This horrifying disaster took the lives of 35 people, 13 passengers, 22 crewmen, and one member of the ground crew who was trying to help the Hindenburg land. Did everyone on board perish, or did 2/3 of the people on board mysteriously survive this blazing inferno after a massive drop? If so, how? Even on History.com, under an article titled The Hindenburg Disaster, 9 Surprising Facts, the first surprising fact to them is that the, quote, survivors of the Hindenburg disaster far outnumbered the victims. Why would that be surprising if that's exactly what happened? We would have known that news back in that day in 1937, and most a couple days afterwards. My takeaway is that even the author assigned to do that article was shocked by this historical change. Another interesting detail is that despite the Hindenburg explosion in 1937 being known by many, myself included, as history's deadliest airship accident, it is actually the 3rd deadliest now. It turns out accidents from 1930 and 1933 actually surpassed the Hindenburg's current death toll. It seems that history loves to rewrite itself from time to time, and this is yet another example I've talked about on this channel. Hello everyone, and welcome to All Time Scary. My name is All Time, and today we're looking at 5 brand new Mandela effects. Everything from the human body to rare diseases to historical figures and what happened to them. Number 1. In this house lived the famous Charles Lindbergh and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh and their 20-month-old son, Charles Augustus Lindbergh Jr. The father was world famous at the time for making the first solo, non-stop transatlantic flight from New York to France. This 3,600-mile voyage took 33.5 hours to complete and brought him fame and notoriety. Unfortunately, his name will forever be tied to a much darker event. The date is March 1st, 1932. The location is East Amwell, New Jersey, the Lindbergh House. What happened here was called the crime of the century because of the mystery and the nature of the crime. Between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m., Charles Augustus Lindbergh Jr. was kidnapped from his upstairs nursery. A crudely drawn ransom note was left behind. This kidnapping was such a big event at the time that the President of the United States, Herbert Hoover, was notified the following morning about it. This is where the Mandela Effect comes in. What do you remember about this case? Is the Lindbergh baby still missing to this day, or was the child found? Well, if you're like me, you remember the Lindbergh baby was never found. It's a mystery that resulted in years of speculation, wild accusation, rumors of it being an inside job, and so many more theories. The mystery of what actually happened to little Charles Lindbergh continued to this day, or at least it did. It turns out that now the Lindbergh baby was found 2 months after his disappearance, and unfortunately he was found deceased. Not only that, his kidnapper and murderer was captured, prosecuted, and eventually put to death within 4 years of the crime being committed. Upon doing more research into this, I'm not alone in my belief that the baby was never found and that no one was convicted for his kidnapping and murder. I've read numerous comments and threads of other bewildered people who are just as confused by this change as I am. Do you remember hearing that the Lindbergh baby was found? Or do you remember hearing that he is still missing to this day? Number 2. There is a rare tropical parasitic disease that affects the lymph nodes and lymph vessels, typically spread by infected mosquitoes. This disease causes limbs and other parts of the body to grossly enlarge and expand. What is the name of this extremely rare, yet memorably titled disease? Is it elephantitis? Or is it elephantiasis? It turns out, it's called elephantiasis. Now, normally, I wouldn't expect most people to know the name of a random disease, but this disease became famous thanks to movies like The Elephant Man and other television-based documentaries. This disease is specific and bizarre in its effects and lasting changes. Once you learn about it, it isn't something that you could easily forget. So tell me in the comments below, do you remember elephantitis or elephantiasis? It's a weird one that's got quite a bit of traction in the Mandela Effect community, and I'd love to hear your thoughts below. Number 3. This Mandela Effect is another strange one. Often Mandela effects based around spelling are tossed aside by skeptics as being easy mistakes, but perhaps if you're still watching, this might leave you scratching your head. What is the correct spelling for this type of apple? Is it Macintosh without an A, or is it Macintosh with an A? It's easy to jump to Macintosh with an A because of the famous computer brand, but as of now, the name of the fruit is spelled M-C-I-N-T-O-S-H, without an A. Weird, right? Well, it gets weirder. Not only do we have plenty of residue to show that this apple spelling used to have an A in it, an entire computer company was built off of its spelling. Apple's most famous computers are called Macintosh with an A. That spelling of Macintosh even continued with their line of extremely popular MacBooks with an A. Could you imagine today if a brand new company came out called Apple and they introduced their brand of computers called Macintosh, but with the name misspelled? The internet would lose its collective mind. It would be filled with non-stop jokes, memes, and articles about how Apple can't spell. But that's not all. The most damning piece of evidence is that the creator of this type of apple is John Macintosh with an A. He literally bred this apple into existence, and he named it after his last name. But we're to believe he misspelled it? What? No way. I feel like this Mandela Effect is yet another example of how a change in history can have lasting effects. 4. Here is a really strange human body Mandela Effect. So strange in fact that I'm just going to go right out and ask you about it. Can humans regrow broken or missing ribs? Yes or no? As it turns out, now, you can indeed regrow your ribs. The common belief before was that if you broke a rib or two, that they would heal over time. But never before have I heard about ribs literally regrowing, as in the bones and the cartilage actually regrowing. What about you? Have you ever heard of this before? Actual cases, such as a patient who had lost 8 centimeters of bone and 1 centimeter of cartilage, regrowing back over 6 months. I thought the whole regenerating body parts was a piece of science fiction that we all longed for. Now it's a scientific fact? Like a lizard regrowing its tail, I guess now mammals can regrow their ribs. And not only that, scientists actually believe that we can regrow other bones as well, potentially any part of our skeletal system. I'm not the one making these claims, I am just floored and confused by the possibility. Number 5. Al Capone, also known by the nickname Scarface, is one of America's most famous gangsters back during the Prohibition era. This rich and powerful businessman, as he called himself, was also the boss of the Chicago Outfit, aka the Chicago Mob. Al Capone reigned supreme for 7 long years before the US government finally took him down. It wasn't for his crimes of extortion, murder, robbery, or bootlegging that took him down. It was tax evasion. In 1931, Al Capone was convicted and sentenced to 11 years in prison, but he was only imprisoned for 8 years. Here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. What happened to Al Capone? It's a widely known fact today that when he entered prison, he had syphilis, which remained untreated for the vast majority of his stay. By the end of his life, he was actually diagnosed as having the mental age of a 12-year-old. So tell me, Where did Al Capone die? Was it in Alcatraz prison, or was it in his home in Florida? I am one of the many people who were taught that Al Capone had died in prison. Well, it turns out, after 8 years of incarceration, he was paroled in 1939, and he actually lived on for 8 more years after his prison sentence. What did you remember? And get this, Al Capone spent his last years of his life at his mansion in Palm Island, Florida, spending time with his wife and grandchildren. Then, because of complications of syphilis, he eventually suffered, yet survived a stroke, but then not long after, he died of cardiac arrest. This timeline is drastically different than the one that I remember learning about and studying growing up. What did you think? I always like to remind viewers that not every single Mandela Effect is going to hit you. Sometimes it'll only be one of them, sometimes it could be all of them, and anything in between. This does not mean that some are not Mandela Effects and some are, it just means you were not affected by it. Hello and welcome to All Time Scary. In today's video we're checking out 5 brand new Mandela Effects. Everything from the food you eat, to Disney animation, to some strange changes in classic songs. Number 1. Growing up in America, located in most cafeterias, was a food pyramid poster on the wall. This widely used informational piece, distributed by the US government, was a propaganda piece created in part by the lobbying efforts of the meat and dairy producers to get children hooked on and consuming meat and dairy every day. This goal was to create children who would grow up to continue this food routine for the rest of their lives, significantly rewarding the meat and dairy industry, regardless of actual health benefits to the children. This is not an opinion, this is actually what happened, and is still happening to this day. But that is not the point of this video, that's just some interesting background information. Strangely enough, most people seemingly remember growing up with the food pyramid, but it wasn't always there. People argue over when it exactly started appearing in American schools, because the date seems very off. So tell me, when did the food pyramid start appearing in American schools? 1970s? 1980s? 1990s? Or 2000s? Well, as it turns out, the food pyramid started appearing in American schools in 1992. The weirdest part is that a huge portion of people remember the food pyramid existing in American schools before 1992. How's that possible? Numerous posts and thread exist online from adults who grew up in the 1970s and 1980s who inexplicably remember the food pyramid from their childhoods. So what about you? Do you remember the food pyramid existing in American schools before 1992? Let me know in the comments below. Number 2. There is a scene in the 1967 animated classic The Jungle Book where the young human Mowgli is being talked into giving King Louie fire. During this song and dance, the bear Baloo joins in wearing an interesting outfit. What outfit is the bear Baloo wearing during the scene? Visualize it right now in your head before I give you some options to choose from. What do you see? Was it a coconut beak and a yellow grass skirt? Or was it a coconut bra and a green grass skirt? Well, as it is now, it's a coconut beak and a yellow grass skirt. This is certainly not what I remember from The Jungle Book, but hey, that's just my opinion. What did you think? The coconut on Baloo's face just looks so off to me. I'm simply here to tell you about them, not make final judgments. Number 3. The song I Love Rock and Roll was originally released by the Arrows in 1975 and again by Joan Jett and the Blackhearts in 1982. The reason I bring this up is because one of the lines in this song has allegedly changed. The first version of this song is about a woman, and the second version of the song is about a man. So to simplify things, we're just going to go with the Joan Jett version. The line is, quote, I saw him blank by the record machine. What are the missing words? Sing it over in your head and then take your pick. Is it standing there or dancing there? A ton of people were freaking out online over this. Most of them seem to remember the line being, I saw him standing there by the record machine, but it turns out that's incorrect. It's dancing there. I'm not a massive fan of this style of music, so my input here wouldn't be very helpful, but I know that a lot of you are, and this Mandela Effect seems to be pretty controversial. That's why it's included today. What do you remember? Has it always been dancing, or does standing sound better to your memories? Number 4. This Mandela Effect was brought to my attention through a comment on a previous video. It's a weird one, and I really had to think about it, but I hope it makes you scratch your head as much as it made me scratch mine. I am not a hunter, and I don't live out in the woods, so I'm not interacting with deer on a regular basis, but maybe you are. Either way, I want you to visualize the average American deer in your mind. In this visual image, how do you see the deer's tail? Is it short and tiny, or is it long and fluffy? This one really weirded me out because once I started looking at photographs of deers, their tails are very long. One interesting fact that I found is that the white-tailed deer, the size of their tail can reach 14 inches. Now, I'm not saying that all deers have long tails because there's no way to check them all. But what I am saying is that image that a lot of us have in our head of deers having tiny little fluffy tails, completely wrong. Look at all these photos. Does it feel off to you? Is this what you remember? We need some hunters and or some zoologists to jump in and help explain these weird changes. Number 5. To wrap up this video, we're looking at a song from 1993 whose title is confusing a lot of people online. The artist is an American rapper named Ice Cube, and the title of the song is which of these? It Was a Good Day or Today Was a Good Day? This song is Ice Cube's highest charting single ever. In 2008, this song was ranked number 28 on VH1's 100 Greatest Hip Hop Songs. Well, as it turns out, it's called It Was a Good Day. Did you say it was a good day or did you say today was a good day? Are you one of the many rap aficionados out there that guessed it right? Or have you seemingly said it wrong for years? Let me hear it in the comments below. Welcome back to All Time Scary. My name is All Time, and today we're checking out 5 brand new Mandela Effects. Let's get into it. Number 1. In the Old Testament of the Bible lies the book of Judges. In this book is the fantastically entertaining and bizarre story of Samson and Delilah. Samson was blessed by God and given ridiculous strength. The source of this strength was sought after by many of his enemies. Delilah was a woman that Samson loved, but she didn't love him. She was eventually bribed by Samson's enemies with a reward of many silver coins if she could discover the source of Samson's power. After multiple false answers from Samson, he finally admitted to her that his power came from his long hair. Here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. What happens next? Did she wait for him to fall asleep and then cut his hair off? Or did she wait for him to fall asleep and order a servant to cut his hair off? It seems like a simple change, but it's been freaking out a lot of people online. Well, as it is now, she never personally cut his hair. It was a servant that she summoned that did all the cutting. Another bonus Mandela Effect comes at the end of the story after Samson is blinded and enslaved by his enemies. Samson's hair eventually regrows, regaining him his ridiculous strength. He grabs the massive columns around him and collapses the structure down on everyone, killing himself, his enemies, and Delilah. Except now, Delilah isn't there and isn't mentioned after her betrayal of him. In this version, we're never going to know her fate. All we know is that she got a lot of silver coins and she cashed out. There was no repercussions whatsoever as far as we know for betraying God's anointed one, Samson. So what do you think? Did either of these Mandela Effects hit you? What did you remember about this biblical story? Number 2. This Mandela Effect is a supposed lyric change to a popular Outkast song called Miss Jackson. Here is the exact line. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize, times. What goes in the blank? Is it 1 trillion times? 1 billion times? 1 million times? Or 1,000 times? From the arguing I saw online over this, it seems like most people claim that it used to be 1,000 times, but it's actually 1 trillion times. Does that sound right to you, or is something off? Number 3. The next 2 Mandela Effects are from the 1939 live-action movie, The Wizard of Oz. And no, I'm not talking about the Mandela Effect where Scarecrow is, for some unknown and mysterious reason, carrying a pistol around. The Mandela Effects I'm talking about today are related to Dorothy. The first one is Dorothy's shoes. I want you to visualize them in your head. What details do you remember about them? Are they red with bows, or are they red without bows? I'm going to give you a couple seconds to think about it. I vividly remember them being bright and shiny red shoes. No bows, no extra nonsense on them. But that isn't the case anymore. Now they have these big red bows on top. Does that sound or look right to you? Number 4. Now let's go deeper down the rabbit hole. So Dorothy's shoes have supposedly changed, okay? Maybe some of you are affected by that. Maybe some of you aren't. Regardless, let's see if this one gets you. What color are Dorothy's socks? Are they white or are they blue? What did you all think? In my visualization, I saw red shoes with no bows and white socks. I'm sure some of you out there even visualized her socks having stripes on them. Turns out the sock colors are actually blue now. Blue. They're blue socks. These socks give me that kind of feeling, deep in your gut where you say, something's really wrong, but I can't quite put my finger on it. At least this time I can, and I can say it's the socks. Are the socks and shoes all wrong, or are they exactly how you remember them? So sorry if I ruined your day with that fact. Don't blame me. Put that terrible feeling to good use and do something positive today. Help somebody out, do something nice for someone, or freak out your friends with this video and ruin their day as well. That also works. From bizarre changes in the past to famous historical deaths being altered, today we're checking out 5 brand new Mandela Effects. So turn off those lights, sit back, and let's get into it. Picture a classic Viking in your mind. I'm talking about real Vikings. 8th to 11th century Scandinavian Vikings. Visualize the armor that they wore, what weapons they carried, and the paint that they covered themselves in. Now visualize the helmets that they crafted and adorned for battle. Here is my Mandela Effect question for you. Did Vikings ever have horns on their helmets? Yes or no? From an artistic point of view, the horned helmet is almost always associated with Vikings. So obviously now Vikings have never had horns on their helmets. Not a single Viking helmet has ever been dug up or discovered with horns, in fact. Does that surprise you? Whether you're a football fan looking around for a Halloween costume or your high school mascot was the Vikings, this is overwhelmingly a trait of Viking mythology. Practicality-wise, horns on helmets wouldn't even make that much sense. Sure, they might intimidate enemies, but they're more likely to get caught on a Viking's own weapon, or snagged in a tree, falling off because of its own heavy weight, or getting embedded in an enemy's shield. So how is this even possible? Was this concept simply created and propagated throughout history with no basis in history? Or is this the result of the Mandela Effect? Today, the visual of Vikings and horn helmets are synonymous, so I'll let you decide. Tell me all about it in the comments below. The Starry Night is a beautiful painting painted by Vincent van Gogh in 1889. This mesmerizing oil-on canvas painting depicts a beautiful cityscape in France. The sky is covered in stars and swirls. Here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. On the left side of the painting, there is a massive object in view. What do you remember that object being? Is it a castle, a mountain, a tower, or a tree? This Mandela Effect came to my attention because of a hugely popular thread on the subreddit No Stupid Questions. At the time, there was over 8,000 upvotes and hundreds of comments from shocked individuals. It turns out that the massive structure is actually a tree, a cypress tree. This Mandela Effect fascinates me because of the sheer number of people shocked by the tree not being a Gothic-style castle. Personally, I remember the dark outline of something tall, but what that exactly was, I can't recall. My brain wanted to say a castle or a tower, but it was a vague memory. And seemingly a lot of people in those comments had the exact same thoughts. So what do you remember? Think back to when you learned about World War I and World War II. Visualize the massive warships that were utilized back then. Now what color were those ships? Were they covered in abstract designs, or was it solid colors like gray? What do you remember learning? Abstract colors and shapes, or solid colors like gray? In World War I, and to a lesser extent in World War II, to avoid ship destruction at the hands of German U-boats, Ships were painted in dazzle camouflage. This is actually how history goes now, believe it or not. The hulls of dazzle ships were covered in stripes, swirls, colors, and abstract shapes, reminiscent of Pablo Picasso's work. The idea was that the overwhelming mix of colors and shapes would confuse enemy U-boats looking through a periscope, thus making it more difficult to gauge the size, speed, and direction of these dazzle ships. Despite other people's memories, including my own to the contrary, this was a common practice. It started in Britain, but eventually spread to the US. It turns out that dazzle ships were surprisingly effective. So much so that during World War II, dazzle camouflage was utilized again by the US and even used on the decks of ships to confuse enemy aircrafts. Does any of this sound right to you? Growing up on the East Coast and being a big history buff, I've even visited some of these ships. But amazingly, I've never seen one in full dazzle paint, let alone any mention of this throughout history. So all of my education, all of my personal studies, all the documentaries and movies and things that I've watched, nothing. What do you all think? Is this exactly as you learned it? Or is this something completely confusing to you? Franklin D. Roosevelt is remembered as one of the most popular and important presidents in American history. Re-elected 4 times, he served as president from 1933 to 1945. His Emergency Banking Act brought back financial stability after the Great Depression. He established Glass-Steagall, FDIC protections on your money stored in banks. He implemented the New Deal, the Public Works Administration, Social Security, the minimum wage, 40-hour weeks. He banned child labor, fought against workplace discrimination, and guided us through World War II. He was so popular that the only reason he wasn't re-elected a 5th time was because he passed away in office. After his death, Congress passed an amendment to create term limits to prevent someone like him from being elected again. Because someone like him, with the policies that he had, he was going to be elected over and over and over again. So long story short, this man is a legend and should be known far and wide when it comes to American history. So now that all that's established, let's get into his Mandela Effect. It's very simple, but what is FDR's full name? Is it Franklin Delano Roosevelt? Or is it Franklin Delano Roosevelt? This particular Mandela Effect popped up recently and seemingly stumped a lot of people. When searching for new Mandela Effects, a good mix of answers and memories are usually a good sign for me. This shows controversy, because those make the best Mandela Effects. In this case, it is actually Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Is that what you remember? Some presume this misconception comes from FDR's wife being named Eleanor Roosevelt. Others claim that that is besides the point and that Delano was indeed Delanor in the past. So like most Mandela Effects, we may never know the full story. FDR's face is on every American dime, so how could so many people supposedly get this wrong? What sounds right to you? Is it Delanor or Delano? Tell me in the comments below. Today we are looking at the life and death of Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini is world famous for his illusions and stunt performances. He became popular because of his ridiculously impressive escape stunts. Small stuff like being handcuffed and escaping, to massively dangerous and more impressive stunts like getting free of a straitjacket while hanging upside down from a skyscraper as civilians watched below. Harry Houdini has made elephants disappear, escaped from a box thrown overboard, and even escaped from being buried alive. Harry Houdini had an impressive array of illusions and even a few movies. But what most people remember about him is his death. So, here is my question to you. How did Harry Houdini die? Was it drowning? Suffocation? A ruptured appendix? Or was it lung cancer? Many people, including myself, believe that Harry Houdini died performing one of his stunts. As it is now, that isn't the case. He actually died of a ruptured appendix. What I had always believed was that Harry Houdini died during his Chinese water torture act. That he wasn't able to escape in time and drowned in front of a horrified audience. Thankfully, this isn't what happened anymore, but his death is still very bizarre. He was indeed injured during that performance, but only on his leg because of faulty equipment. He limped through the rest of the show, but he survived. I absolutely love this stuff because it feels like alternate history. It's as if things get to play out differently. Some things for the better, but some things for the much worse. Anyway, back to Houdini. 11 days later, Harry Houdini was giving a lecture at McGill University in Montreal. After this lecture, he spoke with students in his dressing room. One student asked if he really could resist hard punches to his abdomen, a claim that he had previously made. Harry agreed, and before he could react, he was hit with 4 or 5 forcible, deliberate, and well-directed blows to his stomach. He played it off well in front of the students, but those punches did indeed rupture his appendix, and he died on October 31st. A tragic and bewildering end to one of history's greatest illusionists. So where do you fall on this? Is this what you remember about Harry Houdini's ending? Or perhaps you're like one of the many of us who remember him dying tragically during an escape performance. Hello everyone, welcome to All Time Scary, a channel dedicated to exploring the strange, the scary, and more often than not, the Mandela Effect. Today we're starting off with a video game classic, Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo Entertainment System. Released back in 1985 in America, this title introduced millions to the classic left-to-right side-scrolling genre of video games. From the very first level, 1-1, it taught you the fundamentals of how to play Mario, as well as a ton of its gameplay features. Enemies to step on, mushrooms to collect, secrets to find, but here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. Did level 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. Have a piranha plant in it? If you're unfamiliar with what a piranha plant is, it's the sharp-toothed plant that comes out of the green pipes and tries to eat Mario. So let me ask you, the experts, did level 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. Have a piranha plant in it? Yes or no? As it is now, the very first level in Super Mario Bros. Does not actually have a piranha plant in it. This Mandela Effect recently became popular online because of a post regarding its placement in the first level. The commenter was talking about his earliest gaming memories and how it took him so long as a child to beat the first level because of the piranha plant that came out of the pipe. Amazingly enough, when it was brought up the first level didn't have a piranha plant, the thread turned to insanity. I'm curious to hear who among you remembers Super Mario Bros. With the piranha plant on level 1-1 or without. This Mandela Effect is really simple and straightforward, so let's get right into it. What is the longest river in the United States of America? Is it the Mississippi River, or is it the Missouri River? Most would claim in a heartbeat that it's obviously the Mississippi River. But I love breaking hearts, so it is now actually the Missouri River. Call this poor education, call this being misinformed, but what I have always known for sure is that the Mississippi River is the longest river in the United States. Period. There is no competition. But as it is now, the Missouri River is longer, and not by a little bit. In fact, over 100 miles, 160.9 kilometers longer than the Mississippi River. Does that sound right to you? I don't usually take sides on Mandela effects unless it's something I remember really well, but in this particular case, let me hear your thoughts below. Back in 1915, over 100 years ago, the world was introduced to Raggedy Ann. Raggedy Ann is a rag doll with red yarn as hair and a triangle nose. Created by American writer Johnny Gruelle, Raggedy Ann went on to star in numerous illustrated children's books. The Raggedy Ann doll is iconic in the sense that people still purchase this and own them to this day. So what is the Mandela Effect? Well, it all comes down to her face. The details on her face haven't changed, but seemingly a lot of people remember her cheeks being different. So here's my question. What does Raggedy Ann's cheeks have on them? Is it freckles or is it blush? Apparently, many people online believe that Raggedy Ann used to have freckles back in the day, but as of now, she doesn't and never has. She has blush, but no freckles. Specifically, these people remember her having 3 dots on each cheek in the shape of a triangle, but as it is now, this isn't the case, and very little residue exists to support it. What do you remember? Is it one of the options that I listed, or is it something else entirely? I can't wait to hear what you have to say. The Nightmare Before Christmas is a stop-motion animation classic from 1993. The main character of The Nightmare Before Christmas is Jack Skellington, the Pumpkin King of Halloween Town. Our main character, Jack, has a see-through dog companion named Zero. Now, this Mandela Effect has to do with Zero. What is on Zero's nose? If you remember the movie well enough, Jack is delivering presents with Zero's nose lighting the way, reminiscent of Santa and Rudolph. Is Zero's nose white, red, orange, or yellow? The obvious memory that a lot of people seemingly had was that the nose was red, which is understandable considering the parallels of Santa and Rudolph to Jack and Zero. Anyway, what do you all think? Did you remember this perfectly, or is this another case of the Mandela Effect? For our final Mandela Effect in this video, we're talking about the 1977 sci-fi epic Star Wars. This movie is famous for a lot of reasons, but what I'm talking about today is one super memorable quote from Star Wars, and who exactly said it. The famous line, "May the Force be with you," was said by who in Star Wars? Was it Han Solo? Or was it Obi-Wan Kenobi? As it turns out, Obi-Wan Kenobi never said, "May the Force be with you" in the original Star Wars movie. Obi-Wan Kenobi said numerous variations of that phrase, such as, "The Force will be with you, always," and, "Luke, the Force will be with you," but never that exact line, despite that line seemingly being merchandised to death. Strangely enough, though, this line was indeed said in the first Star Wars movie, but it was said by Han Solo, instead of Obi-Wan Kenobi, like so many people seem to remember. Hello everyone, and welcome back to All Time Scary, a YouTube channel dedicated to exploring the strange. The majestic orca whale, also known as the killer whale, is one of the most recognizable mammals in the ocean, perhaps only rivaled by the great white shark. Today's first Mandela Effect has to do with the design and pattern on the killer whale. Does something look a bit off to you, or is everything normal in this photo? Perhaps I changed something, or perhaps I did not. So here's my question. Has the killer whale always had a mustache pattern on the back behind its dorsal fin? Yes or no? These photos have not been altered by me in any way. That strange mustache pattern on the back of the killer whale, well, turns out it's always been there. When I first heard of this Mandela Effect, I quickly Googled as many images of killer whales and orca whales as I could find. And as it turns out, it has indeed always been there. Does this strange mustache-looking shape look right to you? Do you remember this design on Free Willy's back? Please, let me hear all of your thoughts in the comments below. The crunchy snack brand Cheetos were invented in 1948, and their most well-known mascot, Chester Cheetah, was debuted in 1986. This smooth-talking feline had numerous quotes over the years, like, "The cheese that goes crunch," and "dangerously cheesy." But he is most well known for this quote. So here's my question to you. Which of these is his signature quote? Is it, "It ain't easy being cheesy," or is it, "It's not easy being cheesy"? So this Mandela Effect is interesting because, like many children of the 1980s and 1990s, advertising was so heavily pushed on us through children's television. Slogans like this could have been heard thousands of times depending on the child and how much television they watched. So, of course, the correct answer is actually, "It's not easy being cheesy." I personally remember, "It ain't easy being cheesy," as do many commenters and posters online, but it's nowhere to be seen anymore. In fact, if you look this up on Google Trends, it shows tons of searches for "It ain't easy being cheesy," but very few, if at all, for "It's not easy being cheesy." Interestingly enough, on Wikipedia, it now incorrectly says that "It ain't easy being cheesy" is one of Chester's quotes, but without citation. And if you look it up online, the only clips you can find are "It's not easy being cheesy." So what do you remember? I'm excited to hear all of your thoughts because this one right here, it's a confusing mess. Also, be sure to check out my Patreon, link in the description. It's got exclusive videos, exclusive articles, and even some behind the scenes stuff. As I mentioned in the opening of this video, assuming the Mandela Effect is indeed real, it could change the past in numerous ways. It can alter the past, it can delete the past, and controversially, I believe, create the past, as in bring into existence something that didn't exist but is now widely known and accepted. For number 3, we're going to check out one of those Mandela Effects. Have you ever heard of an eyeball piercing? I've heard of eyeball tattoos before, I've heard of eyebrow piercings before, but never eyeball piercings. Supposedly this has been around since 2003. Does this sound right to you? Does this even sound plausible to you? Perhaps this is simply something everyone wasn't aware of previously. That's always a possibility, of course. But I have an interesting piece of anecdotal evidence. My girlfriend managed a piercing studio for years, and neither her nor her previous staff have ever heard of this. I'm talking piercers with years and years of experience and expertise being completely confused how something like this could even function. For this Mandela effect, I figured a question wasn't necessary because the answer would have been an overwhelming no. When Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue launched in America for the Nintendo Game Boy, it was a phenomenon. It felt like every kid in the US was playing Pokemon. In these games, there are 15 types of Pokemon, each type having a weakness and a strength. Think rock, paper, scissors. Fire beats grass, grass beats water, water beats rock, etc. Today's Mandela effect has to do with the psychic type Pokemon in the original games. What type of attack was strong against psychic type Pokemon? Was it psychic types, or was it bug types? Now, I know this question is a little niche, but it's actually something pretty interesting. As it turns out, the type strongest against psychic Pokemon in Pokemon Red and Blue was Bug. Here's why it's confusing to so many people online. Originally, as a lot of people remember it, each type had a strength and a weakness. The odd one out was psychic type Pokemon. Psychic types were strong against most types, but its weakness was only itself. But apparently, not anymore. Psychic type Pokemon were too strong, and the only thing that they were weak against was Psychic type. So that never existed now, but strangely enough, and follow me here, they still fixed that problem in the Pokemon sequels with the inclusion of Dark type Pokemon, which were strong against Psychic type. Interesting that they would add a solution to a problem that now never existed. If Bug types were always strong against Psychic types, why would they add a brand new type in the next game to counter Psychic types? I don't necessarily have an opinion on this either way, but what do you think? Were Psychic types always weak to other Psychic types, or were Psychic types always weak to Bug types? For our final Mandela effect, we are looking at the classic song Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Right before the chorus starts, there's a verse that says, "People always told me, be careful of what you do, and don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. And blank always told me, be careful who you love." What goes in the blank? Is it mother always told me, be careful who you love? Or is it mama always told me, be careful who you love? I don't know what you chose, but the answer is indeed mother, not mama. So it's mother always told me to be careful of who you love, not mama always told me to be careful of who you love. I originally heard of this in a subreddit, and I had to play the song right away to hear if it actually was mother. It turns out it is indeed mother. For today's first bonus Mandela effect, I'm talking about the classic radio and television production, The Lone Ranger. As the show starts, a narrator kicks things into actions with the words, "A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty blank." What is that final phrase? Is it "Hi-yo, Silver"? Or is it "Hi-ho, Silver"? While residue for the opposite can be found all over the internet, it turns out that the phrase is now "Hi-yo, Silver." Even lyric websites and YouTube videos still say "Hi-ho, Silver," but the audio now says "Hi-yo, Silver." And then get this, if you go to the Smithsonian website, they have an entire feature written up about the classic "Hi-yo, Silver" from the Lone Ranger. Even my silent generation grandmother was thrown off by this. What about you? Does that sound right to you? Do you even know what I'm talking about? The Laughing Cow is a brand of cheese and dairy products that has existed for nearly 100 years, and their mascot is Elsie the cow. This brand is not new to Mandela effects. Previously, one of them was that Elsie the cow was missing her nose ring, as seemingly a lot of people remembered her having a gold ring in her nose. But today's Mandela effect has to do with her ears. What do you remember about the mascot and her ears? Did she have gold hoop earrings, or no earrings at all? After thinking it over, what do you remember? The answer is actually neither of these. Elsie actually has the literal package that she's on dangling from her ears. It's meta on an entirely other level. Sorry to throw you for a loop like that, but if you knew this, wouldn't you have already thought of the correct answer in the first place? This change has been freaking out a ton of people over on Facebook and on Reddit, so does this look right to you? Here are 5 brand new Mandela Effects. From literary classics and Christmas favorites to changes in biblical stories and even brand name foods. To start off this list, let's talk about Around the World in 80 Days. This famous novel, released in 1872 by Jules Verne, captured the minds of readers the world over. At that time, the idea of traveling across the entire world for most was a near impossibility. But given our modern technology, today, the prospect of circumnavigating the globe is no more difficult than surviving 40 hours in a plane. Times have greatly changed. The feat was first accomplished in 1522 by Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan. But the sad reality of his journey was that of the 260 original crewmen, only 18 survived the journey, and it took them 3 years. All of this backstory to reiterate how exciting and thrilling Around the World in 80 Days was. This novel is still read by American students to this day. Due to this Mandela Effect should hit a lot of people. So quickly imagine what the characters traveled in this novel. Have you come up with an answer yet? Here is my question. Did the characters of Around the World in 80 Days ever fly in a hot air balloon? Yes or no? In this novel, the main character and his companions used a transcontinental train, a ferry, a steamboat, and even an elephant. But surprisingly enough, they never once used a hot air balloon. Is that what you recall? If you remember a hot air balloon, you aren't alone. This Mandela Effect is really confusing because there exist variations of cover art for this book with hot air balloons on them. And it's not just one book, there are dozens of examples of this. Now, this doesn't make any sense considering they never used a hot air balloon. Strangely enough, the hypothetical idea of using a hot air balloon is brought up in the novel, but it's quickly shot down. So what gives? Why in the 1956 film adaptation did they use a hot air balloon? Is it all simply creative liberties, or was the hot air balloon at one point in time used as transportation in Around the World in 80 Days? Frosty the Snowman is a childhood classic to many in the United States. He was a snowman brought to life through magic in a 1950 recording, but became a household name in his 1969 animated film debut. Frosty the Snowman is a memorable character, and if you ask most people, they can describe every detail about him. But miraculously, Frosty is now missing something. So here's what I'd like you to do. Visualize all of the accessories and clothing articles on Frosty the Snowman. Now what do you see? Let's see what we've got. We have a button nose, we have 2 eyes made out of coal, and here's the Mandela Effect. Which of these items did he never adorn in the 1969 film? An old silk hat? A corncob pipe? A red scarf? A broom? Frosty the Snowman has an old silk hat, a broom, and a corncob pipe, but has surprisingly never worn a red scarf. Do you remember a red scarf? For some reason, dozens of people online seem to remember Frosty the Snowman wearing a scarf, and most remember it being red. So where did it go? Why do so many people remember this detail that now seemingly doesn't exist? It's really interesting. Even some modern-day Frosty the Snowman publications and media today show him wearing a red scarf. If you compare the past and the present, at some point some artist said, "Oh yeah, of course he has a red scarf," and drew Frosty with a red scarf. Does this prove he used to have a scarf, and that the past has been altered in some slight way? Or is this just a massive case of misremembering an iconic childhood character? Oh, and before I leave this topic, check out this funny little detail. Look at what the kids are wearing in Frosty the Snowman. You see anything wrong with this image? Did the creative behind these illustrations grow up in a place without snow? Do they not realize it's cold? These kids are wearing shorts in a blizzard. Anyway, before we jump into number 3, if you didn't already know, I've launched a second channel called All Time 2. Whereas this channel is all about the Mandela Effect, All Time 2 is all about the scary and strange topics that you want me to talk about. Aliens, ghosts, Bigfoot, basically whatever you want me to talk about, I've got you covered. The Serbian-American inventor, engineer, and futurist Nikola Tesla was one of the most influential minds of his time. The man behind alternating currents, radio control, wireless charging, a literal death ray, and even the ability to give wireless power to the entire world. These are just a few of the incredible inventions created by the genius Nikola Tesla. But despite all of these incredible accomplishments, I'm not bringing up Nikola Tesla in regards to his discoveries, but instead because he's tied to a fascinating Mandela effect. This effect is a two-part conundrum. The first part being, how did Nikola Tesla die? And the second part being, what age was he when he died? So again, how did Nikola Tesla die? Was it a car accident or a heart attack? And the second question is, what age was Nikola Tesla when he died? Middle age or old age? The answers are now a heart attack and old age. Does that sound right to you? Plenty of people seem to remember an almost alternate version of history where Tesla died because he was hit by a car. Here's what, as of right now, actually happened. Nikola Tesla was struck by a taxicab while walking back to his hotel in 1937 at the age of 81. He somehow survived this, but refused to go to the hospital or even consult a doctor because of an immense fear of doctors and hospitals from an early age. As it goes now, Tesla lived on for 5 more years until his death at the age of 86 in 1943. His cause of death was ruled a coronary thrombosis, which is a blood clot in the heart, so to keep it simple, a heart attack. Although it is still true that the FBI collected all of his belongings 2 days after his death. This Mandela effect has tripped up a lot of people online. So now I'm curious to hear what all of you remember about the life and the death of the legendary Nikola Tesla. How many of you out there recognize these? If you didn't already know, these are bite-sized, smoked sausages. These tiny treats are produced by a Hillshire farm and have been sold in the United States for nearly 100 years. So why do I bring them up? Well, it's all about the name. What do you remember these things being called? That's today's Mandela effect. Are they called Little Smokies, Lil Smokies, or Little Smokies? I'm sure you're all getting tired of me dropping these weird bombshells, but these tiny treats were actually called Little Smokies. Yes, with that weird spelling. Is it possible we have all been calling this product the wrong name for decades? Well, I guess it is now. So you tell me, did you get this right? Whatever it is that you say, let the tiny sausage war in the comments begin. In the New Testament of the Bible, there is something called the Book of Revelation. Within this confusing and horrifying book, there are descriptions of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I know, we're going dark with this last one. A chapter within the Book of Revelation tells of a book in God's hand that is sealed with 7 seals. The first 4 of those 7 seals summon the 4 horsemen, each on a different horse. One white, one red, one black, and one pale. These creatures are believed by some to bring about the end of the earth. Spooky stuff. Even if you're unfamiliar with the Bible, the names of these horsemen are fairly common knowledge. So who are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? There is war, plague, famine, and blank. Is it pestilence or is it conquest? I'm sure if you're like most of the people online, you said war, plague, famine, and pestilence, which isn't correct. Another name people remembered is death, which isn't a horseman either. The correct answer is conquest, war, plague, and famine. So here we go again, another Bible Mandela Effect change. For me, I'm always going to remember pestilence, but I guess pestilence is gone and now we have conquest. And hey, since you've watched up to this point in the video, I'm going to reward you with a bonus Mandela Effect. Here's a strange Mandela Effect. You know how companies misspell words on purpose so that they can copyright the spelling? Lazy Boy is a good example of this. A couple more examples are Fruit Loops, Flickr, Play-Doh. I bring up this common corporate practice because our bonus Mandela Effect is about a company's name and how they spell it. So, how do you spell the job hunting social media platform, LinkedIn? I'm sure plenty of you have made a LinkedIn page before when looking for a job, before you decided to ignore it indefinitely because it was pointless and it never resulted in a job? Is it spelled Linkdin? Or is it spelled Linkedin? Even ignoring the weird fact that LinkedIn is now one word instead of two, people seemingly remember LinkedIn having a really weird spelling, with the E missing entirely. Well, that isn't the case anymore, and it never has been. Hello everyone, and welcome back to All Time Scary. Today we're looking into 5 brand new Mandela Effects. Today we're talking about movies, video games, and strange historical changes that will hopefully leave you scratching your head. Just Go With It is a romantic comedy that was released in 2011 and starred Adam Sandler, Jennifer Aniston, and Nicole Kidman. As funny as it is that this movie was critically panned and received 2 Golden Raspberry Awards for Worst Actor and Worst Director, that isn't why we bring this up today. We bring it up because of a Mandela Effect regarding its official movie poster. This poster was plastered everywhere around the time of its release, and it shows Adam Sandler and Jennifer Aniston sitting side by side in beach chairs on a beach. Both characters have their hand outstretched towards each other. Now, if you haven't seen this movie poster before, this obviously isn't going to affect you. But for everyone else that has seen this movie poster, here is my question. What are those hands doing on the poster? Are they fist bumping, or are they clinking their glasses together? Despite what seemingly a lot of people believe, it turns out that they are not clinking their glasses together, they are indeed fist bumping. Now, this whole image is artistically confusing. Of course, it's always possible that they were always fist bumping and people just saw this incorrectly. But why is the artwork so cluttered? So instead of a clean image of knuckles pressed together, it becomes a confusing visual mess. If you digitally remove or simply move the random background woman from this poster, it still looks like their hands could be holding wine glasses and clinking them together. But perhaps that's what our minds want to see. So tell me, is this nothing more than a visual illusion that tricked a lot of people online? Or was this poster altered in some way by the Mandela Effect? However you feel about this, stay tuned because the effects later on in this video, they're going to get weirder and scarier. For this next Mandela Effect, we're going to keep things simple and straightforward. George Washington Carver is a man every American who attended public school has learned about. He's most known for the over 300 incredible uses of peanuts he discovered. Now, with all that in mind, was it George Washington Carver that discovered peanut butter? Yes or no? Like every memory of yours that I unintentionally destroy, this is yet another one to throw away. As it turns out, George Washington Carver did not discover peanut butter. And no, this isn't a simple, he did, but it was actually discovered long before him and kind of forgotten situation. It turns out that 3 people discovered it before him, including the ancient Inca and Aztec civilizations. Does that sound right to you? If you're like me, you grew up learning that George Washington Carver found over 300 uses for peanuts, including his most famous discovery, peanut butter. Unfortunately though, history doesn't seem to agree with this anymore. Am I the only one here with these now inaccurate memories? I hope not. Please, let me hear all of your thoughts in the comments below. Bridge to Terabithia is a 2007 coming-of-age adventure fantasy movie based on the 1977 novel of the same name. This Mandela Effect has to do with the death of the character Leslie and how Jess, the other main character, finds out about her death. So my question today is simple. In the movie Bridge to Terabithia, did they show Leslie's accidental death? Yes or no? The answer is no. They don't actually show the rope breaking and Leslie falling and hitting her head. Her death is simply explained by Jess's parents when he gets home. I don't have a strong memory either way on this Mandela Effect, but a lot of people online did. It seems like every other comment is back and forth with the scene. Some argue without a doubt that it shows the rope break and that Leslie fell and hit her head, while others argue that it was never shown, only mentioned. One comment I read claimed to remember their kids crying when Leslie fell and how she had to explain over and over again, it's just a movie, it isn't real. So what gives? Some speculate that the movie may have been altered, that this death scene was originally in the movie but was later cut out because it was primarily for kids and young teens. So the question now is it possible that Bridge to Terabithia was altered post-release? Well, I looked into this and it's absolutely possible, but without studio confirmation on an edit, we can only speculate. Digging deeper into this mystery, I discovered the original runtime is listed on movie Showtime websites as 1 hour and 36 minutes. The digital copy that you can rent or purchase today has the exact same runtime. So an edit post-release is extremely unlikely unless they replace the missing footage with the exact same amount of extra footage, which seems really complicated and unnecessary. To believe that, we would need evidence of a new scene, and no one has mentioned that or talked about an extra scene in this movie. So as far as I can tell, this movie was not altered or cut. Back in 2004, the classic first-person shooter video game Halo 2 was released on the original Xbox. In Halo 2, the story was split up between two main characters, the Master Chief and the Arbiter. This Mandela Effect has to do with the Arbiter and his armor design from Halo 2. This game being the introduction to the Arbiter, his design and look was iconic. It was permanently burned into the memories of everyone who played this game. But now, it seems like new details have appeared on his character model that, according to hundreds of people online, didn't exist before. So what do you think? Do you remember the Arbiter having this extremely detailed design in his pauldron? You see, the armor on the Arbiter is unique and memorable because of its strange design. One shoulder is raised much higher than the other. The raised side is always visible in cinematics as well as cooperative play. Somebody at some point would have surely noticed this delicate engraving before, right? These games are beloved, they're played over and over and over again, they're analyzed, there's dozens and dozens of YouTube channels dedicated to researching, studying, and playing these games, and no one's ever noticed this before? That's when this thought came to me. Halo 2 Anniversary is the remaster of the original Halo 2, and it came out nearly 10 years after the fact. I initially thought that this change to the Arbiter's armor could have been a visual upgrade or a redesign for the remastered version. But when comparing the two games, I discovered that actually the symbol is in both games. So what do you all think? I find it incredible that this very beautiful detail has never been noticed before in one of the most beloved and replayed games ever. People have played Halo games for nearly 20 years, but this was just discovered. Is this a Mandela effect, or has this detail always been there? To wrap up today's list, we're talking about a strange detail regarding one of America's greatest tragedies, September 11th, 2001. So what is that detail? Well, that's the Mandela Effect. Do any of you remember a hotel being directly located in between the World Trade Center towers? And I'm not talking about a nearby hotel or a hotel down the street, I'm talking directly in front of them, visible in a ton of photographs from that day. So to rephrase this more clearly, was there a hotel located between the Twin Towers? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Strangely enough, if you look up photos of the World Trade Center, you'll now see a Marriott hotel residing there, named the Marriott World Trade Center, aka WTC-3. It was located between the North and the South Towers and now is distinctly visible in a ton of the 9/11 photographs. Supposedly this hotel was built in 1981 before its destruction in 2001, but it's only recently gained in Mandela Effect popularity as the discussion around it builds. What I really find interesting now are the pictures of the towers. The image is iconic, it's burnt into the minds of anyone born before the tragedy. But now there is what seems to be an extra building residing between them. It just looks out of place. What do you think? Is it possible that the thousands of people online discussing this simply never noticed the building before? Or is this actually a Mandela effect to you? Regarding this mysterious hotel that a lot of people said didn't exist before, but others said did, it's fascinating nonetheless. I will leave it up to the diehard believers and non-believers to argue about in the comments below. This one is all in your hands. Welcome to All Time Scary. Today we're checking out not 5, but 10 brand new Mandela effects. Everything from non-existent movie scenes and crazy animal changes, to missing art and a massive question mark for number 1. The Hunger Games was a movie released in 2012 and was based off the 2008 book of the same name. The aspect of the film we're talking about today is the Battle Royale competition. A bunch of people usually spread out over a large map fighting to the death until there's only one person remaining. Well, our Hunger Games Mandela Effect has to do with the one scene right before the Hunger Games start. Do you remember when all the participants are standing on their own individual platforms, waiting for the games to start? Do you remember the scene when someone stepped off of the platform early and blew up? Well, if you do remember that, apparently that scene never happened and doesn't exist. Now, I saw the Hunger Games back in the day, and this sounds familiar, but I'm more concerned with what you remember. Some have speculated online that this scene was in a parody movie called The Starving Games, but I've never seen or heard of that movie before, so that doesn't really explain why I have a memory of someone exploding in the Hunger Games movie. Another explanation is that the explosion may have been in the book, but not in the movie. Is this just a weird, seemingly implanted memory, or do you remember this scene as well? Next up, we have a spelling Mandela effect. This particular brand of whipped cream is no stranger to the Mandela effect, because people already remember its name's spelling changing previously. Well, it seems Reddi-wip is at it again, so here's my question. How do you spell Reddi-wip? Here's 4 options. Let me know which one you think is the correct spelling of Reddi-wip. Let's see how you fared. The correct spelling of Reddi-wip is R-E-D-D-I-W-I-P. I'm not joking. Google it right now and you'll see it. Is this how you remember it? Or has the Mandela effect struck again? Our next Mandela effect has to do with a series of classic paintings by Cassius Marcellus Coolidge between 1894 and 1910. These paintings are known as dogs playing poker. I'm sure even the most casual art fan will recognize these paintings because they have been displayed in the backgrounds of numerous movies, shows, and quite a few bars. Here is the dogs playing poker Mandela effect. Did any of the dogs ever wear a transparent green visor? You know, this kind of hat. Yes or no? Despite the fact that a ton of people fondly remember these paintings of realistic dogs playing poker, no such painting exists with a dog wearing a transparent green visor. What amazes me most is that I can see the painting in my mind. I'm sure quite a lot of you can as well. So where did we get this visual from? I tried digging deeper into this case and I haven't found anything yet. We all know these paintings were very popular and I'm sure quite a few spin-offs and variations exist. But even then, I'm still unable to locate a painting with a green poker visor. So if anyone has any idea where this comes from, please leave it in the comments below. Together, we can hopefully solve this mystery. The next 2 Mandela effects have to do with changes in animals. Up first is the African gray parrot, also known as the Congo gray parrot. This bird is one of the most intelligent animals, with the mental and emotional capacity of a 5-year-old child. This popular pet can be found all over the world, so it's quite well known. So here's the Mandela effect. What color is the African gray parrot's tail? Is it gray, red, pink, or yellow? If you said gray, well, that's too obvious. The tail's color is actually red and apparently always has been. Is this what you remember? What I find amazing is that the red isn't a dull or diluted shade, it's incredibly vibrant and noticeable. What I do find interesting though is the lack of residue for the African gray parrot's tail being a different color. So what do you remember? Continuing with our animal trend, this next Mandela effect has to do with horses. With horses being mammals, this means among other things that they have hair all over. Long tails, a thick mane, and fur all over their body. But here's my Mandela effect question for you. Can horses grow mustaches? Yes or no? As unbelievable as it may seem, horses can now grow mustaches. I'm sure all of you knew that, right? Just look at these photos. Amazing. Apparently, some breeds are more prone to growing mustaches than others, but it can naturally occur across the board. Does that sound right to you? And have any of you out there seen a horse with a mustache before? It's Mandela effects like this that make me wish I grew up closer to the country, because I can't for the life of me remember ever seeing a horse with a mustache. I'm trying to visualize it, I just can't. Theodore Roosevelt was the 26th President of the United States and a historical oddity. Coming from wealth, he strangely enough battled corporate monopolies and founded the Progressive Party. Teddy, as he liked to be called, was an eccentric extrovert constantly needing to be the center of attention. The first soldier to fire a shot, the father of the modern-day Navy as well as the nature conservation movement, Teddy was even a Harvard grad school dropout. As President of the United States, Teddy Roosevelt traveled all over the country, meeting and talking to people. One time he was giving a speech and he actually got shot. Instead of ending the speech and getting necessary medical help, he kept going for 45 minutes. The man did it all. He was even blinded in one eye during a boxing match in the White House. Do you think he quit fighting after that? Nope, he switched to jiu-jitsu. All this to say is that Teddy Roosevelt was the type of person to make this Mandela effect sound not rational, but believable. So here is the Mandela effect. Do you remember learning about or hearing about how Teddy Roosevelt boxed a kangaroo? Yes or no? Well, if you did, you weren't alone. Turns out that Teddy Roosevelt never actually boxed a kangaroo. In fact, this weird memory that so many people seem to have, as of now, has no basis in history. It simply doesn't exist. Teddy Roosevelt was known for roughhousing and fighting, as well as leading hunting expeditions all over the world. The idea of him boxing with a kangaroo? It sounds absurd, but if anyone did it, it would have been him. Have you heard of this strange idea before? And if you have, where did it come from? The only residue I was able to find regarding this Mandela effect is a Futurama clip of Teddy Roosevelt's preserved head watching Bender the robot box a kangaroo. Teddy then makes a joke referencing all of this by saying, "Man boxing a kangaroo is a peculiar sight, but a kangaroo boxing a robot? Now I'm afraid you've lost me." This silly clip makes reference to this strange and remembered idea of Roosevelt at some point boxing a kangaroo, but, as I said before, it seemingly didn't happen. So let me know what you think in the comments below, because this one is a strange one and I'd like to get to the bottom of it. The next two Mandela effects are related. Not only are they both spelling Mandela effects, but both relate to the same issues. So without wasting any more of your time, what does the United States government entity DEA stand for? Drug Enforcement blank. What's the word that comes to your mind? Is it administration? Or is it agency? DEA actually stands for Drug Enforcement Administration. If you were like so many others online, including myself, you knew this acronym as the Drug Enforcement Agency. But history claims now that the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, was formed in 1973 during the Nixon administration and has always been the Drug Enforcement Administration. The Drug Enforcement Agency has never existed, even though there are plenty of newspapers, quotes, and photos out there using the word agency. I find all this pretty weird, but what about you? What do you remember? Continuing with our spelling and drug-related Mandela effects, up next we have the American Anti-Drug Childhood Association called DARE, as in D-A-R-E. DARE is a prevention education program designed to prepare elementary school children with the skills to resist social pressures to experiment with tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs. I'm sure some of you watching this were even in the DARE program. If you were, or even if you just remember it from your childhood, you should know this answer. So here is the Mandela effect. What does DARE, D-A-R-E, stand for? Is it Drug Alcohol Resistance Education? Or is it Drug Abuse Resistance Education? The correct answer is Drug Abuse Resistance Education. Is that what you remember? Despite the program's educational goals as being to educate kids to resist drugs and alcohol, it seems instead its purpose is to resist drug abuse. I guess using it is fine, it's just don't abuse it, don't do too much. I don't know, I find this very confusing. I could lean either way with this one, but it's interesting nonetheless. So here's a Mandela effect that really had me scratching my head. Hopefully it blows your mind as well. Blank and the Chocolate Factory is a well-known classic 1964 book, 1971 movie, and 2005 movie. I used to call all of these Blank and the Chocolate Factory, but now one of them is different than the other two. So that is today's Mandela Effect. What is the name of the 1971 musical with Gene Wilder? Is it Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Or is it Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Well, it turns out that the original 1964 book is called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The 1971 movie is called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And the 2005 remake is called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It seems like a huge amount of people online had no idea that the two movies were named differently. From what I understand, the assumption online was that all of them were named Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but now that isn't the case. It's strange that the classic movie, who focused on the character Charlie, was called Willy Wonka, and the newer movie, which focused on Willy Wonka, is called Charlie. Perhaps this has always been that way for you, or perhaps this is a shocking and confusing revelation. This one leaves me scratching my head. I really thought they were all called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but not anymore. We're going to talk about that awful and tragic day of September of 2001. What started as a bright and sunny morning turned to tragedy in an instant and continued to get worse as the day went on. But strangely enough, we aren't talking about the obvious details regarding that horrible day. We're actually talking about a concurrent event that will hopefully confuse and bewilder some of you. Did you know on September 11th, 2001, New York City was supposed to get hit by a massive hurricane named Hurricane Erin? Here's one of the reported images of this hurricane from back then, and as you can see, it's massive. Does any of this sound familiar? Do any of you remember hearing about a hurricane about to hit New York City on the same day that the towers went down? It had been heading on an impossibly straight line for New York City for 4 to 5 days. The closest it got to landfall was the coast of New York. Supposedly, Hurricane Erin's size was comparable to Hurricane Katrina, and its power was comparable to Hurricane Sandy.
Country kids on this Tuesday, the night of the Latin Grammys. Sunny skies down through Texas, all the way from the bottom of Texas to the top of North Dakota. Little rain to the right of North Dakota. Parts of North Dakota may see a little rain. To the west of the country, no problem. To the east of the country, no problems except down in Florida, a little rain. Other than that, it's kind of quiet around the country. We like quiet. It's quiet. It's too quiet. That's a quick look at the Nashville forecast. Here's an early look at your weather.
Hurricane Erin got so close to hitting that thunder and rain were reported at JFK Airport, Newark Airport, as well as LaGuardia Airport. So why don't any of us remember this massive hurricane hitting New York City? Why did all of the 9/11 photos and videos show bright and sunny skies? Well, apparently right before landfall on the morning of September 11th, 2001, Hurricane Erin did a near unprecedented turn of 150 degrees and just flew off into the ocean. It's as if Hurricane Erin realized that enough tragedy was going to happen that day, it just decided to leave. Do you ever remember hearing about Hurricane Erin, or have you ever heard anyone discuss it ever since? I came across this while doing some research for my last video, and I can't help but be amazed. A hurricane with such insane power and size was about to strike on the same day as America's biggest tragedy, but instead turns around and disappears, only to never be talked about or mentioned again. This one, I don't even know what to say. Welcome back to All Time Scary, a channel dedicated to the terrifying possibility of the Mandela Effect. Today we've got 5 brand new Mandela Effects to check out. Everything from historical facts seemingly not being facts anymore, and classic video games retroactively being altered, to a major change related to the Dark Knight himself, Batman. Turn off the lights, get comfy, and let's get started. Here are 5 brand new Mandela Effects. The man who crossed the Delaware, led a revolution, and became the United States of America's first president. George Washington was a man of legend and stature. Now, because this man is so well known, this upcoming Mandela Effect should be easy for you. Growing up, George Washington didn't have access to the best dental care. In fact, in the early 20s, he started losing teeth. During his lifetime, he went through numerous pairs of unsightly and painful dentures. By the time he became the American president, he only had one tooth left. So here's where the Mandela Effect comes in. Did George Washington have wooden teeth? Yes or no? George Washington absolutely did not have wooden teeth. It has been a long-standing belief/fact that George Washington had wooden teeth. Most Americans were taught this or learned this in school. Well, as it is now, George Washington never had wooden teeth. In fact, wood was never even an element in any of his many pairs of dentures. His dentures were in fact made out of hippopotamus ivory, metal fasteners, and human teeth. As it is now, George Washington never had wooden teeth. Alcohol is consumed all over the world, and with so many manufacturers, it can be hard to really stand out and get your product noticed. The newly created vodka, cognac, and fruit-flavored brand Hypnotic was created in 2001, and it found it by creating a liquor that literally sparkled. Shaking up a bottle of Hypnotic created a glitter-like sparkle effect that became an instant hit. In fact, that's the only reason I personally know of Hypnotic. A friend saw it on a shelf and bought it, and no doubt, the sparkle makes it very memorable. And honestly, you can't say that about most liquors. So here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. If you have ever had this drink before, or purchased a bottle of it, or simply seen it on a store shelf, the sparkle, the design, the name, it's all very memorable. So here's the question, how is Hypnotic spelled? Is it spelled hypnotic, hypnotic, or hypnotic? If you're like me, you remember it being hypnotic, with a Y and a Q. And that's understandable. It's a slight spelling variation of the word hypnotic so that they could trademark the name. But you'd be wrong. It's actually hypnotic, with that really strange spelling. That spelling is absurd. Not just in the sense that it's purposefully confusing, but it's a pain on the eyes. I've seen this drink hundreds of times. I've even held the bottle in my hands on multiple occasions. This is absolutely something I would have noticed. But here we are. Has hypnotic always been spelled like this, or is this another example of the Mandela Effect? Next up is a Mandela Effect that relates to the very popular video game Halo 2. Now, this Mandela Effect is more of an explanation, and not so much of a question, so I'm going to try and break it down as simply as I can. In every mainline Halo game from Halo 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you could play split screen in co-op, meaning that it splits the TV screen into two halves and you and your friend can play at the same time. Now, this co-op feature has existed on every single level in Halo 1 through 4, but now it doesn't. Somehow the first two levels of Halo 2 are no longer playable in co-op, and they never have been. No matter what you do, you can't even force it to work in these games on the original Xbox game or the remastered version on Xbox One and PC. It doesn't exist anymore, it has simply vanished. Creepier still, you can't find footage of this existing. Now, the easiest explanation is that it has always been this way and that Halo fans are being silly. Well, here's the argument against that. Halo is a game that is built around replayability, meaning you can play it over and over and over and discover new things and have new experiences. Single player, co-op, multiplayer, the trifecta of Halo. If somehow the first two levels of Halo 2 weren't playable in co-op, this detail would have been known and discussed years ago. I mean, this game originally came out in 2004. Yet somehow this has never come up before on the internet until this year. That's incredible. Almost inconceivable. The first level is called The Heretic, and it's simply a cutscene, or an animated movie. But since this would be in co-op, it would just be playing for both players. As of now, you can't play that with another person. Even sitting in front of the same TV, if you say let's play co-op, and press start, they just skip the opening cutscene. It simply doesn't play. The second level is called The Armory, and this one is especially confusing because plenty of people have memories of playing this level with a friend, myself included. This is one of the craziest Mandela effects I've ever encountered because I have memories playing this level with my cousin when I was younger. I can see it clear as day. Both of us were trapped in that tiny monorail as it moved from one part of the level to another while we jumped around waiting to start shooting. This one is unexplainable. I just don't get it. There's even a comment I found with over 1,100 thumbs up. Somehow everyone is misremembering, and this is all a fabrication or something has changed. And 1,100, that's a lot of people. Did you ever play these levels in co-op, or have you never been able to? This next Mandela Effect is actually two Mandela Effects, but they're both related. Both of them involve Little Debbie sweets. Now, when I was a kid, I could devour these treats like nothing. But as an adult, I have to limit myself to like one per year, otherwise I feel disgusting. Well, recently, I had that once per year, and I had a Little Debbie. And when I read the label, I got really confused. So before I get too far down this rabbit hole, what is Little Debbie's version of this cake called? Is it Swiss cake rolls or Swiss rolls? The correct answer is Swiss rolls. Is that what you remember? These tasty chocolate treats are now called Swiss rolls. So you're telling me that these have never been called Swiss cake rolls? Okay. There is no evidence of a name change on Little Debbie's website or on any website that I can find that tracks this kind of information. Somehow the cake from Swiss cake rolls no longer exists. So what do you remember? Swiss cake rolls or Swiss rolls? As I mentioned earlier, this is a Little Debbie two-parter. The next sweet treat now has an altered name. What are these called? Pecan blank. The word that goes there is my next Mandela Effect. What are these things called? Are these pecan spin wheels or pecan pinwheels? Other brands call them pecan twirls and pecan swirls, but apparently they have always been called pecan spin wheels. Not pinwheels, like those things that spin in the wind, but spin wheels, which is a combination of spin and wheel. Is that right for you? For this one right here, I don't have a specific memory, I can't quite remember, but from everyone that I've talked to around me, anecdotally, all of them are like, what? So what do you remember? At this rate, all of the Little Debbie snacks will change. Honey buns will become bunny huns, and cosmic brownies, well, they'll just be missing their lines. Batman is one of the most recognizable characters in the world. His look, backstory, and logo are iconic. So what would happen if one day it changed? Well, that is exactly what happened, and I'm here to get into more details. But first, let me ask you this question. Which of these is the logo Batman wore on his batsuit in the 1989 movie Batman? A or B? This answer is a difficult one because both are correct at different points in time. The correct answer is now A. As you can see, it has 2 extra points on the bat symbol. That's pretty weird. And weirder still, that altered looking logo isn't reflected anywhere else on any other media. Even the box art and poster for the 1989 Batman movie have just a single point on Batman's symbol. What about the bat signal that's projected into the sky at night in that movie? It's a single point. Even the Batman toys for the 1989 movie have the Batman symbol with only a single point at the bottom. It's as if this one tiny but prominent detail was changed in the film, but every other piece of media around it stayed the same. In fact, the 1960s Batman, a single point. 1992's Batman, a single point. On and on and on. All of them are the iconic bat symbol with just a single point, except the 1989 Batman batsuit. Even the 1989 Batwing, Batman's custom combat aircraft, has a single point as the tip at the end of his ship. So what do you all think about this? Such a weird change to such an iconic symbol that has been around for decades and decades. It makes no sense to me. My name is Alltime, and today we're checking out 5 brand new Mandela Effects. That's right, 5 things that tons of people remember being one way, but are now different. It could be as simple as a name or a logo changing, or as complex and disturbing as a massive disaster that seemingly never existed before, now existing. Anyone who has played enough games or watched enough TV shows recognizes this. It's a defibrillator, a device often shown bringing back someone who has just flatlined or died. Now, if you're like me, you've seen that exact sentence played out a million times before. Defibrillators do not actually bring people back once they have died or flatlined. In fact, this has never been the case. Defibrillators are used to stabilize a heart that isn't beating correctly. It does not and has not ever revived someone after they have died. So what do you think about this? Is that nothing more than a widespread misconception that has been repeated hundreds of times, or is this yet another example of the Mandela Effect? If it is indeed nothing more than a widespread misconception, wouldn't you believe someone at some point would have properly researched the defibrillator? It's shocking to me that it has been featured on so many medical shows, written or consulted on by medical professionals, and this detail has been overlooked every single time? Our next Mandela Effect is a small but apparently strange spelling change. This one looks weird to me, but it's the comments of others that solidified this in today's video. What spelling change am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about this famous leading lady's name, Zooey Deschanel. She has had roles in many popular movies ranging from Elf, 500 Days of Summer, and Bridge to Terabithia. Remember that one? We've covered that before. To TV shows like New Girl on Fox, where she received an Emmy nomination and 3 Golden Globe nominations. All this to say, Zooey Deschanel is a widely known actress, so the spelling of her name shouldn't be that hard, right? Well, let's give it a shot. How do you spell Zooey Deschanel? Is it Z-O-E-Y? Or is it Z-O-O-E-Y? So with this Mandela Effect, the spelling looks off to me, but I'm not a diehard fan of hers, like others online, so I'll leave the final judgment in your hands. But her name is in fact spelled with 2 O's, not 1. It makes me want to say Zooey Deschanel. I had never really looked at her name spelling, but it seems that plenty of people online have, and that this weirded them out enough, they spoke up. Is this how you remember Zooey Deschanel's name being spelled, or has the Mandela Effect struck again? Let me hear below. Seriously though, it's hard to keep up with all of these Mandela Effects. They just keep coming, and when you feel like all of them have been found, and that this is it, boom, 10 more just appear. Some okay, some bad, and some really troubling for those affected. This next Mandela Effect continues the idea of being really troubling for those affected. If you don't play video games, this one's probably not going to affect you. But if you do play video games and you've played this specific game, this might hit you hard. Up next, we're talking about Mario Kart, the legendary arcade-style racing game that people have enjoyed for decades. And today, specifically, the Nintendo 64 version, Mario Kart 64. This Mandela Effect has to do with the insanely unforgiving track, Rainbow Road. The difficulty comes from its trackless edges and hairpin turns. So tell me, did Mario Kart 64's version of Rainbow Road have rails along the sides? Yes or no? The Mandela Effect here is that so many people remember Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road not having rails, thus making it a much tougher race. But apparently it's always had rails? The Super Nintendo version of Mario Kart's Rainbow Road did not have rails, but apparently the N64 one did. This seems like an open and shut case of potentially mixing up the games, but numerous people online claim that they have only played the Nintendo 64 version. So why would they know what's in the older version of Mario Kart that they've never played? Up next is a Mandela Effect that absolutely blew my mind. Every American has at least heard of Paul Revere, the American revolutionary that took a midnight ride through Concord to warn his fellow colonists that the British were coming. This April 18th, 1775 ride was to spread the news that British soldiers were on their way. The story goes that his warning gave the local militias a tactical advantage in the battles of Lexington and Concord. Well, just how accurate is this? Here's my question. Did Paul Revere ride through the streets shouting, "The British are coming"? Yes or no? The answer is no. For starters, he wasn't alone on that fateful night. He rode with 2 others. Secondly, he never even made it to Concord, which was the location of his famous ride. Meaning, he never once shouted, "The British are coming." The famous line and ride was actually completed by one of the other riders that night. In fact, Paul Revere, as of now, was apprehended by a British soldier before he even really got started. Later in the night, he did eventually get away after questioning, but by leaving his horse behind and fleeing. By the time he arrived at his destination, the war had already started. So tell me, is that what you remember learning? Was Paul Revere an American patriot and Revolutionary War hero? Or was he just a guy that tried to do what he thought was right but ultimately failed to accomplish his goal? Upon discovering this Mandela Effect, I read through article after article trying to get all the facts straight and to make it make sense, but it just simply doesn't. Paul Revere never completed his ride, and he never shouted, "The British are coming." Now, some of you may point to the poem Paul Revere's Ride as a counter to this Mandela Effect. But the thing is, that poem was published 40 years after Paul Revere's death, and nearly 100 years after his supposed ride. I don't know about you, but this Mandela Effect trips me out so hard. Let me hear your thoughts below. The classic 1939 movie The Wizard of Oz has been covered many times on this channel. Apparently, this movie is the Mandela Effect gift that keeps giving and giving and giving. On one hand, that's pretty amazing, right? It's a great resource for new Mandela Effects. But on the other hand, it's terrifying how a movie that so many people have watched so many times just keeps changing and seemingly updating. This movie has previously been featured in 3 different videos of mine. Today, I'm talking about the Tin Man. Now, before I show you a picture of him, I want you to visualize details of him. The color, the texture, little details like that. Now that you remember him, here is my question. Does the Tin Man wear a metal bow tie? Yes or no? I'm not sure what you answered, but if you said no, you're wrong. The Tin Man does indeed have a metal bow tie at the base of his neck. Not only that, he also has a metal collar and rivets down his chest. When looked at as a whole, it's equivalent to a button-up collared shirt with a bow tie. Have you ever seen this before? I must have seen this movie 100 times and have never once noticed the bow tie or the button-up collared shirt design, that all the pieces connect together like that. So what do you remember? Do you have any recollection of the Tin Man having a metal collar around his neck with a bow tie? I'm really, genuinely curious what you have to say about this. Today we're looking at 3 brand new Mandela Effects. To keep it simple, this means 3 things that tons of people remember being one way, but are now different. These can range from simple changes to complete transformations. Today we're talking changes in a Pixar movie, a Batman villain, and even Guy Fieri. Let's start things off with Disney and Pixar's 2007 classic, Ratatouille. This wholesome movie follows around Remy, a mouse who loves to cook. Obviously, having a mouse in your kitchen causes all kinds of drama and stress, but today we're looking at something else in this movie that has way too much drama and stress attached. It's a scene that has apparently always been in Ratatouille, but tons of parents and commenters online don't remember it. Do you remember a specific scene involving domestic abuse, attempted human murder, and gun violence in the G-rated kids movie Ratatouille? Yes or no? The answer is yes. There is a scene in this movie where Remy is running through the walls and encounters a hole in the floor. Through the hole, Remy can see that there is an arguing couple where a woman has a gun drawn pointed right at a man's face. The man says, "You don't have the guts." Remy moves on and a bullet flies through the wood beside him. He runs back quickly and looks, and the man has knocked the gun away from her hand and is holding her by the wrists, and then they start to kiss.
You don't have the guts.
This clip was sent to me and I'm blown away. I have never seen this before in my life. Of what I've seen online, a few seem to remember it. Most don't, but what I find most compelling is that this movie is rated G. Not PG as in parental guidance, but G, as in take all your little babies to see it. The Mandela Effect can not only change what we know, it can also add and subtract. An example of subtraction is the movie Shazam. So many of us remember it, but now it seemingly doesn't exist. But when things like this gun scene get added to Ratatouille, I consider this an addition. Long story short, the Mandela Effect is wild and fascinating, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. Speaking of Mandela Effect additions, wait until you hear what I have next. I'm curious to hear if anyone has ever noticed this one before. The Christopher Nolan Batman movies are incredibly popular. This trilogy has been watched over and over again by so many fans the world over. Seemingly every detail and piece of trivia has been pulled out of this movie, until now. Here is my Mandela Effect question for you. In the third movie of the Batman trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises, was the villain Bane knitting multiple times throughout the movie? Yes or no? I know you aren't going to believe me, but yes, Bane, the massive muscular monster that broke Batman's back over his knee, is actually knitting throughout this entire movie. I'm not joking, I'm not pulling your leg. I counted at least 3 scenes in my rewatch where he's standing around knitting while other characters are talking or performing actions. Has anyone ever noticed this before? Anyone? Apparently this is a reference to the novel A Tale of Two Cities, where a villain by the name of Madame Defarge apparently enjoys 2 things, killing and knitting. So what do you think? Has this detail always been there and the vast majority of people just never noticed it? Or has something changed? The man, the myth, the all-around hungry guy, no pun intended, Guy Fieri. Featured in numerous food-related TV shows and has probably eaten at your favorite restaurant, Guy Fieri is known to more Americans than he probably deserves to be. But in this case, that's a good thing. That means this Mandela Effect will probably affect more people. So here's my question. Has Guy Fieri ever worn a visor on any of his shows? Yes or no? What conclusion did you come to? Yes? Well, if you did, then you are absolutely not correct. It turns out that he has never worn a visor, ever. Like ever. Or at least no one has been able to find footage of it or a photo of it. Tell me, is that what you remember? When you picture Guy Fieri in your head, do you visualize a visor there? Because if you do, you're not alone. It's funny, you can find 1,001 costumes to dress up as Guy Fieri, and all of them have his spiky, bleached blonde hair, but also a visor or a backwards visor. If he's never worn one, then where did this come from? We have all seen him in sunglasses, but the visor is simply gone. Even random articles about him mention this now non-existent detail. So where do you stand on this? Did Guy Fieri ever wear a visor, or is everyone making this up in their heads? This one reminds me a lot of the Richard Simmons Mandela Effect, where a ton of people remember him wearing a headband, but now that headband doesn't exist anymore in either photos or videos. It's so weird. Who is out there stealing all of these poor guys' hats? I'll let you decide. Today we're checking out 3 brand new Mandela Effects. Lightning. One of nature's most impressive, beautiful, and terrifying displays. Lightning from a distance is amazing to watch, but if you're too close, you risk it hitting you or something nearby. We've all seen it before and experienced its power, so I have a very simple Mandela Effect question for you today. Is lightning attracted to metal? Yes or no? The answer in the minds of many is yes, duh. But that is in fact not the answer and never has been. Lightning is not attracted to metal. Myth, legend, old wives' tales, or Mandela Effect, who really knows, but this will come as a great surprise to many. The common belief was that metal attracted lightning, and that being near metal during a thunderstorm increases your chance of being hit by lightning. Certain objects such as piercings, cell phones, jewelry, and watches can all increase your chances. Well, as it is now, none of these things actually increase your chances of being hit by lightning. The dominant factors as to what gets hit are height, isolation, and pointy shape. The presence of metal makes absolutely no difference on where lightning strikes. So where does this come from? Is it because we all have seen or heard of metal towers being hit by lightning? Is it because all metals are at least somewhat conductive and we extrapolated from that more than we should have? Or is it simply a pervasive and incorrect image that so many of us collectively share? What do you think? As it is now, the taller the tower, the higher the probability that lightning will strike. Towers that are over 1,000 feet in height can expect to be struck by lightning 4 or more times in a single year in the United States. But again, this is because of their height, isolation, and pointy shape. Metal doesn't factor into it. So let me know, is this what you remember? I'm going to go into more detail on this Mandela Effect later in the video. Ostriches are gigantic 6 to 9 feet tall flightless birds that roam across the African savanna. Fun fact, enough of these birds have escaped containment in Australia that native colonies have formed. Wow. Anyway, for this Mandela Effect, I'm going to ask you a true or false question about ostriches. Let me hear in the comments what you remember. Here we go. An ostrich buries its head in the sand when it gets scared or threatened. True or false? What do you think? The correct answer is false, and apparently always has been false. Ostriches, in fact, never bury their heads, not even in sand. Ostriches are massive and powerful creatures who either fight back with strong kicks and razor-sharp talons, or simply run away at a maximum speed of 70 kilometers or 43.5 miles an hour. One theory behind this weird concept that so many people previously shared is that ostriches are often foraging for food or eating off the ground, perhaps making it look like its head is lower than it is. Another theory behind all this is when an ostrich is burying its egg, it covers it back up with its head. But neither of these fully explain why so many people believe that ostriches bury their head in the sand when they're scared or threatened. So what do you think? Did you believe this as well, or have you always known? This next Mandela Effect comes from the Christian Bible. So if you're not familiar with the climax of Jesus' story, let me catch you up. Jesus Christ had his Last Supper with his disciples. Afterwards, Judas betrays Jesus by leading a group of armed people to arrest him. So here is where the new Mandela Effect comes in. Peter, one of Jesus' disciples, cuts off the ear of a man trying to arrest Jesus. The man whose ear is cut off. Is he a slave or a Roman soldier? So the correct answer to this question is slave. For some reason, many people believe this man whose ear was cut off was a Roman soldier, but is now in fact a temple slave. Is that what you remember? Now, the collection of books in the Bible is ripe for Mandela effects, because the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke are all varying retellings of the same stories. The only real outlier is John, who has even more numerous changes. All this to say, one could believe the Mandela effect in this case could be caused by the differences in books, but that doesn't solve the mystery either. In fact, the incident of the slave's ear being cut off is recorded in all four Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But the slave being named Malchus and the disciple being named Simon Peter are only mentioned in John. Even stranger still, in one of the books, Luke, Jesus apparently healed the slave's ear, but not in the other three books. So what do you think? Does this mean anything to you? Did you already have an opinion on this topic? I'm curious to hear what everyone else out there remembered. Was it a Roman soldier's ear that was cut off, or was it a slave? As always, leave all your thoughts below. A long time ago, someone discovered that side mirrors on cars and motorcycles had changed. Many believed that they said objects in mirror may be closer than they appear, but what it says now is objects in mirror are closer than they appear. For the people that believe it was maybe closer, one of the reasons they argued that it said that was because it wasn't for sure. Determining distance from a tiny mirror isn't always accurate or easy, so it made sense that it said objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. But nowadays, they only read as are closer. It's a weird, seemingly nitpick thing, but a lot of people swear by this. In fact, the phrase that is used today, are closer, is federally mandated and hasn't changed since its enactment. So where does maybe come from? Amazingly enough, the remembered maybe version has never officially existed. What do you remember? Anyway, in comes Torquemada_1369, who has apparently discovered the holy grail of side mirrors. He has uploaded 2 clips of a motorcycle mirror, which has the engraved text that apparently never existed, yet here it is. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. From all of his posts and comments, he seems like a genuine person, just confused why this one is different. One theory proposed is that this is perhaps a replacement part knockoff with the wrong text embedded into it. Others believe that this is the real deal and that somehow the damage to the mirror allowed it to retain its original form. It's an old Mandela effect that now has some interesting new residue. So what do you think? So there you go, lightning, ostriches, the Bible, and an update. What a weird mix of new Mandela effects, huh? The one that really hit me hard was the lightning Mandela effect. In fact, I discovered this Mandela effect listening to a trivia video about the video game The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. In that game, if you were running around during a thunderstorm with a metal weapon or metal shield equipped, you'll get struck by lightning. When I played this, I thought, yeah, duh, of course, this makes perfect sense. Why has no other video game ever implemented something this clever before? Well, this trivia video I was watching talked about this and how it wasn't actually real and has never been the case. What? So that threw me into this wild investigation, and here we are. I love making these videos because stuff like this never gets old. It's always so random and unexpected, and sometimes it's really shocking. Pun intended. We are about to mix things up on this channel in a new and exciting way, as you'll soon find out. We're going to cover a ton of Mandela effects in this video, including topics such as Ben Franklin, a dog you might have all heard of named Lassie, and the always cool Japanese ninja. Maybe I'm late to the party on this one, but I just heard of it and it's blowing my mind. How many of you remember Lassie? The fictional female rough collie dog who starred in movies, radio dramas, as well as an unbelievable amount of television shows, specials, and even a PlayStation 2 game. Seriously, I'm not even joking, that was a real thing. Well, apparently there's a Mandela effect regarding her that's got a lot of people scratching their heads. Do you remember people saying the phrase, "What is it, Lassie? What? Timmy's fallen in the well?" Well, apparently that phrase has never been mentioned before, and this scenario has never played out before in any of the Lassie media, including all 571 episodes of the Lassie TV show. In fact, the only people in all of Lassie that I could find that fell into a well was a water company guy that pushed Timmy, and in return Lassie tackled him into a well in an episode called The Well, and Timmy's great uncle who fell into a well in season 4's The Crow. But the story doesn't end there, it gets deeper. This phrase or concept of Timmy falling into the well is so well known and so prevalent that John Provost, the man who played Timmy Martin, actually named his autobiography Timmy's in the Well, the John Provost story. And to make things even weirder, as it is now, it wasn't Timmy that fell down the well, it was actually Lassie. Apparently in a 2-part episode in season 17, Lassie was the one to fall down the well and Timmy had to go get help. Does any of this sound right to you? Let me hear about it in the comments below. I want to know exactly what you remember. Here's a quick spelling Mandela effect I want your opinion on. The fairly well-known pickle brand Clausen, how is it spelled? A lot of people seem to remember it being spelled with a K, while others remember it being spelled with a C. I wouldn't normally cover something like this, but apparently enough people are being weirded out by this one, I felt obligated to cover it. The correct spelling, as of now, is Clausen with a C. Is that what you remember? And here's something else I found pretty weird. The C isn't even capitalized, and never has been. It's lowercase. Not only is it not a K, it's a lowercase c. Apparently a lot of people out there are weirded out by it, so let me hear it in the comments. In my last video we talked about lightning, and plenty of people brought up Benjamin Franklin in the comments as a potential retort. So if you want to get the most out of this segment, please watch my last video because this builds off of it. If you're still here, well, let's continue. I looked into it and you probably wouldn't believe what I found out. The saga somehow continues. Many people believe one or both of these things regarding Benjamin Franklin. The first is that he discovered electricity with his kite and key experiment. The second being that his kite was struck by lightning. Both of these things, as of now, are false and have never been true. You know what I'm gonna ask. Is that what you remember? Apparently, electricity had previously been discovered and was already widely known about in the scientific community by the 1750s. Ben Franklin's kite and key experiment was to test whether or not electricity was stored in the clouds, and if it could be stored for future use, like a battery, or as he called it, a Leyden jar. Secondly, his kite was never struck by lightning. If it had been, Ben Franklin would have been gravely injured, if not outright killed, since he was holding the string that the electricity would have traveled down. All this to explain that Ben Franklin did not discover electricity and was not struck by lightning during his kite experiment. Based on hundreds of comments from my last video, I'm expecting a lot of y'all to be shocked. Pun intended. But that's not all. Even his creation of the lightning rod is now not true. He didn't create the lightning rod, he simply advocated for a pointy tip on the lightning rod instead of the more common broad tip lightning rod, which, as I mentioned in my last video, doesn't attract lightning because it's metal. It attracts it because of its pointy shape, isolation, and height. Wow, what an educational adventure this has been. What do you remember? Is this the Mandela effect changing things? Is it mass misremembering? Is it widely reported misinformation? I mean, honestly, who really knows anymore? I wonder what widely known and accepted fact isn't going to be true tomorrow. During the 15th century in feudal Japan, the covert mercenaries known as ninja or shinobi rose to prominence. Using espionage, surprise attacks, and deception, these ninjas fought most of their conflicts in shadow. During the 17th century, after the unification of Japan, the necessity of ninjas began to fade and their legend fell to folklore. Folklore that is still talked about to this day. Ninjas were often poor working class people who were willing to do the less honorable acts for money. So of course over time this profession grew into a lucrative venture. So now that I've covered some of their history, let's get to our Mandela Effect question. The shinobi shizoku was the traditional outerwear worn by ninjas. So here's my question. What color did ninjas wear? Was it black? Was it blue? Was it red? Or was it white? Let's remove the two colors too bright to be used in covert actions, and we are left with black and blue. The image of a ninja dressed in all black is prevalent in popular media, but apparently has never existed. Not only that, there is no written evidence for such attire. Now, there is some artwork painted hundreds of years after the fact, but no actual evidence of black clothing. Ninjas wore blue. The reasoning goes as follows. Wearing black at night creates an outline around your body, because the night sky is never truly black. This contrast makes you stand out and makes you more visible. Dark blue, on the other hand, is much more effective. Besides simply wearing dark blue shinobi shizoku at night, ninjas often wore plain clothes to blend in. Peasant, merchant, priest, and low-level samurais were perfect disguises for walking around in the countryside discreetly to spy or assassinate. So what do you think about all this? Did you believe that ninja wore black? And if you did, you're not alone. Apparently, it's a misconception that has existed for hundreds of years. Perhaps it comes from artists taking creative liberties over the years, or perhaps it's the Mandela Effect. As always, I'll let you decide. In my last video, I introduced a bonus segment where we delve deep into older Mandela effects that have had some kind of new evidence or residue appear. Everyone seemed to love it last time, so for today, we're looking at the classic lion and lamb quote. If you didn't already know, this Mandela effect comes from the Bible in the book Isaiah 11:6, and it says some variation of the lion will lie with the lamb, or the lion will dwell with the lamb, but apparently it has never said that. Ever. Instead of lion, it now says wolf. Does that sound right to you? The wolf will lie with the lamb, or the wolf will dwell with the lamb. This Mandela effect has been talked about to death, so there isn't much more that I can add to the conversation. But what I can add is this amazing residue from the 1960s. Apparently this weird Mandela effect stuff was noticed all the way back then, but obviously it didn't have that name yet. Found by user Resplendent Amore, here is an article from November 2nd, 1963 that details the quest for what happened to this Bible verse. Where did it go? Why did it change? How the search started and why it's so troubling for everyone. It's a really fascinating read, and I'll have it linked in the description below. You certainly don't have to read it, but it's neat to see the Mandela effect confuse minds even back then. But that's not all. There's another old newspaper article from January 11th, 1911, detailing how this verse isn't in the Bible despite everyone thinking it is. It's amazing how this incorrect detail that could be solved in minutes has somehow permeated for at least 110 years without ever being corrected. How long has the Mandela effect been in effect? What do you think? Today we're looking at Mandela effects from Australia, Disney World, and even into space and beyond. So like the video, subscribe now, and let's get right into it. Look at this photo. This is the Sydney Opera House in Sydney, Australia. Does something look off to you? How about now? The Sydney Opera House is one of the most photographed buildings in the entire world, with a shape and design that is instantly memorable to anyone who has seen it. So here's where things get weird. Many people online are freaking out over this one, because apparently some believe that the Sydney Opera House was one singular building, with its very iconic and memorable design. But now it is not just one building, not two buildings, but three buildings. Has the Sydney Opera House always had three buildings? Here's another weird detail I found interesting while researching this. After being released from prison, Nelson Mandela, the original Mandela Effect himself, visited Australia and addressed the nation on the steps of the Sydney Opera House. Now, I'm not claiming that means anything, but it is pretty cool. Is the Sydney Opera House looking different than how you remember it, or has it always had three distinct buildings? Lots of people online are arguing over this one, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Stanley Kubrick is one of the greatest filmmaking visionaries in history, creating such masterpieces as The Shining, A Clockwork Orange, and Eyes Wide Shut. But today we're talking about his 1968 classic, 2001: A Space Odyssey. This beyond impressive wallpaper generator of a film has inspired pretty much every science fiction movie since. 2001: A Space Odyssey is specifically known for how sparingly it uses dialogue. In fact, during its 142-minute runtime, it has less than 40 minutes of dialogue. But what dialogue the movie does have is some of the most memorable. Like when HAL 9000 says, "This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it." Or Dave pleading with HAL, "Open the pod bay doors, HAL." And HAL 9000 responding by saying, "I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that." Or, probably the most well-known quote from HAL 9000 saying, "Good morning, Dave." Except, here's the thing. As it is now, HAL 9000 never actually said that line. Not once in the movie, or in any trailer, or in any of the cut scenes. Nowhere. So how is this possible? What happened to this line? Why do so many people remember and quote this line when it apparently never existed? These are questions I don't know the answer to, so I'd like to hear what you think. Is this a Mandela Effect, or is this quote just some incorrect and misremembered phrase repeated over and over worldwide? Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida. At the Epcot Park, there exists a small purple dragon named Figment, who is the mascot of the Imagination Pavilion. This incredibly well-known and recognizable dragon has been on every kind of merchandise since his reveal back in 1983. From brochures and t-shirts, to stuffed animals and pop figures. Now, here is the Figment Mandela Effect. It's recently come to the attention of a lot of hardcore Disney World fans that Figment has changed. What was once a single point on Figment's tail can now only be described as a two-pronged monstrosity. I can't speak to personal experience on this one, but it seems that his tail has changed for a lot of people. Have you heard of Figment before? And if so, what do you remember his tail looking like? From what I have found, his design and look hasn't ever changed, so it isn't a revision to his character. So whatever it is, I'm curious to hear what you remember. I'm finally covering it. I've seen so many comments requesting it for so long. Let's talk about the missing emojis. Emoji are defined as small digital image or icons used to express an idea, emotion, etc. Essentially, it's a quick way to express an emotion, feeling, or desire. Emojis have been tracked and logged with every single new update, so it isn't possible that these apparent missing emojis did exist and then were removed, because there would be evidence for this. And yet, here we are. There are numerous emojis that have seemingly never existed, but tons of people remember them. Each emoji has a specific Unicode number. That number never changes, and even though emojis can look artistically different on different platforms and apps, all emojis use the same Unicode. You can't make them disappear, let alone without a trace of evidence left behind. The submission process for new emoji is ridiculously detailed and complex, and the very few that do get chosen go through huge amounts of scrutiny and revision before being accepted. Here's an interesting fact I learned while researching this. To be a member on the Unicode voting board that selects new emojis, it runs you about $21,000. Not only that, certain emojis are banned in some countries and are slightly altered in others. But as far as I can find, the missing emojis that we are talking about, they're not part of those changes. Also, I'd like to reiterate, this isn't 2 or 3 people being affected by this. All of these Mandela effects affect substantial groups of people. Now that we've gotten all of that stuff out of the way, let's talk about some of the missing ones that people remember but don't exist, and never have apparently. First up, we have the robber or burglar emoji that, as of now, doesn't exist and never has. These are renditions of what people remember that you're seeing on screen right now, but what you might remember may vary slightly. The robber or burglar emoji had a male and a female version, as well as a full-body black and white striped person carrying a huge bag of presumably stolen goods or money running to the left. Do you remember any of these? And if you do, how do you remember them if they never existed? It's so weird. Another missing emoji is the hiker holding a walking stick. Tons of people remember using this to represent accomplishing a task, or overcoming something very challenging in their life, or to quite literally represent mountain climbing. But as of now, it doesn't and hasn't ever existed. Here's another missing in action emoji, the seahorse. It simply doesn't exist. The water bottle? Nope. Peas in a pod? Seemingly never existed. A very pointy swordfish? Even the fish is now gone. So tell me, do you remember any of these now non-existent emoji? Is this a Mandela effect for you, or is this just tons of people misremembering something that never existed? Also, can you think of any other missing emoji that I didn't mention or maybe I haven't heard of before? As always, tell me everything you know in the comments below. Here's a bizarre new Mandela effect that has everyone confused. Apparently, the moon is rusting. And it's not just starting to rust, it has been rusting for an estimated billion years, and this fact has apparently been known about for years. The reddish-orange color of the moon is a result of rust. That big gray sphere that we all remember is more of a gray, rust brown, and a hint of blue color now. You can still find CGI renders of the moon being all gray, but if you look up what color is the moon, those renders obviously aren't correct anymore. The moon is rich in all kinds of minerals, and those minerals come in a variety of colors. So here's the thing, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so it is completely airless. But research indicates the presence of hematite forming all over the moon. Now, hematite is a form of rust that normally requires oxygen and water to form. But the moon has neither oxygen or liquid water, so what is seemingly impossible is now fact. This shocking but apparently known for decades fact has completely puzzled scientists. What is causing the moon to rust, and how is it even rusting? Well, NASA and other space agencies across the world are trying to solve that very question. At first, I totally didn't believe it. It shouldn't exist based on the conditions present on the moon, said Abigail Freeman, a scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. As I searched for the answer as to why the moon is rusting, I found 3 different theories. Some scientists believe in a much more sophisticated way of saying this, but the hematite is being blown from Earth to the moon, and that's how it got there. This is one of a few different theories that I found online, but it's obvious as of now we have no idea how this is happening, or how it originally happened in the first place. So what do you remember? That the moon has been rusting for apparently billions of years and we all just remembered that fact? Or is this something else? Is this a Mandela effect? Did something change, or am I just completely out of the loop? I honestly don't know, but I figured you'd all love to hear about it. Do you remember rust all over the moon? With all of these videos, I like revisiting older Mandela effects when new residue or information has become available. So here's a classic Mandela effect I'm talking about for the first time because it finally made sense to me. Recently it got brought back up and it was more fully explained. So let's get into it. Apparently our place in the universe has moved. Moved from the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way galaxy to the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. What does this mean? Well, apparently our solar system's location has moved from the far outer edge to the middle of the Milky Way galaxy. What evidence do I have of this? Well, let's take a listen to one of the greatest scientific minds of his time, Carl Sagan.
If you could get out of the Milky Way galaxy and look down on it, it would look like that picture. And if we did look down on the Milky Way galaxy, where would the sun and nearby stars be? Would it be in the center where things look important or at least well lit? No. We would be way out here in the suburbs, in the countryside of the galaxy. We're not in any important place. All the stars you could see would be in a little place like that.
One of the most well-known and respected space enthusiasts, Carl Sagan, even taught us this fact. But those teachings are now incorrect. And I don't mean things changed. I mean we have never apparently existed in the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way galaxy. This next piece of evidence is even more mind-blowing. NASA's own website now says that we exist in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. But as internet sleuths discovered using the Internet Archive Wayback Machine, NASA used to say that we lived in the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way. So NASA said one thing, the same as Carl Sagan, and now it says something else. But there's no update, there's no correction, there's no hey we got it wrong, hey something changed, nothing. All I can say is that's really fascinating. Why would both NASA, Carl Sagan, and now even Neil deGrasse Tyson say the wrong thing? Here's a clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson being playful and claiming that we live on the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way galaxy.
Welcome back to Star Talk from Manhattan, New York City, North America, Western Hemisphere, Earth, Solar System, Sagittarius arm, Milky Way galaxy.
Weird, right? Now let me be clear, I'm not saying our solar system magically jumped from one point to another. The stars and their alignments would have all changed if that was the case. But I am saying that humanity's brightest space-loving minds all used to say we existed in one place, which we now do not. And as far as I can find, there have been no corrections or retractions. Nothing. It's like it was one way one day, and now it's something totally different. Stuff like this just makes me scratch my head. Why change it without an actual update as to why? Was it a mistake? A fact that changed when more proof was introduced? Or is this a Mandela effect, where the location of our solar system really did change on a galaxy-level map? It's a bizarre and out there thought, but I couldn't wait to share it with you. Also, while doing all this research, one comment I saw a bunch of times is, maybe our location is just moving. Which, of course, we always are. All planets and celestial bodies are constantly moving. But let me give you an idea of how far the distance is between the two. We are talking about tens of thousands of light years of distance. An unbelievable distance we are currently unable to even conceive of traveling. Far more than is possible in such a short time of natural movement within the galaxy. Welcome to another brand new Mandela Effects video, episode 21. My name is Alltime, and today we're checking out a bunch of amazing stuff. So like the video, subscribe now, and let's get into it. The massive ancient pyramids of Egypt, some of the greatest wonders left in the world, known worldwide for their vast size, striking design, intricate construction, immense complexity, and overall wonder. The pyramids of Giza have inspired countless minds. When one thinks of the Great Pyramids, what else comes to mind? Ancient gods, pharaohs, hieroglyphics, and especially mummies. As mainstream Egyptologists and archaeologists understand the pyramids now, they claim that the pyramids were massive tombs to house great pharaohs after death. But what if I were to tell you that within the Great Pyramids of the Giza Pyramid Complex, no mummies or mummified pharaohs have ever been found? That's right, not a single ancient body has ever been discovered inside the pyramids. In fact, all of the mummies, sarcophagi, and pharaohs ever discovered have been found in locations near the pyramids, but never inside them. Places such as the Valley of the Kings, hidden royal tombs, and cemeteries located all around the pyramids. The belief that pyramids were tombs are largely based on speculation with no hard evidence or bodies to support that claim. For example, one of the most well-known pharaohs was the young Tutankhamun, also known as King Tut. Where was his sarcophagus discovered? In the Valley of the Kings. So what about Tutankhamun's father, Akhenaten? Where was he buried? Well, which archaeological site he's buried in is still debated to this day, but it's either the royal tomb of Akhenaten in Amarna or the Valley of the Kings. Well, what about Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, or Osmandius in Greek? Where was he buried? The East, Valley of the Kings. What about Amenhotep III, also known as Amenhotep the Magnificent? Well, you guessed it, the Valley of the Kings, this time in the Western Valley. So many famous pharaohs, and not a single one of them were ever laid to rest in the Great Pyramids of Giza. I find that not just fascinating, but absolutely astonishing. Not a single body, not a single mummy, not a single pharaoh, nothing. So what do you remember learning? Were mummified pharaohs and sarcophagi laid to rest in the Great Pyramids, or were they always empty? Is this another case of the Mandela Effect, or is this something else entirely? What do you think? Has history changed before our very eyes, or is this exactly what you remember? Lightning round. I'm going to ask about 3 Mandela effects in quick succession, and I'd like you to tell me which one you think is correct. These Mandela effects are short and straight to the point, so I figured I wouldn't drag them out. Let's get into it. This classic novel by Oscar Wilde was published in 1890. Is it The Picture of Dorian Gray, or is it The Portrait of Dorian Gray? What do you remember the title to be? The correct answer is The Picture of Dorian Gray, not The Portrait, despite it being about the main character's literal portrait. The mysterious and famous French prisoner, called the Man in the Iron Mask. What kind of mask did he wear? Sounds obvious enough, right? Was it an iron mask? Or was it a velvet mask? I know, this doesn't make any sense, but here we are. The Man in the Iron Mask, in fact, never wore an iron mask, but a velvet mask. Neil Armstrong's famous first words on the moon, what were they? Was it, "That's one small step for man"? Or was it, "That's one small step for a man"? Apparently 650 million people watched this happen, so you're bound to have an opinion. So what do you remember? The A is now a part of this quote. That's one small step for a man. And once I heard the A, I couldn't stop hearing it. What do you think?
That's one small step for man. That's one small step for man. That's one small step for man.
Alright, that's it for Lightning Round. What did you think? Did you enjoy this random new segment? Let's talk about the gaming giant Nintendo, specifically regarding the Nintendo Entertainment System launch title, Super Mario Bros. This beloved video game was released in 1985 in Japan and North America, and in 1987 Europe and Australia. Super Mario Bros. Is an instant classic who many attribute to the revival of video games after the 1983 video game crash. Super Mario Bros. Went on to sell a total of 40 million copies, and over the next few decades, Mario became a billion-dollar franchise for Nintendo. All of this to say, Super Mario Bros. Was insanely popular. So much so, this Mandela Effect should affect quite a few of you. So here's my question. In the original Super Mario Bros., when you reach the end of a world, at least for the first 7 times, you're greeted by Toad saying, "Thank you, Mario, but blank, princess is in another castle." Fill in that blank. What goes there? Since tens of millions of people have played this should be an easy answer. Many online seem to remember it as the. Some out there seem to remember it as your. But the accurate phrase is actually, "Thank you, Mario, but our princess is in another castle." Is that what you remember? And if not, which did you remember? There's a lot of debate online about which one came first. Maybe it was changed, maybe it was based off memes, what could have changed it, I don't remember this, I do, back and forth. All kinds of arguing, all kinds of drama. I'm on team the princess, but I'm not as passionate about this as some are online. I mean, I loved playing Mario growing up, but I was more of a Legend of Zelda and Metroid kid. Also, side note, have any of you ever noticed how it looks like Toad is flipping you off in the final scene? How rude. It's been a good long time since we mentioned Charles Lindbergh on this channel. In fact, the last time we talked about him was regarding his missing child, the Lindbergh baby, and the Mandela Effect surrounding him. Now, Charles Lindbergh became popular because he was the first person to fly across the Atlantic Ocean from New York to France. Because of this incredible feat, he was known around the world, and because of his fame, when his son went missing, it was on headlines of newspapers worldwide. And get this, the American president at the time even called him personally to offer condolences and provide resources to find his son. But here's the new Mandela Effect. Charles Lindbergh was given the title of being the very first person to fly across the Atlantic Ocean in an airplane in 1927, which is now not true. He wasn't the first person to do it. He wasn't the second person to do it. He wasn't even the 20th person to do it. Many others had made the exact same trip across the Atlantic Ocean in an airplane before he ever did. Instead of being the first, Charles Lindbergh was actually the 82nd person to make the trip across the Atlantic. 82nd. I wish I was joking. The first transatlantic flight took place in 1919 by Lieutenant Commander Albert C. Reed. The second transatlantic flight was 3 weeks later by Captain John Alcock and Lieutenant Arthur Brown. In 1924, the first non-stop transatlantic flight was performed by Lieutenant Howell H. Smith and Lieutenant Eric H. Nelson, who took a journey of 26,100 miles around the globe, beginning and ending in Seattle, Washington. From 1919 to 1927, a total of 78 people successfully flew across the Atlantic. By the time Charles Lindbergh finally took his historic legendary flight, a total of 81 people had successfully flown across the Atlantic before him. I mean, it's one thing to have your glory stolen by someone else. It's another thing for others to have not heard of your accomplishments. But 81 people before him? On May 20th, 1927, a cumulative total of 8 years after 81 others had already accomplished the transatlantic flight, the first transatlantic flight was accomplished by Charles Lindbergh, the man who gained world renown for being the first. Except now, he wasn't. He was the 82nd person. Removing his greatest accomplishment removes the credibility and renown Charles Lindbergh had at the time, right? Why was he so beloved then? Why was he so famous for a feat that 81 others had previously accomplished before him? So let me summarize this Mandela Effect. Charles Lindbergh was known for making the first solo non-stop transatlantic flight in 33 hours. But now, he isn't the first in any of those categories. He wasn't the first to make a transatlantic flight. He wasn't the first to do it non-stop. He wasn't the fastest, and he wasn't the first to do it solo. Many others had already accomplished this feat. Charles Lindbergh was the first to get all of the acclaim around the Western world. The newspaper stories, the radio specials, book deals, etc. He wasn't the first to do any of them, and that's the shocking part about all of this. So before you disregard all of the information I've presented based on a quick and lazy 3-second Google search, check out my pinned comment under this video. I'll have sources for you to read and explore on your own time. Mandela effects like this are completely mind-blowing. Or at least they are to me. So what do you think about all this? Was this as absurd to you as it was for me? The next thing you're going to tell me is that pizza was originally created in China instead of Italy. Ah, crap. This video's topic is not a Mandela effect in the traditional sense, because it isn't a massive group of people remembering something. This time, it's only one person. But what this one person remembers is fascinating and worthy of discussion because it all relates. Today, we're talking about the song Friday, I'm in Love by The Cure. Originally written and performed by Robert Smith and released in 1992, this song has quite the mystery surrounding its origin. Apparently, Robert Smith had a hard time believing he actually came up with the song Friday, I'm in Love. He believed that he had heard this song somewhere and that it was simply stuck in his head. In his mind, the song already existed. In 2008, he was quoted saying, Friday in Love is not a work of genius. It's almost a calculated song. Since he believed that song already existed, he asked bandmates if they had heard of it. All of them said no. It was like the song just appeared out of nowhere. Robert Smith continues, it's a really good chord progression. I couldn't believe no one else had ever used it, and I asked so many people at the time. I was getting drug paranoia anyway. I must have stolen this from somewhere. I couldn't have possibly come up with this. Robert Smith reached out to other musically inclined friends to see if they could help him uncover where this melody came from. He said, I asked everyone I knew. Everyone. I'd phone people up and sing it to them and go, have you heard this before? What's it called? They'd go, no, I haven't heard it. On the same album, there were songs which I'd slaved over, and I thought at the time were infinitely better, but Friday is probably the song off the Wish album that's the song. Another interesting detail regarding Friday I'm in Love is that it was recorded in the key of D major, but the recorded version was sped up by a quarter tone. In fact, it's the only song in the album Wish that isn't in concert pitch, so it sounds so different compared to everything else. So not only did Robert Smith feel like he heard this song somewhere else, it also sounded like nothing else The Cure had made by that point. This could lead to the conclusion that the song was indeed copied from someone else, but no evidence has ever been brought to light to make that claim. No other version of the song has ever been found, and Robert Smith still swears he heard the song somewhere else. So what's going on? We don't really have a term to describe a personal Mandela effect, but it sounds like Robert Smith really did go through one, whatever it is that we decide to call it. Amazingly enough, this isn't the first time that a popular song was created like this. Apparently, a very similar thing happened to Paul McCartney of the Beatles. One morning he woke up and played a melody that kept playing over and over in his head. It was a song he swore he heard somewhere, but he couldn't place it. As he effortlessly wrote out the song, he became convinced that he was ripping off someone else, but everyone that he played it for had never heard of it. Originally, the words he used to keep the melody were, "Scrambled eggs, Linda has such lovely legs." Over time, Paul McCartney wrote out and improved the lyrics to the song that would eventually become Yesterday, one of the most popular Beatles songs ever. Strangely enough, that concept and the name Yesterday became a major motion picture called Yesterday, released in 2019, with the premise that the band The Beatles never existed, but this one guy remembers them, completely, like it was yesterday. Pun intended. That entire movie took the idea of having a personal Mandela effect and expanded upon the hypothetical of it. Imagine you knowing something that no one else has ever heard of. What do? Do you go crazy? Do you try to explain yourself to the world? Or do you reproduce all of the Beatles songs yourself and gain worldwide acclaim? I'm actually curious to hear what you would do in that situation. Anyway, all of this is so bizarre. Did Robert Smith and or Paul McCartney simply come up with something from nothing? Did they copy someone else? Was it really just a melody in their head? Or was it something else entirely? Hello and welcome to Brand New Mandela Effects. This may be episode 22, but don't worry, each episode is self-contained, so you don't need to watch them in order. You aren't late to the party, you're right on time. Today we're going to be covering The Mona Lisa, Call of Duty, Sugar, Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away, Dazzle Ships, Barrage Balloons, and finally Britney Spears. Timestamps for all of these are in the description below if you want to skip around. So like the video, subscribe now if you haven't already, and let's get into some brand new Mandela Effects. The Mona Lisa, the world-famous painting by Leonardo da Vinci, is no stranger to the Mandela Effect. Previously, people have argued over whether or not she is smiling, smirking, or just giving a straight face, a debate that still rages on to this day. But that's not the argument that's going to be presented today. Today we're talking about a growing group of people who have made the claim that Lisa now has a thin, semi-transparent black veil over her head and hair that she previously did not. Take a look at this and tell me what you think. What do you remember? Has the black veil always been there? Or are these people mistaken? Or has this strange new addition to history crept in without anyone noticing? Here's an outlandish theory that someone proposed that seems entirely within the realm of possibility. Perhaps the Mona Lisa was stolen many years ago and replaced with a finely crafted fake. If that actually was the case, I could understand a few differences here and there. I mean, the cost of insurance for the Mona Lisa today is valued at $870 million. That's a valuable piece of history. Now, I'm no art expert, so definitely don't take my opinion as fact. But of all the times that I've viewed this painting, I've never once noticed this black veil, let alone how detailed it is. I mean, look at the edges on the left side of her hair. It's exquisitely detailed. One interesting fact from this time period is that a black veil typically signified a pregnant woman or a woman who just gave birth. A very modern theory regarding the model for the Mona Lisa is that she was indeed pregnant, but amazingly enough, this is not the first time that the Mona Lisa was pregnant theory has been floated. In 1959, a British doctor, Kenneth D. Keel, published a paper in the Journal of History and Medicine and Allied Sciences, insisting that the woman in the world's most famous painting had a puffy neck caused by an enlarged thyroid gland, a sure sign that she was pregnant. I'm not sure how many people in my audience play video games or have played Call of Duty before, but just follow me here. This gets pretty interesting. Call of Duty is an annualized first-person shooter franchise, with a new release every single year. Because of this form of overwhelming monetization, Call of Duty can make a lot of extra money by playing with people's nostalgia, by bringing back multiplayer maps from older games into the newer games. This Mandela Effect stems from one of those situations. There was an older map called Standoff from Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Now this map was brought over to the newer Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War video game. So a map from 2012 returned in 2021. Obviously older fans were excited and happily replayed this map again in multiplayer, until a professional Call of Duty player tweeted this: "Can't believe they just added this sign." And from there, this Mandela Effect blew up. One professional streamer or player after another jumped in asking the same question: why remake this entire map, but then add this random sign in this random spot in the map? I mean, it isn't outside of the level, it's a real object in the game, so it isn't just art. For example, if you threw a grenade at it, it would bounce off of it. If someone was sniping at you, it was potential cover for you to hide behind. So it's a tangible change to a map, and no one really knows why it was changed. So people went back to the original Call of Duty Black Ops game and discovered that the sign wasn't just a new addition to the map's remake. It was always there, in both games. To make things even freakier for professional Call of Duty players, fans and amateur sleuths started finding old clips of those same pro players playing on the old map from back in the day. And in those clips existed the sign that the pro players don't remember. I mean, the obvious, easy, least exciting possibility is that the sign was always there and people simply didn't notice it. I'm sure that's absolutely a possibility. But as I'll speak about later in the video during the Britney Spears Mandela Effect segment, fans know their fandom. When it comes to this kind of stuff, you gotta ask the fans. So I sat down out of curiosity and I watched multiple Call of Duty pros and professional streamers freak out over this change. Like legitimately freak out. Some even claiming that this is the first Mandela Effect that has ever affected them. So however you stand on this Mandela Effect, if you remember the sign or not, I've got to say it's incredible how a sign, a simple sign, can cause so much mental trauma for so many people. Imagine what a massive change would create in people. It's a pretty scary thought. Lastly, I'll say this. In a game like Call of Duty, there are only so many maps in each game. So a part of being a professional is learning every single map inside and out. When you play these games, you play them over and over and over again. Polling from other people on Twitter have shown that a slight majority don't remember the sign being there. So where do you fall? This one's pretty interesting. It's almost a 50-50 split. Is it just a sign, or is it something more? I honestly never thought a day would come where I'm making a video about sugar. Could I see myself talking about time travel? Why not? Aliens? Sure. Dinosaurs? Obviously. The super corrupt and broken world we live in? Unquestionably. But today we aren't talking about any of those things. Today, we're talking about a Mandela Effect regarding sugar. I get plenty of comments questioning why the Mandela Effect only changes small things here and there instead of massive things. I disagree with the premise, but I understand the sentiment. Most of the time, Mandela effects are just small changes. But there have been plenty of examples of massive changes as well. This next one regarding sugar affects almost every human alive today. So I'd call that a pretty massive change. Who here believes the idea that sugar makes you hyperactive? Or giving sugary candy to children will give them an energy rush? It's late at night, so you can't have any sugary foods or drinks, it'll keep you up. If you have too much sugar, you're not going to be able to focus, etc. I'm sure the vast majority of us grew up hearing this, believing this, and repeating this. But apparently, it now isn't the case and has never been the case. Sugar does not make you hyperactive. Sugar does not give you an energy rush. And lastly, sugar is not keeping you up at night. Is this just widespread misinformation? Unreliable wives' tales passed down over generations? Complete nonsense? Or is this a Mandela effect? For the people that swear sugar gives them an energy rush, this could be a hard sugar pill to swallow. Let's get into the details. In 1995, a meta-analysis was published that combed through the findings of 23 experiments across 16 scientific papers. The authors only included studies that had used a placebo and were blinded, which means that the children, the parents, and the teachers involved did not know who had received the sugar and who had been given the placebo. After analyzing all of the data, the authors concluded, this meta-analysis of the reported studies to date found that sugar does not affect the behavior or cognitive performance of children. These sugar studies included glucose, fructose, sucrose, glycogen, and cellulose. The result was the same for all of them. Sugar doesn't induce hyperactivity or a rush of energy. All of this is really fascinating, but the most interesting fact that I saw was regarding white bread. The speed we absorb sugar into our bodies is called the glycemic index. The higher a food scores on the glycemic index, the faster we absorb it and convert it into glucose, which is then used as energy. Table sugar has a glycemic index of 65. You'd think, okay, that's pretty high, 65 out of 100. White bread has a glycemic index of 100, the highest possible score, meaning a slice of white bread gives you energy faster than table sugar. Have you ever heard anyone talk about white bread energy before? Getting bread hyper, or a bread high? No, because sugar doesn't cause hyperactivity or an energy rush. Here's another fun fact. Studies have shown that when children are given a sweetened beverage, the parents are more likely to consider them hyperactive and full of excess energy, even though the science now shows that that isn't true and apparently has never been true. I'm sure a ton of you are scratching your heads right now and saying, no way. I get it. That's a lot of weird new information to take in, but that's why I'd love to hear some parents out there sound off on all of this. Before I stop talking about sugar, I'd like to dispel another possible explanation. It's the idea that sugary snacks cause a brief spike in blood glucose, an effect called hyperglycemia, and that is the cause of the energy rush and hyperactivity. Unfortunately, the symptoms of hyperglycemia include thirst, frequent urination, fatigue, irritability, and nausea. They do not include hyperactivity or energy bursts. Also, I feel silly explaining this again, but some need to hear it. Try to remember that not every Mandela effect affects everyone. No single person in the world has ever been affected by all of them. Some will blow your mind, and some won't affect you in the slightest, and others will just make you feel unsure and weird. This is okay, we have all been through it. Just remember that Mandela effects are based on groups of people remembering things differently. So if you're feeling like the odd one out, just read a bunch of the other comments to get a better overall feel of the population. So what do you think? Is this a Mandela effect, or have you always known this? If you've never heard of Studio Ghibli, you are in for a treat. Studio Ghibli is an animation studio in Japan and are known worldwide as one of the best animation studios out there. Here in the West, they are commonly called the Disney of Japan. The movies that Studio Ghibli create transcend language barriers and are beloved around the world. Today we are talking about Spirited Away, the 2001 animated fantasy film written and directed by the legendary Hayao Miyazaki and animated by Studio Ghibli. This next Mandela effect has been known about in Japan for a long time, but is much less known over here in America, so I thought it'd be interesting to talk about. Over in Japan, there is supposedly a missing epilogue to the movie Spirited Away. Over there, this is known as the phantom ending, but when you hear all the details, it's pretty obvious that this is a Mandela effect. A ton of people over there remember this phantom ending, but apparently it never existed. It turns out there was never an extended cut, and this ending that people remember isn't in any other Studio Ghibli film. So they aren't getting different movies mixed up. And most shocking of all is that Hayao Miyazaki himself denied this phantom ending. So where did it come from? Why do people remember this? Well, that's the real mystery. In fact, if you search for this phantom ending, you'll find tons of Japanese people discussing the mystery. I don't want to spoil too much about Spirited Away, because if you haven't seen it, look at its Rotten Tomatoes score. Wow. But let's just say that it ends with a tunnel. Now, what people are seemingly remembering takes place after this tunnel. And it isn't just a one-off scene either. If I explained each piece of the missing phantom ending right now, it would take quite a few minutes to get through all of it. So instead of talking for 3 or 4 minutes about something that most people have no idea about, I'm going to have a link in the description to another YouTube video. In this video, one talented creator used Minecraft to create every single scene from the phantom ending. The comment section over there is filled with people arguing over the ending, and from what I've read, most agree that this video truly captures what they remember. In one bittersweet translated comment that I found, someone said that the phantom ending of Spirited Away is just that, a spirit that has gone away. So what do you think? Do you remember Spirited Away continuing after the tunnel scene, or is that where the movie ended for you? Let's talk explanations. Maybe the scene did exist, but it was only shown a few times before it was removed. That's entirely possible, but the writer-director Hayao Miyazaki says that doesn't exist and it never existed. Whatever the case, it really makes you scratch your head. By the way, if anyone out there has any other foreign Mandela effects, I'd love to hear about them in the comments below. If I get enough good ones, I'll cover them in a future video. Britney Spears, the world-famous pop singer, songwriter, and dancer who blew up the charts in the late 1990s and early 2000s, has popped up a lot recently in the news. Most notably though, because she is the subject of a high-profile and court-mandated conservatorship that has controlled the vast majority of her life and finances for the past 13 years. Under US law, a conservatorship is the appointment of a guardian by a judge to manage the financial affairs and/or daily life of another person, due to old age or mental limitations. What this essentially means is that the family of Britney Spears has had full control over her life and her money for over a decade. The details of this conservatorship have become more widely known as of late and sparked a pretty massive controversy, beyond more than just her fans. All I have to say in regards to all of this is, free Britney. Let this adult woman make her own decisions in life. Mental limitations aren't an excuse to take away someone's freedom. The reason I bring up all these details regarding Britney Spears is because of this heightened media presence. A lot more people have recently been taking a closer look at Britney Spears' life and music. And somewhere along the line, people started noticing some changes from what they remember, specifically in regards to her music videos. This is where the Mandela Effect comes in. In the 2000 music video for the song Oops, I Did It Again, Britney Spears dances and sings along to her song while wearing a very memorable skin-tight red outfit. The Mandela Effect here is regarding her headset microphone. An unbelievable amount of people online remember this microphone, but as of now, it doesn't exist. Think back to that music video and tell me what you remember. Personally speaking, I wasn't a fan of her music growing up, but my sister was, so I inadvertently heard all of her songs hundreds of times. It felt unavoidable at that time, so that explains the huge volume of people who remember this specific detail. Now, let's be real for a second. A missing headset microphone, in and of itself, is weird, but it's hardly a mind-blowing Mandela effect. But it gets deeper. People have scoured the internet looking for residue and proof of its existence. And you know what? A lot has been found. Let's check it out. Some of the first things found were photos of people who dressed up as Britney Spears for Halloween or costume parties. Of these many photos, quite a few of them are wearing the red outfit and the now missing headset microphone as part of their costume. It's strange that these people who went all in on getting the look just right accidentally included a headset microphone that she apparently never wore. Weird, right? More interesting still is that the officially released Oops, I Did It Again doll of Britney Spears that released in 2000 also had a headset microphone. There was also a deluxe version of the doll that came with a CD of the song, also included a headset microphone. Again, it's a weird detail to include considering the original music video apparently never had a headset microphone. It's just everyone seems to think it did for some reason. So next we have a collectible Funko Pop figure of Britney Spears in her red outfit making a pose. This pop figure was first released January 2021. Situations like this are super fascinating to me because so much can be drawn from this. Think about it. We have a toy from when the music video was originally released with a headset mic, and now a new toy many years later without one, meaning the Mandela Effect happened sometime between those 20 years. Or everyone is misremembering the music video, and she never had a headset microphone. Everyone is wrong, the dolls are wrong, The costumes are wrong, all the thousands of comments on internet threads, and Funko Pop simply did the research and made their pop figure according to the actual music video. There are just so many possibilities. If the video somehow did change because of the Mandela Effect, then Funko Pop isn't actually wrong in making a figure without a headset mic. They checked the video and said, okay, no mic. So again, I have to ask you, what do you remember? Another interesting bit of residue fans uncovered or remembered was from the Disney Channel original series Lizzie McGuire. In an episode titled Picture Day, released in 2001, Lizzie McGuire dressed as Britney Spears from the Oops, I Did It Again music video, complete with a headset mic. Let's take a look.
It'd be so oops, I did it again.
Mom, Dad, Lizzie's talking about dressing like Britney Spears.
Not a problem. I couldn't possibly look like Britney for at least 5 more years and like 5 million sit-ups.
This fun Venn diagram of Britney Spears fans and Mandela Effect enthusiasts have poured into the comment section of the official music video and have scoured every single frame of it looking for residual details to put their minds at ease. There is nothing worse than feeling crazy, knowing something for sure only to be completely wrong. At least all of those fans can rest easy in the comfort that so many other people remember the headset microphone just like them. After digging long enough, something interesting was finally noticed. There is a moment in the music video where it looks like Britney Spears is adjusting the headset microphone. It isn't a strange action to adjust a headset microphone during intense choreography or while moving around performing, but it is strange for your hand to adjust a headset microphone that isn't there. So let's take a look at that and tell me what you think. Are people looking too hard at this, or is there something there? Along with the Oops, I Did It Again music video, there is a behind-the-scenes making of video. There isn't a headset microphone shown or used at any point. If it was there, it isn't there now. So let's talk about some possible explanations. I have 5 explanations for you. You could agree, you could disagree, maybe you have your own explanation. But these are the ones that I came up with. Number 1. People are remembering a different live performance or music video where Britney Spears is using a headset microphone and they're mixing it up with this one. Number 2. The doll I talked about earlier was incorrect, but still inspired Lizzie McGuire and tons of fans out there that a headset microphone existed when it in fact did not. Number 3. This is all a mass confabulation that thousands and thousands of people are all experiencing randomly at the same time. Number 4. Somehow the headset microphone was retroactively removed from the music video and the behind-the-scenes video, but no other form of media. And number 5. This is a Mandela Effect. The headset mic at some point was real and plenty of people remember it, but now it simply doesn't exist. What do you think? Stuff like this is especially compelling because kids and fandoms go hand in hand. Like I said earlier, Britney Spears wasn't my fandom as a kid, but rather Pokemon. I knew their names, numbers, type, moves, when they evolved. It was ridiculous how much my dumb child brain memorized regarding what I was passionate about. In fact, there is a 2019 Stanford research study that studied these effects. Long story short, with a ton of details omitted to keep this short, they determined that kids at an early age who extensively played Pokemon actually developed a region of their brain to categorize and organize all of these little pocket monsters, whereas kids who did not play Pokemon extensively did not. All this to say, kids and their fandoms are a beast when it comes to memory. So much so, our brains become permanently altered to remember and categorize as much as possible about said fandoms. Kids easily become obsessed with stuff like that, and that knowledge is typically for life. As an adult, I don't need to know that some random Pokemon like Charmeleon evolves at level 36 into Charizard, but it's there, and I can't delete it. And just like that, this seemingly obscure detail of Britney Spears wearing a headset microphone in the Oops, I Did It Again music video, well, I'm gonna trust the experts. The point I'm getting at is when thousands and thousands of kids who were mega fans of Britney Spears grow up and tell me there was without a doubt a headset microphone, who am I to question them? Hello everyone, and guess what? As soon as I recorded and edited this Britney Spears Mandela Effect video, as soon as I finished it, news broke regarding her conservatorship battle, so here I am in post, adding in some new details. This is how it always goes for me. I finish a video, and the news literally comes out about the topic I just talked about the next day. It blows my mind. Here's what the news is. Apparently her father is stepping aside as her conservator, but is still arguing that he should not be immediately removed. So on one hand, This is good if her controlling father finally gives up some control over the 39-year-old singer's life and fortune. I mean, this man's allegedly made millions of dollars off his daughter's estate. It's disgusting, and I'm glad he's finally getting out of the way. But it doesn't actually solve the problem if some other manipulative person gets put in charge of her life and fortune. The same thing is going to happen. Not to mention all the restitution Britney Spears deserves from all the harm her father and family have caused her over the years. Anyway, it's amazing. I make a video on this, and then the next day, there's a big change in her situation. Do I have some kind of really lame superpower where if I record a video on something, the legal bureaucracy regarding whatever I'm talking about moves slightly faster? Call me Legal Bureaucracy Man. I can make your legal cases move slightly faster. I love learning about history, not just for the fascinating stories and the shocking events, but for the historical insight gained from learning about history. The more you study it, the more you see patterns and trends popping up throughout history. Strangely enough, when it comes to the Mandela Effect, these kinds of patterns and trends tend to happen as well. Where there is smoke, there's usually fire. Once you find one Mandela Effect on a topic or a subject, the more you dig, you're bound to find more. Well, that is exactly what happened this time. Years ago, I covered the fascinatingly unbelievable concept of dazzle ships, used in World War I and World War II. While most people think of Navy battleships as gray, these ships were actually covered in multicolored shapes and designs. Recently, I fell down a World War II well of information, and before you know it, I was on the subject of D-Day, the June 6, 1944 Allied forces invasion of Normandy, France to repel back the Nazi forces. Cited as the largest seaborne invasion in history, I'm sure the vast majority of you have heard about this before in history books or articles, documentaries, and movies like Saving Private Ryan. Everyone with an interest in D-Day history has seen this shot before. The soldiers huddled together on an LCVD landing craft, mere minutes before the bullets start flying and the craft door opens. But what's that to the left? Is that the tip of a dazzle ship? Yes. Yes, it is. So get this. Not only are some of the major ships used during D-Day dazzle ships, even a bunch of the Normandy landing crafts and tank carriers are now dazzle ships as well. They are beautifully colored with isometric designs, shapes, and colors. Sure, why not? Everything else seems to change, so why would I think these wouldn't? And here's the interesting thing. If you look it up, you'll find the weird thing is that there are still tons of residue of certain ships and landing crafts that aren't dazzle designs. Some are still gray. But every time I check back on this strange Mandela Effect, there seems to be more and more and more. It's almost like it's a Mandela Effect in progress, like a slow transition from gray to all of them being dazzle ships. So 5 years from now, if they are all gray, remember, they weren't always. In fact, since I made this original video on October 30th, 2019, the amount of digital content available for dazzle ships has exploded. For example, the clip that I showed you from an earlier video, when I made that, I used nearly every single photo and painting I could find on dazzle ships. It was that rare. That kind of information was really hard to find. But now there are so many more photos and articles about this stuff. Historical Mandela effects are so bizarre because it feels like they randomly come into existence with very few details, websites, articles, and videos available about them, and then they slowly build up a huge repertoire of information. Another big example of this phenomenon is the Black Tom explosion. The Black Tom explosion was the first terror attack on American soil all the way back in 1916. It took place in New York Harbor and is now known as the largest artificial non-nuclear explosion in history. The explosion was so big, in fact, that it shattered all glass in a 25-mile radius, including all of Manhattan, and permanently damaged the Statue of Liberty. Damages with inflation are estimated around $500 million today. This seemingly forgotten event until just a few years ago apparently caused America to get into World War I, not just the sinking of the Lusitania. For all of the mind-blowing details, watch my New York Mandela Effects video, then look up this historical Mandela Effect on your own and see how much new data and information has miraculously been added. When I did the original research on the Black Tom explosion, there was 1 page of results on Google, and nothing earlier than 2012. No joke. Since then, the amount of results for the Black Tom explosion have quite literally exploded. No pun intended. There are so many new articles, documentaries, and somehow unseen black and white photos that simply didn't exist before, at least not on the internet. The Black Tom explosion is my favorite Mandela Effect of all time, so for new photos and details to continually appear 100+ years later is utterly perplexing to me. Anyway, back to dazzle ships. Let's try to be logical here. could just be that some of the landing crafts were gray and some were extremely colorful and vibrant for some reason or another, and everyone just didn't notice and we didn't talk about it. I mean, it's possible, right? You could also say, well, some ships belong to some countries and some belong to others. Absolutely, no one is disputing that. What is being disputed is their existence entirely. But if that wasn't strange enough, that's not even the biggest Mandela effect regarding this day. People online started noticing something was off with photos of D-Day. Take a look at this photo and tell me if you see anything weird. What caused this off feeling for so many people? Perhaps you noticed it yourself. It's the dozens and dozens of balloons floating in the sky. Do you remember seeing these in photographs or documentaries, reading about them, learning about them, ever seeing an article on them? Well, if not, these are called barrage balloons, and on D-Day, the sky was covered in hundreds of them. These anchored balloons created a cluttered mess above the sky to prevent enemy plane attacks, because oftentimes there were bombs attached to these balloons. Historically speaking, this makes perfect sense. It's a great idea, but the rationale isn't the issue. It's that many people online don't ever remember seeing these before. That's where the Mandela Effect comes in. When I was doing research for something else entirely, and I first came across these photos, it made me second guess myself for a minute, like maybe this is a photoshopped photo or something else, but apparently it's real and a lot of people are scratching their heads. So tell me, what do you think about all this? This specific photo right here is my absolute favorite because it's so nonsensical. I love it, and here's why. It doesn't seem real, but here it is. It's the perfect encapsulation of the term historical Mandela effect. So now if anyone ever says, what's a historical Mandela effect? You can just show them this photo, or this video. Everyone let me know, do you remember learning about dazzle ships and barrage balloons storming the beaches of Normandy? How do you feel about all this? Let's check out some brand new Mandela effects. It's been a while, so buckle up. A Mandela effect is what happens when a group of people have a clear collective memory of something that apparently never happened. Many of these people remember the exact same thing with near identical details. However, these memories are now seemingly different from what's in the history books, newspapers, articles, etc. Put simply, the Mandela effect is a really weird phenomenon and it has confused and puzzled people for years. So today we're going to cover a ton of new Mandela effects, everything from classic art, to music artists, to candy, to even a Disney movie. Stick around to the very end so you don't miss a single detail. Like, subscribe, let's get into it. The Scream. Let's start with a piece of classic art. The Scream is a beautiful composition created by the Norwegian artist Edvard Munch in 1893. Now this piece was brought to my attention by multiple commenters claiming that something had changed about this incredibly iconic work of art. So let's take a look at it. Are there any details here that you don't remember being here? I noticed something right away, and upon doing more research, it turns out that a lot of people online don't remember ever seeing this gold bracelet on the wrist of the screaming figure. What do you think? So here's an interesting detail. Edvard Munch created at least 5 versions of the Scream. The first in 1893, the second in 1895, the third in 1910, which many art historians believe is a replica painting Edvard made after selling the original 1893 version. The fourth is a lithograph version, and the fifth version is the most mysterious. Many people believe that it is actually the first version of the Scream, as it's incomplete and lacks a lot of the colors and details of later versions. Interestingly enough, the gold bracelet isn't found in all 5 versions, but in the most famous version, the 1893 version, it's prominent, colorful, and once you notice it, you can't unsee it. It's such an eye-catching detail, and yet very little, if anything, has been written or discussed about this. You have to remember, these works of art have been discussed for over 100 years. Every color, every detail, every stroke and choice the artist made, analyzed and discussed. Not only that, these pieces have been recreated for just as long, and no one ever really seems to notice this bracelet. Even the modern-day exacted detail parodies somehow still completely miss this eye-catching golden bracelet. Very interesting indeed. So what do you think about all this? Is this just a detail seemingly everyone overlooked? Or is this the Mandela effect? Avril Lavigne. Next, let's talk about a much more modern type of art, the milk mustache. The Got Milk advertising campaign, which ran from 1993 to 2014, was created and used to encourage the consumption of milk in the United States of America. What started as simply an ad in California, later was licensed by milk producers and dairy farmers all across America, all with the express goal of selling more milk. What was really strange about these ads were that they used numerous celebrities, musicians, and athletes to sell milk. And in each of them, they always had a milk mustache. Weird, right? What a strange time in American history. Although, as weird as it is in retrospect, I was a kid and a teen at the time, so I never really stopped to consider how strange any of this was. Anyway, let's talk about the Mandela Effect. A bunch of female famous rock musicians at the time did Got Milk ads, people like Kelly Clarkson and Miley Cyrus, but the weirdest one is the one that apparently no one can find today, and that is the Got Milk ad with Avril Lavigne, the pop-punk singer and songwriter that tons of people remember, myself included, but apparently has never existed. The limited details that people have recalled is that she had a white cotton tank top on, apparently suspenders, and that her guitar was in the photo. But that's about it. Go ask anyone who was alive during that time if they remember her doing a Got Milk ad, and more than likely, they will say they remember it. But as far as we can tell, it doesn't exist, and apparently never did. Here's the crazy thing. The Got Milk ads had reached a 90% awareness in America, which is phenomenally successful, meaning 9 out of 10 people had heard of or at least seen one of these Got Milk ads. So the chance of someone seeing one of these ads over the 20 plus years they were made is extremely high. That's what makes this specific Mandela Effect so interesting. We have a list of everyone that did one of these ads, and Avril Lavigne isn't one of them. So why do so many of us remember her in one of these ads? People have gone through the backlogs of these Got Milk ads, and there's nothing even similar to what we're describing. I wish I had the answers, but I don't. Either it existed, and somehow all evidence of it has been deleted or lost, or she never actually had a Got Milk ad, and all of us are somehow simply misremembering the exact same thing. The Rock. Let's talk about Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock, the former wrestler and now actor that is somehow cast in everything. Everything from the Fast and Furious franchise, to Disney's animated Moana, to the latest Disney ride-turned-movie Jungle Cruise. The reason I bring him up is because of his famous wrestling quote from back in the day. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? I never watched wrestling growing up, but even I had heard of this quote. So come to find out, that isn't actually what he says. In fact, he never said, can you smell what The Rock is cooking? His quote is actually, if you smell what The Rock is cooking. If, not can. This might seem like a small grammatical difference, but it fundamentally changes the meaning of the quote. Not only are there multiple threads online discussing this weird change, but numerous comments from people all over YouTube remembering this quote being can, not if. This misspoken and misquoted line isn't just limited to audio and video clips. It's quoted on t-shirts, media pieces about The Rock, and dozens of articles. Is it possible that everyone is wrong and this is just a mistake that keeps being repeated? Or is this another example of the Mandela Effect? In my research for this, I found videos saying can in the title, but when you watch it, he says if. I even looked up his wrestling theme song to see what it says, and it says, if you smell what The Rock is cooking. So what do you remember? Has it always been, if you smell what The Rock is cooking, or has something changed? M&Ms. Next up, we're talking about those tiny milk chocolate bites trapped inside of a candy shell. Most everyone has heard of them, M&Ms. Specifically though, their slogan, melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Now, this slogan was trademarked in 1954 and has been used ever since. So if you've been alive long enough, you've probably heard this slogan used before. You know, now that I think about it, candy companies are notoriously good at slogans. Try to tell me what candy corresponds with what slogan. Taste the rainbow. That's right, Skittles. What about how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? You're not yourself when you're hungry. Snickers. Slogans are used to convey a message about the product that it's representing. Slogans are used to capture the attention of the audience it is trying to reach. And along with that comes brand identification. It's how companies sell products. They want to embed their name and slogan in your head so that you never forget them. The next time you're at the store, hopefully you'll see or remember their brand and you'll have a positive reaction in your mind, making you more likely to buy their product. So here is where the Mandela Effect comes in. Even though so many people remember M&M's slogan as melts in your mouth, not in your hand, it was apparently always the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. That might not seem like a massive earth-shattering change, but that's certainly not what I remember, as well as tons of other people online. So what about you? Has it always been the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand? Or was it melts in your mouth, not in your hand? That's the thing about the Mandela Effect that really weirds me out. Occasionally you'll get a crazy earth-shattering change, but oftentimes it's just slight changes, and they make you feel crazy. Bad memory, misremembering. Could the solution to thousands of Mandela effects be that everyone simply misremembered the exact same wrong thing across the world? That seems unlikely. I guess it's possible that everyone is misremembering, but the same way, the same thing, across different countries and different languages? This is one of those things we could talk about for a long time, but I'll let you decide. That's the point of this. It's not what I think, it's what you think. Britney Spears. In the past, I talked about a Britney Spears Mandela effect and her missing headset microphone. But today we're talking about a different effect. This time, we're talking about Britney's skirt in the Hit Me Baby One More Time music video. Think back to that video if you've ever seen it. I'm sure a lot of you have. Back then, it was honestly hard to avoid. You can probably visualize the outfit in your mind. So here is the Mandela effect. Describe the skirt that she is wearing in the music video. Go ahead, I'm listening. Most of you probably said it was a plaid skirt. As it is now, it turns out that it isn't a plaid skirt at all. It is now simply a black skirt. When I first heard of this, I remembered it being plaid as well, but I was never a huge fan of hers. I asked a couple of friends, and all of them said plaid as well. So what about you? What do you remember? What kind of skirt was Britney Spears wearing in her Hit Me Baby One More Time music video? I'm actually pretty excited to hear your responses in the comments because this one has made a lot of noise online, so let's settle it once and for all. Here are 3 honorable mentions before we get to number 1. Think of these as quick little bonus effects. First up is how the Great Pyramids now have 8 sides instead of 4. That one's pretty shocking, even to me. Next is how Richard Simmons is not only missing his headband, but now his wristbands. They're just gone. What happened to them? Last but not least is a quote from Star Wars Episode 3, where tons of people online remember Padme saying, "This is how democracy dies," with thunderous applause. But apparently she never said democracy. She said liberty. So now apparently she says this is how liberty dies, with a thunderous applause. Online, I have seen so many shocked reactions to this one. But ultimately, even though all 3 of those are pretty fun, I decided to go with the most fun one. It's a mind-blowing update to a classic Mandela effect. The Jungle Book. All the way back in the video Brand New Mandela Effects 7, I talked about the Jungle Book. To this day, that's still a pretty big Mandela effect. But now we have definitive proof that Baloo did indeed have a coconut bra, and that something happened at some point to change that. Floyd Norman is an 86-year-old American animator, writer, and comic book artist. He's worked for companies such as Walt Disney Animation Studios, Hanna-Barbera, and even Pixar. This extremely talented man did it all, working on everything from Sleeping Beauty and The Sword in the Stone, to Robin Hood, The Smurfs, Mulan, and even Courage the Cowardly Dog. He even worked on computer-generated movies like Toy Story 2 and Monsters, Inc. All this to say, of course he worked on the 1967 movie, The Jungle Book. I bring up Floyd Norman because years ago he ran a Squarespace website that you can still look up and read to this day thanks to the Internet Wayback Machine, where he talks about his thoughts and feelings on animation, the industry, his dreams, his goals, and lots of insider stories that you'll never hear anywhere else. In a post he wrote called Things You Don't Know About the Jungle Book, Floyd delves into all kinds of fun details that most people have never heard of. For example, originally the Jungle Book story was, quote, dark, dreary, and full of mystery. So after Walt Disney himself viewed the storyboards, Walt yelled out, "This reminds me of Batman!" Apparently this was a shock to the team of artists because none of them ever expected a DC reference from Walt Disney. They even used to gossip back then that maybe Walt Disney was a secret DC Comics fan. Floyd's website has a ton of great details like that, but the one that really caught my attention was regarding Baloo and his now missing coconut bra. Here is his entire quote. Veteran writer Larry Clemens thought having animated characters in drag was a surefire gag. Every time the story team would come up with a wacky idea, Larry would always chime in and say, "What if we put him in drag? That would be hilarious." Eventually, Larry managed to get his way. When Baloo the bear has his wacky "I Want to Be Like You" duet with King Louie the orangutan, we put Baloo in a coconut bra and grass skirt. I think we finally managed to please Larry, and perhaps he was right after all. The zany duet between Louie, Prima, and Phil Harris was a genuine showstopper. There you have it, an artist that literally worked on the Jungle Book, as in drawing that animated classic with his own 2 hands, has confirmed that Baloo the bear was indeed wearing a coconut bra, like so many of us remember. I mean, this is straight from the horse's mouth. You don't get any more accurate than a first-hand account. This is like if I was commenting on the production of an all-time scary video. I'm the person that would know best. This leaves all of us with a couple questions. Where is the coconut bra? What happened to it? If tons of people that watched that movie remember it, and one of the artists that worked on it remembers it as well, then where did it go? Perhaps it was Disney censorship and all the original copies were scrubbed from existence. But you'd think that at least one would survive if that was the case, or at least a clip of it. This kind of gag at the time wasn't controversial, and if it was scrubbed from existence at some point after, you'd assume that someone out there would have knowledge of that, right? Not to mention Disney as a company has never admitted to changing anything regarding this movie, and it's still viewable on even Disney+. All of this right here is why I find the Mandela Effect so fascinating. Something we all remember being one way is now different, and apparently it's always been that way. It's just unbelievable. So what do you believe? Welcome to the latest Brand New Mandela Effects video. Today we're covering everything from music and movies to sweet treats and video games. But first we've got to talk about a recent Mandela Effect April Fool's prank that has everyone talking. So stick around until the very end so you don't miss a single thing. April Fool's Day is an annual tradition of playing practical jokes and hoaxes on April 1st. Well, this year the underwear and t-shirt brand Fruit of the Loom played a fantastic prank. The Mandela Effect surrounding Fruit of the Loom is in regards to its artwork. It's a pile of fruit, but what so many people remember was the cornucopia behind the fruit, as though the fruit had spilled out of the cornucopia. Fruit of the Loom has always denied this, and they've said it's never existed, but so many people remember this missing cornucopia, myself included. So for April Fools, Fruit of the Loom updated its logo to include the missing cornucopia all over its website. Take a look at it. It's weird, it looks strangely familiar to so many of us. Obviously this is a wink and a nod to fans of the Mandela Effect, and it's a pretty good April Fool's Day prank. But it's still so weird because so many people remember this logo with a cornucopia. So what do you think of this prank? Is it a gaslighting attempt to make you all feel crazy, or is this just all in good fun? I'm curious to hear your take on it. Sweet dreams. Recently on the television show Wheel of Fortune, a contestant had to solve a puzzle for a song lyric. Sweet dreams are made of blank. The contestant got it wrong and lost a potential $4,000 extra in winnings, but luckily went on to still win the episode. What was his answer? He said, "Sweet dreams are made of these." The correct answer is apparently sweet dreams are made of this. The lyrics come from a famous 1983 Eurythmics song titled Sweet Dreams. This caused a ton of confusion online, leading to multiple articles being written about not just this contestant losing, but also about how this lyric has been misheard for decades. That detail right there is what really interests me. The articles written didn't solely exist to make fun of the guy for saying the obviously wrong word in the puzzle. It's that even the writers of the article thought it was, "Sweet dreams are made of these." Once I read a few of these articles, I couldn't stop researching this. How is it that so many people could have misheard this song lyric for so many years? And it begs the question, is it really as simple as everyone is misremembering the lyrics? Or is this a Mandela effect? In the song by the Eurythmics, the way this is said is extremely exaggerated. So perhaps that exaggeration is the cause of all this confusion. But I read multiple comments of people saying that these sounds better than this, especially with the flow of the song and the rhyming of the song. One of these articles that I read, the top comment underneath it was, "Sweet dreams are made of this? I was today years old when I learned that these isn't the correct lyric." One last detail I bring up about this is the Marilyn Manson cover of this song, where the debate continues to rage. So I gave the song a listen with headphones on, and it does sound like these, but the lyrics for it say this. It's just weird. Is this all misremembering or mishearing, or has something actually changed? The bucket list. Here is a mind-blowing Mandela effect that is confusing and disturbing everyone. It's the phrase, the bucket list, a widely known phrase that refers to a list of things someone wants to do before they die. Maybe on your bucket list you have skydiving, or getting married, or traveling around the world. It's a super common phrase that has been around for a long time, but what if it hasn't? When do you think the phrase, the bucket list, was first used? Just blurt out a time period. Was it the 1930s, the 40s, the 70s? It seems like everyone has a different opinion, but all the opinions are that this phrase has existed for quite a while. But it turns out this phrase didn't exist in the public eye until 2007, with the release of the movie The Bucket List starring Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman. Did this phrase simply come into existence with the release of that movie, and now its simple origin has been long forgotten? Or was this phrase always around? I want to hear your memories and thoughts on this. I personally feel crazy because I made one of these lists years and years ago. Not only that, I used to work at Blockbuster back then during this time period. I can visualize it in my mind. I remember stacking DVDs of the bucket list on a side shelf. Apparently the screenwriter for this movie, Justin Zackham, had an idea for a list of things to do before I kicked the bucket back in 1999 and decided to shorten it to the bucket list. This idea went on to become the plot of his 2007 movie script, The Bucket List. People have been digging for evidence that this phrase existed before 2007, and nothing has been found. Nothing. In fact, Justin Zackham said in an interview, the film's release brought the phrase into common parlance, and as a testament to how natural and idiomatic it sounds, many people assume that the term must have long predated the movie. So even Justin Zackham, the writer of The Bucket List, believes that he created the term bucket list and that it didn't exist beforehand. So what do you believe? Is he correct? Did he come up with this phrase, or did it exist previous to that? Was the bucket list always a phrase? This one honestly has me scratching my head. I could have sworn this existed before that movie, but maybe we're all just wrong, or maybe this is a Mandela effect. Another fun detail I caught on to while doing research for this particular segment, the term catfishing, as in someone who pretends to be someone that they're not on social media. Turns out that did not exist prior to the 2010 documentary Catfish. It simply didn't exist in that context until then. I'm not saying that's a Mandela effect, but I found it pretty interesting and I thought you would too. So let me hear all your thoughts on this in the comments below. Boots Popsicle. Here's a fun one. Remember those character popsicles you probably enjoyed as a kid? Those unfortunately misaligned and melted faces, gumball eyes in the wrong location, details slightly or dramatically off? It was a good time in retrospect. You wanted a Spider-Man popsicle or a SpongeBob popsicle, but what you got was an abomination. But it was your abomination. Today's Mandela Effect has to do with those popsicles, specifically the Dora the Explorer brand characters. So what is it? Well, it seems that many people remember there being a Boots popsicle, the blue, pink, and yellow colored monkey companion to Dora. People remember this, the colors, the taste, the look of it, but apparently it never existed. No one has found anything yet to prove that it actually did exist either. So tell me, do you remember the Boots the Monkey character popsicle? My first thought while looking for this potential Mandela effect was, okay, Boots is a side character, do they make popsicles of side characters? For example, if they make a Batman popsicle, do they make a Robin popsicle? If they don't make side characters, then this could potentially be debunked. What I found was even weirder. They don't make side character popsicles. They only make adjacent main characters, as in other main characters that share the spotlight. Let me explain. Let's take Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The four main characters all have had popsicles, but the side characters like April O'Neil, Shredder, Master Splinter, none of them got popsicles made of them. Since all four main turtles are technically adjacent, all of them got made into popsicles. So does this mean that all main characters get popsicles? Well, not exactly. Look at Bubbles, one of the three main characters in the Powerpuff Girls. The other two girls are nowhere to be found. All this to say the rules are starting to form. If you are a side character, you don't get a popsicle. If you are a main character or adjacent to a main character, you can potentially get a popsicle. But it doesn't always happen. These rules that are starting to take shape around character popsicles are fascinating because it works perfectly for and against this Mandela effect. Because Boots fits perfectly into the rules. You could argue that Boots was a side character and that he never had a popsicle. But you could also argue that Boots is technically an adjacent main character, meaning he could have had a popsicle, but might not have. Wherever you fall in this Mandela effect, the apparent rules to popsicle character creation could support either argument, but tons of people remember the Boots character popsicle. Yet as far as we can prove, it doesn't exist today and apparently never did. So what do you think? Are people misremembering? Did the Boots popsicle actually exist? Nintendo Entertainment System. This Mandela effect has caused a ton of controversy and a lot of debate online. I'm talking about the Nintendo Entertainment System, or the NES, the console that released in America in 1985. As anyone who has ever owned the system knows, when you insert a game cartridge into the system, you have to press the cartridge down into place before pressing the power button. Only after these steps are completed will the game actually play. And if you messed up any of these steps, or if the 72-pin connector inside the device was damaged, you'd instead get an infuriating red blinking light letting you know it wasn't going to work. Now, I've owned two NESs in my lifetime. One was a brand new console, purchased from a toy store, and the other was one that I purchased years later on the secondhand market because I wanted to experience some nostalgia. Now, after hearing all this, you might be wondering, what is the Mandela effect regarding this? Here it is. Apparently, you don't have to press the game cartridges down to play them. And not just that, you never have. When I first heard this, I thought, what? There's no way this is correct, but it seems like it is. The games were apparently playable without pressing them all the way down in the system. And if you've never used an NES before, you have no idea how mind-blowing this actually is. It totally changes the functionality of a device people have used for over 35 years. So I've been digging into this topic for days, and it's been really strange. I've found forum posts from 2008, 2010, 2014, and 2018 of people being confused that their NES systems work without their game cartridges being pushed down all the way. Then on the other side of the internet, I keep finding videos of people saying this is an effect of replacing the 72-pin connector inside the device. But surely this isn't just a case of every single NES console out there having its internals replaced, right? You're talking potentially tens of millions of consoles and all of them have had their internals replaced? I suppose it's a possibility, but I've also found Reddit threads and comments from people claiming that they have their original NES consoles from their childhood that have never had anything replaced and now work without pushing down the game cartridges. Weird mysteries like this are always so fun to pursue and try to solve. Next up, I found a helpful YouTube guide to getting your NES to work if it isn't. Cleaning it, wiggling the cartridge back and forth, etc. You know all the methods. Then randomly he drops the phrase,
so if the cartridge didn't work after sliding it back and forth and cleaning the cartridge, go ahead and push down so that it goes up, but don't remove it. Just leave it like that and then hit power. And sure enough, it works in that position as well.
Just leave the cartridge up and turn it on. It works perfectly. This is why we have trust issues. I don't understand how this thing that never worked and has never worked now totally works. I had to go back to the beginning to see if I was really losing my mind. So I looked up an original owner's manual for the Nintendo Entertainment System just to see what it said. Just as I remembered from back then, it says, press down on the game pack until it locks into place and close the chamber lid. There it is, evidence straight from Nintendo that you did indeed have to press the game cartridge down, or game pack as they called it back then, down to get the game to play. Is this just a case of all of these consoles being repaired with aftermarket parts? Has this ability always been there and somehow tens of millions of people just didn't notice? Is it all simply replaced 72-pin connectors that function differently than they should? Malfunctioning hardware across the world? Or has something changed, where you can now play your NES games without pressing down the cartridge? I've seen so much conflicting information on this Mandela Effect, my head is spinning. I don't know what this means for the NES, or for this being a potential Mandela Effect, but what this does mean is that history used to say you had to press it down, and now that always assumed fact is being questioned. So what do you think? If anyone out there is lucky enough to still have their NES, by all means give it a try and let us know how it goes. I'm sure this one will be a fiercely debated topic in the comments. Brand New Mandela Effects Part 25. Today we are covering a ton of new effects, including topics such as Star Wars, sports, memes, the human body, and even a Mandela Effect that I covered 2 years ago that has changed again. So be sure to stick around until the very end so you don't miss a single effect. Like, subscribe, click that notification bell, and let's get right into it. Humanity understands the inner workings of the human body, thanks to all of the medical professionals who have studied the human body for hundreds and hundreds of years. What would you think if I told you that there is a new organ inside of your body that was just recently discovered? If you heard this, I'm sure some of you would think, how's that possible? Or possibly, if that's true, then that new organ must be pretty small and very well hidden to have gone undetected for so long. Well, surprise, surprise, that new organ is real, and it isn't tiny, and it isn't hidden, it's huge. In fact, so huge that it is the largest organ in the human body. It's called the interstitium, a previously unknown organ and one of the biggest organs in the human body. It's a massive network of dense connective tissue and fluid-filled compartments throughout the entire body. According to scientists, this is now a full-fledged organ that somehow no one had ever stumbled upon before. This next fact completely blew my mind. The interstitium is actually bigger than your skin, which has forever held the title of the largest organ in your body. It is absolutely incredible to me how no one had ever noticed or discovered this before. So what do you think? Somehow we all believed that our skin was the largest organ in our body, and now it turns out that that isn't true. There has apparently always been another organ that's even bigger. There are a ton of articles about this as well as medical papers on this if you want to read more. It's a really fascinating thing to look at. Let me hear all of your thoughts on this crazy and mind-blowing change in the comments below. Jackie Robinson was not only a great baseball player, but actually the first black athlete to ever play Major League Baseball, all the way back in 1947. He was even inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1962. This next Mandela Effect has to do with him. And don't worry, you don't need to understand any sports knowledge for this to land, because this one has to do with a hug. More on that in a second. The date is May 13th, 1947. The game is between the Brooklyn Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. Jackie Robinson had only been in the major leagues for a month at this point. Because he was the first black athlete to play in the MLB, and the fact that it was 1947, racial tension was sadly still at an all-time high. In fact, some of his own teammates had asked management to trade them away rather than play baseball with him. Not only that, his opponents threatened to boycott. He received death threats, and pitches were even thrown directly at his head. But during that 1947 game, as the crowd taunted him, a teammate named Pee Wee Reese, a white man from Kentucky, crossed the field and walked up to Jackie and put his arm around him, and the crowd got quiet. This beautiful example of solidarity has been talked about ever since. This historical moment in sports history has been talked about and discussed in news stories, documentaries, feature films, biographies, articles, and even, get this, got a statue in Brooklyn in 2005. So here comes the Mandela Effect. This never happened. There was never a hug. Pee Wee Reese never walked up to Jackie Robinson, never gave him a hug during that game, and this story, apparently, never happened. Despite all the press, articles, stories, movies, biographies, and books, it just didn't happen. This went from one of the most legendary moments in baseball history to one of the most legendary mysteries. As history goes now, Jackie Robinson earned the respect of many of his teammates that year and helped lead his team, the Dodgers, to the World Series, but that on-field hug never happened. It was something that everyone believed happened, but didn't, like a shared memory of an event that never took place. So what are your thoughts on all this? Had you ever heard of the hug before? Did you know that it didn't happen? Or is this all news to you as well? In all the time that I've been doing this, I have covered a ton of Mandela Effects on my channel, but never before have I had a Mandela Effect spawn from a meme. That's right, today we are looking at least to me, the very first meme video Mandela Effect. So let's see if you've heard of this meme before, and later I'll tell you what apparently changed. There's a great video which started on TikTok, but eventually spread all over the internet of a cat accidentally stepping on piano keys and panicking. And every step that cat takes to get away from the sudden noise creates a new startling noise, and the cat is panicking even more. This video was released in 2020, and there's a good chance that you've seen it. It's funny, everyone loved it, shared it, and moved on to the next meme. I don't know why this recently popped back up into the zeitgeist, but it's back now, and people have noticed something weird about it. So much so that internet sleuths have been looking for an alternative video because this couldn't possibly be the original. I'm going to show it to you now, so watch carefully and tell me if you notice anything different about it. So what changed in the minds of not only myself, but a ton of people online? Well, it's the giant red box. Not only does it take up a huge amount of the frame, it's also blocking out most of the piano keys. In my memory, the cat steps on all these different keys, and it starts panicking, and you can see it moving back and forth pressing different keys. But now there's a giant box in the way, and you can't actually see most of the piano keys. It's so strange. So here are my questions to all of you. Was it simply such an entertaining video that most of us didn't notice the giant red box? I mean, it's possible, I suppose, but what makes it so strange is the staggering amount of comments reacting to this seemingly innocuous red box. I mean, look at these comments. This isn't even all of them. I actually got tired of screenshotting comments because there were so many people confused about this apparent new addition. So tell me in the comments, what do you all think of this? Was this red box always there? Was this somehow retroactively added in? Is this nothing? Or is this another example to add to the absurdly long list of Mandela Effects? In my opinion, that box was not there. I don't know why it's there. It's so strange to me. I personally don't remember this box, but that's just me. Let's talk about a new Star Wars Mandela Effect that has a lot of fans fighting amongst each other. This particular Mandela Effect comes from Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. There is a very memorable scene in the movie where Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewie are all trapped in a room filled with garbage and water. If you've seen Star Wars, you know the scene. Eventually the walls start to close in with the intent to compress all of the trash along with our heroes. Now during this scene, Luke is constantly calling out for C-3PO to help rescue them. Eventually, he gets through and yells at C-3PO, "Will you shut up and listen to me?" and blank. What is it that Luke says here?
We've had some problems.
Will you shut up and listen to me? Shut down all the...
Is it shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level? Or is it shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level? Which do you remember? Usually lines from movies aren't the biggest or best examples of Mandela effects, but when it comes to a mega franchise like Star Wars, it absolutely matters. Fans have seen these movies over and over again. Memorizing lines verbatim comes with the fandom. So what Luke actually yells is, "Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level."
Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level, will ya? Do you copy? Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level!
Is that what you remember? This may seem like a small thing, but apparently a lot of people online completely disagree with this quote. Now here's where things get weird. If you look up the scene on YouTube, most of the videos still have the incorrect title of Star Wars Trash Compactor Scene. Now this could obviously be a human error, but it's strange that video after video makes the same mistake in the title. Luke never says trash compactors, he says garbage mashers, a very different and distinct thing. It's almost as if the line has somehow changed from what people remember. Let's get into the comments. Just as expected, it's filled with people confused as to why this line is now different. You know it's a good one when you see dozens of comments across multiple videos saying, "Is this a Mandela effect?" That is my favorite thing to read in a comment section. Which leads to the question, was it altered at some point? Was it changed on the DVD or the Blu-ray release, or did George Lucas or Disney make this change? And if so, why? Remember that George Lucas changed his movies a lot after they were already released. It's this weird perfectionist streak that every artist suffers from. No piece of art is ever good enough, it can be better. Just a little tweak here, a couple of changes there. Because of this, it's totally possible that there could be a version out there with the original line of trash compactors. But as far as I or anyone else can find online thus far, Luke has always said, "Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level." So I'd like everyone out there to go check your VHS tapes, your DVDs, your Blu-rays, your streaming, just check and see if you can find a different one, because no one's been able to find it yet. It's really weird. So here's my question for you. Is this a Mandela effect? As in this line has somehow, for some reason, changed? Or is this the case of a lot of people misremembering and misquoting this line for decades? Anything's possible, but I leave this decision in your hands. I've got a fantastic new Mandela effect to share with all of you. Hypnotic, the flavored drink that I've spoken about before, has changed again, and how its name had changed. The spelling was completely off. I'm going to show that clip now and catch you up. And when we come back, I'm going to tell you what has changed now, so pay very close attention to every detail. Alcohol is consumed all over the world, and with so many manufacturers, it can be hard to really stand out and get your product noticed. The newly created vodka, cognac, and fruit-flavored brand Hypnotic was created in 2001, and it found it by creating a liquor that literally sparkled. Shaking up a bottle of Hypnotic created a glitter-like sparkle effect that became an instant hit. In fact, that's the only reason I personally know of Hypnotic. A friend saw it on a shelf and bought it, and no doubt, the sparkle makes it very memorable. And honestly, you can't say that about most liquors. So here is where the Mandela effect comes in. If you have ever had this drink before, or purchased a bottle of it, or simply seen it on a store shelf, the sparkle, the design, the name, it's all very memorable. So here's the question, how is Hypnotic spelled? Is it spelled hypnotic, hypnotic, or hypnotic? If you're like me, you remember it being hypnotic, with a Y and a Q. And that's understandable. It's a slight spelling variation of the word hypnotic so that they could trademark the name. But you'd be wrong, it's actually hypnotic, with that really strange spelling. That spelling is absurd. Not just in the sense that it's purposefully confusing, but it's a pain on the eyes. I've seen this drink hundreds of times. I've even held the bottle in my hands on multiple occasions. This is absolutely something I would have noticed. But here we are. Has Hypnotic always been spelled like this, or is this another example of the Mandela effect? Now that you're up to date with what I said then, this will more likely blow your mind. Hypnotic is no longer shiny. It doesn't sparkle. It doesn't have that beautiful glitter effect anymore. As of now, it is just solid blue. How is it that I made an entire video segment on this drink? And not only did I somehow not notice that the drink didn't sparkle, but not a single commenter noticed either. That video has 119,000 views as of right now. In all that time, with all of the people who commented that they were bartenders and they made hypnotic drinks all the time, or that they love drinking this, or that they used to party all the time, etc., how is it that no one noticed? In fact, the first comment to mention that it doesn't sparkle, or hasn't ever sparkled, was from 9 days ago. Here's that comment. Not a single comment before this one, in the 2 years since this video has been released, has said otherwise. And I know this because I checked. In fact, I looked up every term I could think of in the comments. Sparkle, shine, shimmer, glitter, shiny, nothing. Something very similar happened in my last video. I went back and looked at my favorite Mandela Effect from a video I made 3 years before. The changes that had happened since I first talked about it were unbelievable. And here we are again, where I have a dedicated video segment on a topic that has now changed. This means that the research that I did, the script that I wrote, the audio recording of me reading that script, and the images I used are now retroactively wrong. I'm honestly not even mad. I'm amazed. When I made that original video, I obviously believed that hypnotic sparkled. I included not just my voice mentioning that point, but also what I thought were photos that showed that. I even added glittery blue backgrounds to further represent the shimmer. I also specifically remember going to my favorite liquor store downtown when I first heard this drink's name had changed and checking for myself. So, what is going on here? Let's get to the bottom of this. First up is the idea that maybe I was mistaking this for another sparkling drink. Upon doing some research, I found a French drink called Nouveau Sparkling Liqueur. Apparently this was the first drink to sparkle like I remember hypnotic sparkling. This bottle was modeled to give off a perfume-like design, and originally displayed the words, "For Her," on it. I have never heard of this drink before, and there is no way that I could have mistaken this drink for hypnotic. Besides, look at the color, it's completely different. Next up is a drink from Hypnotic themselves called Hypnotic Sparkle, released in 2014. I can't make this stuff up. I'm looking for a sparkly bottle of Hypnotic that apparently doesn't exist, and now there's a specific sparkling variant of Hypnotic. At first I thought, mystery solved. That is, until I saw the bottle. Not only does this bottle have a different branding and look to it compared to regular Hypnotic, it also isn't sparkly. There's no glittery shine to it. It's simply bubbly, like champagne. The sparkle of Hypnotic Sparkle is carbonation, not glitter or whatever it was that made it sparkly like a lot of us remember. We are 2 for 2 right now, so maybe this next and final answer is the one we're looking for. In 2015, a brand named Vinique was released. Now this stuff was sparkly from what I found online about it. Apparently it was discontinued for unknown or undisclosed reasons between 2019 and 2020. If I had to guess, you were straight up drinking glitter. So is it possible that everyone that remembers Hypnotic being shiny, myself included, was actually thinking of Vinique? I really don't know, and I can't answer for everyone. Personally, I had never heard of or seen this brand before today, and looking more into it, the colors available for Vinique were dark purple and later on red and orange. There wasn't even a blue shade, let alone a light blue shade. So I spent hours looking into this because I get super obsessive over things that really interest me, and I found this really neat. There is an article by mash.com about the untold truth of Vinique shimmery liqueur. This article goes on to describe the history of this drink, as well as show off a ton of amazing photos of this beverage. I wonder if it was any good. Let me know if you had this before it was removed from the market. Anyway, the 2022 article goes on to, strangely enough, mention Hypnotic of all things, a brand that was apparently never shiny. So why was it brought up in an article about this shiny drink? Unless perhaps the author, for some reason, in their mind, associated Hypnotic as a shiny drink as well. In fact, it was totally unrelated to Vinique, as both targeted different demographics, Gen X for Hypnotic and Millennials for Vinique. Not to mention Hypnotic came out in 2001 and Vinique came out in 2015, a full 14 years later. I don't see how or why these two disparate bottles would be compared in an article, but they are. The article goes on to say, Vinique Shimmering Liqueur was the first shimmering liqueur specifically designed for the American market. Before Vinique, there were a few smaller and lesser known drinks like France's Nouveau that had a much subtler effect. Although liqueurs like Hypnotic capitalized on bright and bold drink flavors, Vinique was the first brand to not only combine the two, but to really strive for a drink that looks like pure glitter. So already, I would pause. How did Vinique combine the two? Vinique launched as a glittery dark purple drink. Hypnotic was a bright blue drink that was apparently never glittery. They are completely different. One is dark and shiny, and one is bright blue and apparently not shiny. Where is this association coming from anyway? If Hypnotic was never shiny, this is a random non sequitur. It's irrelevant to bring up. Unless it's the exact same association that I and so many others now have for completely unknown reasons. Also, I'd like to point out that they spelled hypnotic with the old spelling in that article, the spelling that is now considered incorrect. This article is a great piece of residue for both hypnotic Mandela effects. So what do you think about this Mandela effect? Do you remember the glitter or the name being spelled differently, like so many others, or is this how hypnotic always was? Perhaps I'm simply thinking of another drink, in a different color, that I've never seen, had, or heard of before. Is it truly as simple as that? Or is this another example of the Mandela Effect? Tell me your thoughts in the comments below. If you have any new Mandela effects that you'd like me to talk about in the next video, let me hear it in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out the links in my description. Brand new Mandela Effects. Get ready to have your mind blown. Today we're talking about some incredible changes to what you remember. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Michael Jordan and Nike, Overwatch, more missing emoji that seemingly never existed, and apparently even the name of God has changed. So let's get right into it. This Mandela effect regarding Michael Jordan and Nike has completely blown me away. Visualize the iconic Air Jordan logo. I'm sure most of you have seen it before. It's a silhouette of Michael Jordan jumping in the air, legs spread, arm to the sky, holding a basketball. The Jumpman silhouette has been around for decades and is known to people all over the world. If I asked you to draw it, I'm sure most of you could. Originally envisioned in the 1980s, and here we are decades later, so what has changed? Well, it has to do with what he's wearing. What if I told you that Michael Jordan is not wearing shorts in the iconic silhouette, but rather pants, long pants? That's right, Michael Jordan is wearing full-length pants now. Take a look. Is this what you remember? Long pants? And get this image has apparently never been changed. It's always been this way. He's always worn full-length pants. I had to grab a pair of my own to see for myself. Is this at all what you remember? So here's how it apparently went down. This memorable and iconic image was first semi-captured in a 1984 Life magazine Olympic special issue, then truly captured in 1985 in a photo shoot for the Air Jordan 1. That's the image that this is based off of. Jordan wearing full pants. I still can't believe this. Is this the way it's always been? Or is this a Mandela effect? Let me hear it in the comments. This Mandela effect is in regards to the 2016 hero-based multiplayer first-person shooter video game, Overwatch. Now this game was extremely popular and addictive, meaning players would often play match after match, hour after hour. After enough time of playing, it wouldn't be uncommon to know all of the characters, all of the moves, all of the maps and modes, as well as the dialogue between the different characters. This is pretty common among multiplayer games and their fans. But in the case of Overwatch, there was apparently dialogue between two characters that a lot of people seem to remember, but was never actually said. In fact, it never existed. Apparently, it was one of the random interactions before a match starts between Reaper and Mercy. Mercy would say, "This isn't what I intended for you, Reyes," and Reaper would respond with, "You know exactly what you were doing." This line would have been significant regarding the overall story and lore for Overwatch because it suggests that Mercy had something to do with transforming Gabriel Reyes into Reaper, which also implies that Mercy isn't the saint she portrays herself to be. Except this line apparently was never written, never recorded, and never actually put into Overwatch. How do we know this? Well, for starters, the former lead writer of Overwatch, Michael Chu, has come out on multiple occasions on forums and on Twitter to denounce the existence of these lines. He's even come out before and said lines like this: "I'm not sure where this came from. Maybe there's another line that sounds similar to it, but the 'this is not what I intended for you, Reyes' line/exchange does not actually exist in the game." If anyone would know this, it would be the lead writer of the game, but the mystery surrounding these lines of dialogue continued. If you look this up on a search engine, you'll find countless examples of people talking about this missing dialogue. What happened to it? Where did it go? Was it actually real? Some Overwatch players have data mined the game in an attempt to extract extra details, information, and potential secrets in its files, but within that data, there are no lines of dialogue like the ones some people seem to remember. Some have argued online that they remember hearing the dialogue in the beta for Overwatch, as in the nearly complete but not quite finished version of the game that you could play before its official release. Now this right here could be the smoking gun to solving this Mandela effect. But then it was revealed that numerous players who had never played the beta, only the official release, had heard this line as well. So unfortunately, that couldn't be the solution. So what now? Where did this come from? Honestly, at this point, it would probably be a relief to my sanity if someone found a recording of those voice lines, is what the former lead writer shared on Twitter. This Mandela Effect is especially interesting for 3 reasons. The first is that Overwatch has been officially shut down because Overwatch 2 recently came out, meaning you can't play the original anymore. They instead want you to go to the sequel. The second reason is that tens of millions of players around the world have played the first game. So if this dialogue actually existed, there has to be someone, somewhere out there in the world, that has captured it. The third and final reason is because of the staggering amount of people who have played this game, and the fact that the game is now unplayable, this makes this Mandela Effect truly lost, unless something of a miracle happens. If you played Overwatch 1 before it was shut down, have you ever heard this line before? Is this a Mandela Effect? Or was this a change to the lore of Overwatch, and Blizzard, its developer, is just gaslighting everyone? If this bit of dialogue does exist out there, somewhere in all of the footage on YouTube and Twitch of Overwatch, someone must have captured it. Honestly, with the Mandela Effect, you never really know. Sometimes things just disappear. Here's a fun Bible Mandela Effect that I've seen quite a few people online getting confused about. What is the name of the God in the Christian Bible's Old Testament? According to this supposed change, it isn't what you think. The verse in question comes from the Old Testament book of Exodus, chapter 34, verse 14. Finish this quote if you know it. Do not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is blank, is a jealous God. Some of you might think it's God, or Yahweh, or some other variation of the biblical God's name. But you'd be wrong. The name that has tons of people confused and arguing over is jealous. The God of the Bible's name is now apparently jealous. How about that? The full verse goes, do not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. So digging deeper, I looked into other translations to see if it was a mistranslation, and nope, all of them say something similar. The oldest version that I could find, the King James Version, says, for thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. It's pretty weird. Either jealous was always his name and nobody really noticed it, or something changed. So let's go deeper and older. I went all the way back to the Torah, which is the Jewish holy text. Now the Torah is the first 5 books of the Christian Old Testament, so let's see what it says. When translated to English, it reads, for you shall not prostrate yourself before another God, because the Lord, whose name is Jealous One, is a jealous God. One last interesting thing before we move on. If you look up names of God in Christianity on Wikipedia and look at the edits, you can see that jealous was not always on this page. In fact, it was added December 21st, 2017. So what do you think about this? I don't have an opinion on this either way, but I find the confusion and the debate to be pretty interesting. So anyone out there that is religious in this way, do you remember jealous being your God's name? Let's talk about some emoji that have apparently gone missing. I've mentioned in a previous video about how certain emoji have seemingly disappeared from existence, as in they not only don't exist anymore, but any trace of them having ever existed is completely gone. Meaning for the people who remember the seahorse, the hiking man, the robber, the green peas, and the swordfish, all of those apparently never existed, despite all the memories of people having used them or seen them before. It's so strange. Well, today we have 2 new emoji to add to that growing collection. Today I'm talking about 2 new emoji that many people claim used to exist, but apparently don't anymore. So let's see if you remember these. First up is the moose emoji, reddish brown with big old horns. This emoji has apparently never existed and to this day still doesn't, but a lot of people remember it. There's a deer, a goat, even 2 kinds of camels, but not a moose in sight. Do you remember there being a moose emoji? Next up is the milkshake emoji, a classic American dessert. This one is really interesting to me, because I even remember it. It was a cup with whipped cream, a cherry on top, and a red straw. I vividly remember this tiny emoji, but apparently it has never existed before. When I was looking into this, this was something fun I found. When it comes to drinks represented by emoji, you have almost everything you could want. Beer, wine, whiskey, sake, cocktails, a martini, champagne, milk, coffee, tea, a soda cup, apple juice, a milk bottle, a spilled glass, green tea, and even boba, or bubble tea, but no milkshake. It just so happens to be the one that doesn't exist and has never existed, according to the shadowy and powerful group, the Unicode Consortium. Yes, that's a real thing, and they get to decide what emoji get made. Seriously, check out my original video on this topic. I go way into detail about them. Is this a Mandela effect, or is this all in our head? Let's talk about one of the most acclaimed video games of all time, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64 console, released all the way back in 1998. In this game, there is a location called the Fishing Pond in Lake Hylia, where you, playing as Link, can relax and fish to your heart's content. The pond owner allows you in, sells you bait, and lets you go wild. Now, there is a legendary fish in this pond that has been discussed, debated, and searched for as long as people could comment about it online. This is the Hylian loach, the rarest and most sought-after fish in the game. Not only is it hard to find, it's even tougher to catch. So what is the Mandela effect regarding the Hylian loach? Well, it turns out that the Hylian loach doesn't exist in Ocarina of Time anymore, or at least its name doesn't. What so many people remember as the Hylian loach is now called the Hyrule loach. And I could understand some people never having heard of this before saying, that doesn't seem like a big deal, but if you spent hours of your youth in that pond fishing for this legendary beast, you know this feels weird and wrong. And if you look up Hylian loach online, you'll come across numerous guides, game fact pages, and forum posts from back in the day. Comparatively, there are significantly more search results for the Hylian loach than there are for the Hyrule loach. So is this simply a case of the majority of people online misremembering this legendary fish's name? Or has something changed? Let's dive deep into this topic. Let's check out the official Nintendo Power Player's Guide for The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I'm sure this strategy guide from 1998 will surely solve our mystery. On page 56 and 57, we have an entire spread about Lake Hylia, not Lake Hyrule. So does it mention the loach? Oh yeah. Unfortunately though, it only says this: with the help of a special lure, Link caught the loach, the largest fish the pond has to offer. Meaning this strategy guide mentions the word loach, but not the name that so many people are arguing over. I mean, that's just hilarious. So then I found another strategy guide, an unofficial guide from 1998 by Bradley Games. And it mentions a huge fish called the loach, but again, no exact name. Incredible. So let's investigate further. It turns out that the Hylian loach does appear in another Zelda game, the 2006 Nintendo Wii and Nintendo GameCube versions of The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. In this title, the fish is still sporting the name that so many of us remember, the Hylian loach. In fact, there's even a book in this game, with a joke as a title, called The Legend of the Hylian Loach: Twilight Fish. It's almost like this game is aware of the mystery. Now you might be thinking, okay, these are different fish, who cares? Maybe everyone just got it wrong. But then there is a picture in Twilight Princess of the pond owner from Ocarina of Time holding a Hylian loach. I mean, that's as direct a connection to one another as you could make. So let's look at the timeline here. 1998, it's a Hylian loach, or at least people think it is. It's now apparently a Hyrule loach. Next up is 2006. It's now a Hylian loach. So is there any other evidence or residue that it was once called a Hylian loach before 2006? Because right now it's all based off of memories, a photo in Twilight Princess, and a bunch of online posts, comments, and videos. Upon doing even more research on this stupid fish, I found something really fascinating. I learned that it was mentioned in another of Nintendo's video games. This game is Animal Crossing for the Nintendo GameCube, that was released in 2002. Now, Animal Crossing is one of the most fun and relaxing games ever. Among the many things that you could do in that title, one of those is fish. And if you were lucky enough, you could even catch a loach. Now in that game, it was simply called a loach. But if you did catch one, you'd receive text on screen that read, "I caught a loach." You don't suppose it's Hylian, do you? And there it is, another Nintendo game making a direct reference to The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time's rare fish and legendary catch. The timing lines up, and the joke only works if everyone thinks that fish is indeed called a Hylian loach. That's right, this text was written after Ocarina of Time, but before Twilight Princess. It is the perfect piece of evidence that at least the localizers and writers at Nintendo of America, the people writing and publishing this game, believe the fish was called a Hylian loach, a name that now doesn't make any sense if there wasn't a Hylian loach until 2006 with Twilight Princess. Why would they make a joke about a Hylian loach if it was never actually called that? Just think about this for a second. There was a fish name in 1998. In 2002, they referenced the fish name, and in 2006 is actually the first time it was ever used now. Why would there be references and jokes to the name that never existed if it didn't exist? In fact, after seeing all this information, I'd argue that the Hylian Loach in Twilight Princess was named that because of the original and now seemingly changed name that never existed. This change is the perfect example of a Mandela effect and the weird ripple effect it creates. The original name in the original game was seemingly and miraculously changed, but its effects and lasting impacts weren't. So does this specifically reveal more insight into the nature of the Mandela effect? Just think about it. If something in the past changes, but its future references and sequels stay the same, what does this mean? Does this potentially show a limitation of the Mandela effect, as in the range of how far it can go, the extent to which it can change something, and the limitations of what it can't? Is there a formula here that we can extract and study? If there is, we could possibly use it to more easily search for other Mandela effects. Have we finally started to crack the case and begin the process of defining and mapping out what a Mandela effect can and can't do? Whatever it is that the Mandela effect is, we know it's real, and we know that it changes things. It can add things, and it can subtract things. Some people notice, and some people don't. Even the one study that has been done regarding the Mandela effect has drawn the conclusion that they don't understand why so many people share such similar memories that are now objectively wrong. There are simply too many for everyone to have forgotten the exact same thing the exact same way. It's unquestionably a thing, but we know so little beyond that.
Welcome to a very special Brand New Mandela Effects episode, because today we're talking about history changing. This episode is going to be extremely weird, very different, but super interesting. You're gonna love it, so let's get right into it. Solar panels first came out in the 1950s. Except now that isn't the case. The first solar panel was actually created in the 1800s, and was even installed in a New York City rooftop. And speaking of solar-powered things, apparently some ships that went on long voyages across the sea had sunlight-powered ovens dating back to, get this, the 1700s. Sure, why not? What about electric cars? This seems like a new enough concept. Well, what if I told you that it's actually really, really old? In fact, the first electric car debuted all the way back in 1890 in the United States. Not only that, apparently electric cars from a bunch of different automakers popped up all across the country. New York City even had an entire fleet of 60 electric taxis. By the year 1900, electric cars accounted for 1/3 of all vehicles on the road in the United States. And over the next 10 years, the sales of electric cars kept growing. This definitely sounds like the history you learned growing up, right? Electricity didn't have all the issues that steam or gas cars did. They were easy to drive with no smelly pollutant. Apparently, the electric car over 100 years ago was extremely popular and even led to the first hybrid car. That's right, both gas and electric back in 1899. 1899 was the first hybrid electric gasoline-powered car. To blow your mind even more, even Edison believed that electric cars were the superior technology. But what if I told you that history was a little different now? It was ultimately Henry Ford's mass-produced cheaper Model T car that seemingly killed the electric car, and thus the considerably more toxic and inefficient gas-powered cars became the standard. It all came down to price. The point I'm getting at is that today, as in modern times, is the most obvious moment affected by the Mandela effect. When something changes today, it's right in our face. Anyone can see it and talk about it. But what fascinates me more is when history is potentially changed by the Mandela effect. Things you thought you knew? Not anymore. Things that seemingly never existed? Well, now they did. History is the recorded record of what happened, at least to the best of our knowledge. So I understand some things changing over time as we learn more. That makes perfect sense. But a lot of the things I'm going to talk about today, it almost seems unreal, like an alternative history. So let's continue with more examples. The word smallpox probably doesn't mean much to younger people today. It's an old disease that was completely eradicated by 1980, thanks to a vaccine created in 1796. But did you know that it was one of the deadliest viruses to ever spread throughout humanity? Over 500 million recorded deaths, and that's since we've been record keeping. It's probably considerably more than that. In fact, one epidemic in Japan between 735 and 737 was believed to have killed off an entire third of their population. Smallpox is no joke. They speculate that smallpox first made the jump to humans over 3,000 years ago, as there are even Egyptian mummies who died of smallpox. But as history and the Mandela effect go, obviously something has to change. As I mentioned earlier, the smallpox vaccine was created in 1796. Except now it was being used 30 plus years earlier when George Washington and Congress carried out a mass vaccination campaign in the Continental Army that reduced the mortality from smallpox to less than 2%, from what was 50%. Let's say 2 people got it, 1 person was pretty much guaranteed to die, to now being 50 people could get it and only 1 person would die. It was this overwhelming massive success that somehow the history books forgot to mention until now. And get this, inoculations and vaccines for smallpox date back somehow even further than that. Examples range from the early 1700s all the way back to the 1500s in China. Let's check out some more potential Mandela Effect examples. We all hopefully know of the space race between what is modern-day Russia and the United States of America from back in the 1960s. Perhaps you've heard about Operation Paperclip from the 1940s to the 1950s, a plan to take former Nazi scientists, technicians, and engineers and put them to work for the US government. That's actually where NASA came from. Take the brightest minds of your enemies and make them work for you. Many people would probably recognize the scientifically valuable work of Wernher von Braun, the man who is credited as the father of space travel and the father of rocket science. He invented the V2 rockets and is largely credited for rocket science. So are you ready for the Mandela Effect? No, you aren't. No one is. Enter the CBU manuscripts, a 450-page manuscript written in the 1500s. Yes, you heard me correctly, the 1500s, that's 1500. These CBU manuscripts contain diagrams and step-by-step instructions regarding artillery, ballistics, multi-stage rockets, meaning 2- and 3-stage rockets. You know, where the rocket separates into multiple pieces as it breaks through Earth's atmosphere? Yeah, it's talking about that, as well as manned rockets, liquid fuel, along with their complex construction instructions. Not only that, I know, how can there be more? Apparently in the 1500s, one of these rockets was even successfully tested. This is just beyond comprehension. The Mandela Effect, time travel, or just lost history being rediscovered, whatever you want to call it, it's absolutely mind-blowing, and it raises so many questions. It sounds absurd, but history seems to change all the time. I know this because I've covered so many of these before. How about electric scooters? When do you think they came around? You probably aren't thinking 1913, are you? Because yeah, that's when it was first created. Well, what about the former science fiction turned science fact concept of video phones? You know, it's a phone call, but you can see the other person on the other side of the phone. Now we have FaceTime, Skype, and other similar apps, but for the longest time, this was the future. I used to think, oh man, when this is real, we'll know we've made it, because we're living in the future. But now that we have it, no one really wants to do it, because who wants to get showered and cleaned up for a phone call? Just text me. In the 1960s, Bell System, later renamed AT&T, showed off their picture phone as a prototype at the New York City World's Fair.
Good morning, John. You're looking well this morning. I'm very pleased and proud, John, to participate with you this morning in this historic call.
But that wasn't the first showing of this technology. Even though at the time, this was shown off as a brand new thing never before seen or realized. What if I told you that video phones existed, and not just in concept, but actually existed and were publicly used 87 years ago? Go ahead, take a moment to take that in. 87 years ago. Germany, 1936. The world's first two-way video phone service launched. This unbelievable historical achievement that seemingly spawned into existence was so far ahead of its time. Get this, it connected to a range of 100 miles to multiple cities in Germany and was open to the public. It ran at 25 frames per second on a CRT display at a resolution of 172 rows, which equated to about 40,000 pixels. It was said to be so detailed that you could read the hands on a wristwatch. 3-minute phone calls were priced at about 1/15 of the average German's weekly wage. Each city had a few booths, and all you had to do was make an appointment ahead of time at the post office. Then World War II came around, and their plans to extend the network were abandoned for obvious reasons. By 1940, the entire system was shut down. Now, speaking of technology and history changing seemingly overnight, let's talk about batteries. What if I told you that two longtime rivals in the battery business now have a couple extra things in common besides batteries? I'd like to assume that everyone in the US knows of the Energizer Bunny, the pink bunny mascot with a drum powered by Energizer batteries that keep going and going. This thing has been around for decades, and that's the battery bunny. Always has been, always will be. But what if I told you that the Energizer Bunny isn't actually the only battery bunny? That Duracell, Energizer's main competitor, actually has a pink bunny powered by a battery mascot as well. And get this, that bunny was created first and has been around longer than Energizer's bunny. When I first read about this, my jaw dropped. I started digging deeper into this, and it's all true, and a lot of people online are freaking out about it. Apparently, Duracell created their Pink Bunny first in 1973, but by 1988 their trademark lapsed, so Energizer swooped in and created a parody of that Pink Bunny. This led to legal issues, courtroom drama, and eventually, in a settlement, Energizer got the rights to this bunny in the US and Canada, while Duracell got their rights to everywhere else in the world. Then, get this, apparently Duracell's Pink Bunny started creeping back into the US in 2016. More courtroom drama ensued, and now we randomly have 2 battery companies with a Pink Bunny mascot. What? Okay, why not? Why not? So what do you remember? Did Duracell always have a Pink Bunny mascot? Or is this completely new information to you? I've seen a ton of people online completely confused about this, and a few people who remember the bunny. So where do you stand? One could certainly try to make the case that the Duracell bunny wasn't around very long in the US, so maybe that's why so many people don't remember it. But then again, the pink Duracell bunny was used in the US for a total of 23 years. 23 years! That is a ridiculously long time to be used in marketing, for how little brand recognition there actually is for it. I don't know about you, but I find this potential Mandela Effect absolutely fascinating. So please, tell me what you remember. I want to hear it in the comments below. Here's another interesting one. If you've watched my channel over the past few years, you know I love a good update. So next, let's talk about something I originally covered back in Brand New Mandela Effects Part 5, the Hindenburg explosion. Well, it's been recently rediscovered that there was actually another video of the disaster. A better video that shows more. I wish I was joking. Apparently people knew of it back then, but didn't use it or talk about it or anything. It just existed, people weren't interested, and that was that. Your guess is as good as mine. This footage starts off pre-disaster, and because of the camera being used, it could only record for short periods of time. Now remember this as you're watching. Of the 97 people on board, 67 somehow survived this. I'm still blown away by that. Anyway, what do you think of this newly discovered 86-year-old footage? I think it's just incredible. Imagine having this, and sitting on it, for that long. It's as if this footage just spawned into existence and everyone said, yeah, okay. This actually makes me excited for the future. I can't wait to see what newly discovered footage will pop up next. New Hiroshima footage? New 9/11 footage? How about JFK? Can we get a new video of that? Footage of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand? Or my personal favorite idea, newly discovered footage taken by a farmer of the Roswell crash. Maybe he was there on his field, he was filming crops for some reason, and he caught the whole crash on video. And everybody knew about the footage, we just all forgot about it, because why not? Why not? I just love this world we live in. Every day it's something, and we're so battered and beaten down that we don't even blink anymore. Something changes, something insane happens, it's just another day. I guess we just never noticed that before. So give me your best theory on what footage will miraculously appear next. Name the planets, moons, asteroids, and/or celestial bodies humans have sent objects to. Just think about that for a second. Obviously we get Earth, that's a free space on this bingo card. Then we have the moon, of course. Where else? Mars, yeah, we got a couple rovers there. Then there's that one asteroid that Japan was able to land 2 rovers on. That was pretty awesome. We also landed on Saturn's moon Titan. So there are plenty of interesting places humans have sent objects to. There's one upcoming mission planned for 2039 to finally land on Venus with a rover that is powered by the wind. You see, Venus is incredibly harsh, 465 degrees Celsius or 869 degrees Fahrenheit, meaning whatever we send there, the electronics on board will fry and eventually the entire rover will melt. So the plan is to build something that can potentially survive months out there. Pretty cool, right? So you might be wondering, what's the historical Mandela Effect here? What? Am I gonna tell you we've already sent an object to Venus? Yes, we apparently already have. Venera 7, a Soviet spacecraft, successfully landed on Venus in 1970. Ever heard of this before? No? Well, you're not alone. Venera 7 apparently transmitted information to Earth for 53 minutes, which included about 20 minutes from the surface. So not only do we know exactly what Venus looks like from the ground level of the planet, we've had photos and videos of it for 53 years. Look at these photos. Humans walked on the moon in 1969 and captured a bunch of photos and video. And a year later, in 1970, we acquired photos and videos of Venus. They're real, and you're looking at them right now. Sure, why not? Next thing you know, we'll have already landed on another planet, and somehow everyone will have forgotten about that as well. I'm calling it now. Continuing on our journey through history and its seemingly ever-changing self, next up we have werewolf trials. That's right, over 200 years before the Salem witch trials in America, Europe was having werewolf trials. I asked every single friend I knew about this, and not a single one of them had had any idea this was a thing. So I went online, and guess what? Same exact thing. So now I'm throwing it out there for all of you to comment and respond on. To start, obviously there aren't werewolves. But that didn't stop humans from falsely accusing, kidnapping, torturing, and killing other humans because they thought they were werewolves. I'm so glad that hundreds of years later, we don't just single out people today for being different and try to eradicate them and their beliefs. Oh. These trials took place throughout the 15th, 16th, and 17th century. And here's a cause you've probably never heard of before. These trials and horrific life-ending punishments were driven by superstition, religion, politics, and the desire to find scapegoats for the harsh conditions of their time. Sound familiar? Many of the accused were beggars, hermits, foreigners, immigrants, and people that were simply different. Absolutely horrifying stuff, and it's terrifying to me that we still have the same thing going on today. But instead of werewolves, it's fill in the blank. On a much lighter and less political note, let's talk about toilets. Flushing toilets to be exact. When was the first flushing toilet created? History tells us that the first modern flushable toilet is credited to Sir John Harington, an Englishman in 1596. That's 427 years ago. Now, previous to this, there existed ancient toilets, but they simply utilized running water and not a flush. Just imagine a stream of water underneath you. That's basically the idea. But here we go again. History has changed once more. Archaeologists have discovered a flush toilet in China. The mind-blowing part is that it doesn't just beat the 427-year record. It blows it out of the water, pun intended. This flush toilet is 2,400 years old. Absolutely amazing stuff. Before we get to the final Mandela Effect of today's video, please subscribe to all three of my channels, All Time 2, and All Time Clips. All links are in the description, go check them out. I'd also like to say that in the next Brand New Mandela Effects video, I'll be returning to the standard format of previous episodes. So if you didn't like this, no worries, I'm just having fun with the format. We're all just having fun here. We're mixing things up, keeping things fresh. So let's get into our final segment. Let's talk about Japan. Here is an absolutely insane Mandela Effect for you. Japan has just discovered 7,000 new unknown islands. Yes, 7,000 new islands that have seemingly come into existence out of nowhere. You heard me correctly, 7,000 new islands. Apparently back in 1987, the Japanese Coast Guard counted up the total islands of Japan. The way the islands were counted was that each had to have a circumference of at least 100 meters, so about 328 feet. The grand total tallied up to 6,852 islands, meaning Japan had less than 7,000 islands. But now, all of those, plus another extra 7,000 islands they just never noticed before, meaning the total amount of islands making up Japan has more than doubled. Now, I'm sure some of these islands might not have previously been counted, or perhaps errors occurred, but 7,000 new ones? 7,000 brand new undiscovered islands? That's just beyond belief. How is that even possible? I got a comment the other day thanking my team for all the hard work on these videos, and I realized something. People think I have a team. Now that's pretty cool. It makes it seem like this production of mine isn't a one-man stage show I'm desperately trying to keep on schedule. Honestly, I'm flattered, but I need you all to understand that I'm the only person behind this channel, and YouTube is brutal. Demonetizations, algorithmic suppressions, copyright strikes, failure to notify, and so many other things. Now, I'm not saying all this to complain. This is the world for every YouTuber today. That's just a fact. The point I'm getting at is that everything on this channel is done by me. So when I go all in on a video and it fails, that means I spent 2 to 3 weeks making it and I'm not going to get a return. Meaning I'm never going to talk about that topic again because I literally can't afford to. It sucks. Relying on YouTube alone is dangerous. It's so inconsistent. So here is my ask of you. If you enjoy my videos and have the means to toss a few bucks my way, please do it by joining my Patreon. Having something reliable and steady every month as an artist is the rarest thing possible. The idea of Patreon is that you support creators you enjoy by tipping them. The hope is that I won't need to do a terrible Raid Shadow Legends ad to keep the lights on. Instead, it's awesome fans like you that toss in $1 or $2 and get rewarded back. If I can get enough support on Patreon, then I can work free of restrictions or worries when it comes to my content because I don't have to solely rely on YouTube. So if you have the means to do it, my Patreon link is in the video description. Please check it out. Welcome to Brand New Mandela Effects. This may be episode 28, but don't worry, each episode is self-contained, so you don't need to watch them in order. You aren't late, you're right on time. Today, I'm talking about Babe the Pig, Ratatouille, James Bond, the Bible, Lady Gaga, Pokemon, and more. Timestamps for all of these are in the description below if you want to skip around. So like, subscribe now if you haven't already, and click that notification bell. Let's get into some brand new Mandela effects. Our first two potential Mandela effects are related to hair. Weird, right? Babe is the main character of the Babe and Babe Pig in the City movies. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to visualize Babe the pig in your mind and ask yourself this. Do you remember the pig having a head of hair? I'm sure most of you said no. So tell me, does this look exactly how you remember this lovable pig? Once this was noticed online, every comment essentially boiled down to, no, no way, absolutely not. And I can see why. It's weird and jarring. Why does Babe have hair like this? It's just so strange looking now. It's as if they dyed the hair on Babe's head and brushed it. Is it a wig? Is it real? Has it always been there? I'll let you decide in the comments.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Next up is the classic Pixar movie, Ratatouille. I've talked about this movie before back in Brand New Mandela Effects Part 17, but now it's back with another strange change. It seems like a lot of people online are seemingly noticing something different for the first time. Do you remember Alfredo Linguini, the main character of Ratatouille, having facial hair? Just think about that for a second. Once I noticed the facial hair, I honestly couldn't remember him having that, so I went online to see if anyone else had noticed it, and sure enough, lots of people were equally as weirded out by his facial hair. Thread after thread of people discussing this seemingly came from nowhere facial hair. Did Alfredo have facial hair? Was he clean shaven? Or has something changed? I'll let you decide. Let's talk about the 1979 James Bond movie Moonraker. This Mandela effect is an old one, and one I've never covered on this channel before, but I'm talking about it today because some interesting new residue was found. This Mandela effect has to do with a character named Dolly having braces. You see, Dolly rescues Jaws after his cable car crash, and they have the whole love at first sight. Jaws smiles at her, and then Dolly smiles back at him. And this is where the Mandela effect comes in. So many people seem to remember Dolly having braces, and that's what causes the initial connection between the two. Both of them having a mouthful of metal, but apparently she's never actually had braces. Ever. In any version of this movie. So here comes the update. When this movie first released, the Los Angeles Times put out a review that day mentioning, "It would be a relationship made in heaven if only she wore braces." Now this is pretty interesting to me because it refutes the idea that Dolly actually had braces in the movie, but it also kind of plants the idea that maybe she does, or did, or should. It's really weird, right? But then 11 days later, the Journal-Gazette, an Illinois-based newspaper, said the exact opposite in its review of Moonraker. It said, "He meets this waif of a girl and gives her his aluminum smile and she smiles back. And call her braces galore. She has about as much hardware in her mouth as he does. Of such simple pleasures is love born." Now that is a totally different version of the Moonraker movie we have today. This review claims that Dolly does have braces, and a lot of them, that they are a match made in heaven. Maybe it's just me that finds this contradiction mind-blowing, but I personally think this is such an amazing piece of residue. Why does one review say she doesn't have braces but should, and the other one says that she does, and it's a lot? Talk about conflicting reviews. Let's talk about an unsettling Bible verse that has raised quite a few eyebrows. In the New Testament, Jesus Christ is known as a peaceful, loving, and overall friendly character to most. So, do you remember a verse in the Bible where Jesus demanded his enemies to be killed in front of him? The verse is Luke 19:27. The NIV version says, "But those enemies of mine, who did not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me." The King James Version says, "Slay them before me." The New Living Version says, "Execute them right here before me." In fact, all of them are equally as dark. So, do you remember this verse existing? And if you do, is this the Jesus that you remember? One who asks for those who don't accept him as king to be slaughtered before him? Digging deeper into this potential Mandela effect, outside of the people who don't remember this verse existing, the few that do explain his actions away by saying it's a parable, even though it's revealed that the king Jesus is talking about is actually himself, but in the future. Weird stuff indeed. So this next Mandela effect is completely out of my expertise, but there are hundreds online who believe it's changed, so I'm going to trust them. Up next is Art Pop, the third studio album by Lady Gaga. Released in 2013, this album went on to sell millions and millions of copies. So what's the Mandela effect? Apparently, something on the album art has changed. While researching this, I found dozens of people that said it's always been there, and hundreds of people that said it's never been there. So what am I talking about? Well, apparently, the artwork for Art Pop now has a white star on it. Just a strange, random white star seemingly placed arbitrarily. To me personally, the star doesn't especially pop out, and it isn't super noticeable or meaningful in this piece of art. So let's dig deeper as to why it's there. After searching a while, I found a photo of her album art without text on it, and you can see that the white star is still there. So maybe if we look into the slices of the art that makes up this piece of art, we can find what it's covering up, or where it came from. As it turns out, the art the star resides on is a piece called The Birth of Venus by Sandro Botticelli, painted between 1482 and 1485. Upon looking at the original, it shows that there is no white star. Nothing. I thought maybe it was covering up something, but nope, it's just a random white star placed on top of some hair. So it makes me wonder, does this add credence to the idea that this star wasn't originally there? Possibly. If you look at the Art Pop artwork, there's literally no reason for the star to be there. It's just randomly stamped there. Maybe it was somehow retroactively added in, or maybe it's always been there from the start. I'll let you decide. It's been a while since the Mandela Effect really hit me hard, but this one got me. Pokemon. We all know them, we all love them. It's the biggest media franchise in the entire world. I've been a fan of Pokemon since I was 7 and the first game released in America. This is a Pokemon Mandela Effect that I should know, but it messed me up real good. So what is it? Well, it's all about this shiny metal bird, Skarmory. I'll never forget the first time I saw this shiny bird. I was playing the Gen 3 Pokemon game Pokemon Ruby, walking on Route 113 when I first ran into it. Instantly, I thought this bird looked badass and I had to catch him. And guess what? I caught him, and later that week I told my friends at school about what I had found. Now, by the time I was playing Gen 3 Pokemon, I would have been 12. Up to this point, I was irrationally into Pokemon games. I knew all their names, their numbers, their moves when they evolved, where they were located in the games. It was like a black hole of information that I still can't purge even to this day. I used to get yelled at because I kept learning about Pokemon instead of doing schoolwork. I even had a poster on my wall of the first generation of Pokemon from Pokemon Red and Blue, and a second poster for the Gen 2 Pokemon from Gold and Silver. I even stupidly crossed off each Pokemon with an X in Sharpie to keep track of which ones I had caught or traded for. In retrospect, I hate that I ruined such awesome posters with my simple child brain, but I did. So here's the thing, it took forever, but with the help of my friends, I caught every single Pokemon in Gen 1 and Gen 2, with the exception of Celebi, because we could never figure out how to catch it. I even caught Mew using some weird glitch back then. So my posters for Gen 1 and Gen 2 were completely X'd over. Every single Pokemon had an X across them. Now, knowing all this backstory now, here is the Mandela Effect. This silver bird Skarmory was not introduced in Gen 3. It was apparently introduced in Gen 2. What? What? I swear Skarmory was a Gen 3 Pokemon. Or at least it was to me and thousands of other confused and shocked fans who discovered this recently online. Just look at these comments. Apparently this metal bird is a Generation 2 Pokemon, meaning it first appeared in Pokemon Silver. It was somehow apparently always on my Gen 2 poster that I had on my wall, meaning I had to have caught it, but never noticed Skarmory before? I need to stress this, because I even caught Dunsparce, the most random, hilariously dumb, and rare goofy Pokemon in the entire game. I caught that, and remembered Dunsparce, but not Skarmory? I had X's on every single Pokemon, make it make sense. It doesn't make sense in my head. Stunned and confused, I went to check my copy of Pokemon Silver, and guess what? The battery in it died, because it's been so long. In fact, all of the batteries in all of the Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Gold games have died. The evidence is gone. My hype and enthusiasm around discovering this bird for the first time in Gen 3 is now fake. It was apparently always in Gen 2, and I caught it, and I don't remember it at all. I even crossed it off on my poster. Talk about mind-blowing. Apparently Skarmory was only located on the often untraveled Route 45, exclusive in Pokemon Silver, and had a horrendously difficult encounter rate, 5% in the mornings and 1% any other time. So yeah, it seems totally plausible that I missed it, and well, tons of others online missed it as well, and we just didn't know that it was first introduced in Gen 2, and only found it in Gen 3. So to wrap up this Mandela Effect, I can accept that maybe it's always been Gen 2, but I don't have to like it. So what do you remember playing these games? Was Skarmory a Gen 2 Pokemon or a Gen 3 Pokemon? Are we all just misremembering everything? Let me hear your thoughts in the comments below. Oh, you thought this video was over? Turns out there is a bonus Mandela Effect as a reward for the people who kept watching. Congratulations, give yourself a round of applause. 8 Mile was a 2002 biographical hip-hop drama starring Eminem. It was all about Eminem fighting and rapping his way out of a terrible existence. So here's the Mandela Effect regarding it. In the finale of the movie, Eminem faces off against Papa Doc. Now, after thoroughly crushing him in a freestyle battle, Eminem drops the mic in an act of victory and disrespect. Or at least that's how tons of people online remember it happening, including me. It turns out Eminem never actually drops the mic. Instead, he tosses it to Papa Doc. That's it. There's no mic drop. Even weirder is that there is no scene in the entire movie where Eminem just drops the mic after rapping. It just doesn't exist anymore in any of the cuts, not even in the deleted scenes. So what do you remember? Does the mic drop, or was it simply a toss? Also, a fun side note, did you know that Papa Doc is actually played by Anthony Mackie? As in the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Captain America, Anthony Mackie? I noticed this during my rewatch of the movie, and it blew me away. I just love how you can go back and watch an older movie and realize that there are big stars today in those movies, but just side characters back then, that they were nobody then. That's so cool. Welcome to Brand New Mandela Effects. It's a simple enough concept that can go off the rails real fast, as you'll see in this video. Just remember that every Mandela Effect isn't going to affect everyone. Sometimes only one will blow your mind, and other times every single one of them will. We don't yet know why this is, but that's the fun of it. Timestamps for all of these are in the description below if you want to skip around. So like the video, subscribe now, make sure you click that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Let's get into it. Let's talk about a classic guitar brand founded in 1890 that is known all over the world. How is it spelled? Squire or Squire? Anyone out there who has owned a guitar or a first-time amp has seen this before. So what do you remember? Both sound the same, but it turns out that the spelling of Squire is actually this one. That's the correct spelling. This Mandela Effect has been extremely popular lately, as it's affected so many people online. Are you one of those affected? Or have you always known that Squire was spelled like this? I've tested this on a bunch of different friends, and every single one of them has gotten it wrong, which is pretty rare for a Mandela Effect. Usually it'll be 40-60 or 60-40, sometimes 50-50, but this one, from what I've seen online, as well as everyone I've talked to, I'm clocking at 100% for this one, which is pretty compelling. So I'd love to hear what you think. Here's a new one that I'm still wrapping my head around. Growing up, you've probably learned that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, right? Or some variation of that, like a line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Does that sound familiar to you? Because if it does, you're about to be interested in this. That's correct if it's a straight line, but it all depends on the geometry of the object in question. For example, if my country, the United States of America, was completely flat, then yes, a straight line would be the shortest and fastest distance between 2 points. But Earth is a sphere, which means that the shortest distance between 2 points is actually an arc, known as the Great Circle Distance. This might seem like it's getting complicated, but stick with me, it'll all make sense. This Great Circle Distance, or curve, is actually the shortest distance between 2 points. This concept isn't new, it's always been known about, and nearly all methods of distance transportation use this. Planes, boats, and yes, even sometimes traveling in a car when the roads allow for it. This one blew me away. All of those flat physical maps we saw and read growing up didn't account for the curvature of the globe, and as such, a straight line is no longer the shortest distance. It simply isn't. Take for example, New York City to Paris. You'd think a straight line would be the shortest route, coming in at about 3,743 miles. But actually, it's the Great Circle Distance, which is shorter, coming in at 3,626 miles. The curved line beats out the straight line. It may look longer to us, but it is in fact somehow both shorter and faster on a sphere. I don't know about you, but this is mind-blowing stuff to me. That phrase that so many of us heard growing up in relation to geography or movement on this Earth is simply not true. I wasn't really sure if I was going to include this one, but it's tested really well against the people that I've asked in real life and online, so I'll let you decide. Do you think this is an example of the Mandela Effect, as in a group of people remembering things differently compared to the way that they are now? Or has this always been the case and a ton of people simply remembered the exact same thing incorrectly for all these years? Here's a fun and quick older Mandela Effect that I've never talked about on this channel, just in time for Turkey Day. Do you remember Kraft stovetop stuffing? Or was it Stouffer's stovetop stuffing? Which do you remember? Get this, it has apparently always been Kraft. Imagine going to the store to buy some of the stovetop stuffing, only to find out that the brands you're looking for not only don't exist, but have never, ever existed. And that brand, Stouffer's, has never actually made stovetop stuffing before. For all the people that remember Stouffer's, I don't know what to tell you. And for Thanksgiving this year, if you celebrate it, unfortunately, Kraft is your only option. These food Mandela effects, I swear, it's so confusing. Remember the movie Spider-Man 2, where Spider-Man stops a train from derailing and crashing using every ounce of strength in his body? All of this happened after an incredible battle with Doc Ock. Spider-Man was exhausted, beaten down, and completely worn out, but he gave it his all and he saved the people on that train. Then those same people saved the collapsing Spider-Man. The people that saved him slowly pulled him inside to safety. They all carried him above their heads and then laid him down. Someone saying, "Careful, he's a hero." Someone else chimes in, "He's just a kid, no older than my son." It's an amazing moment where Spider-Man wakes up to everyone staring at him. He realizes his mask is gone and everyone knows what his face looks like, but everyone promises to keep it a secret. It's just, chef's kiss. That's a superhero moment right there. This is what makes those kinds of movies so good. So besides reminiscing about this incredible movie, something I just said didn't actually happen, and that's the new Mandela Effect I'm discussing today. Despite what a lot of people remember, myself included, the line, "Careful, he's a hero," was never said in Spider-Man 2. It simply doesn't exist. The line where someone says, "Careful, he's a hero," is now replaced with, "Nice and easy, mumble, mumble, slower gently." It's actually really strange sounding compared to the rest of the dialogue during the scene. It sounds like dialogue added after the fact in post-production. Like the original line was removed and replaced with this, whatever this mumbly line is.
Nice and easy to go down. Slower, gently.
I had to remove the music and background noise just to hear what the current line actually is. Listen for yourself.
Nice and easy to go down. Slower, gently.
It's something like "nice and easy when you go down," or "nice and easily you go down." You can barely understand it, and that's not what I remember. I even looked up the script, and none of the dialogue is in it. It just vaguely describes what happens. I got really into this mystery when I first heard of it, because I can quote most of this movie. That's how much I've watched Spider-Man 2. So I started digging. It's not in Spider-Man 2. It's not in the slightly longer version of Spider-Man 2.1, or Spider-Man 3. So what happened to this line? Eventually I found something on a website that catalogs memes. One of those memes is this: "Carefully, he's a hero." This meme started around 2017, while the original movie came out in 2004. Now, here's the weird thing. I've never seen these memes before, but the line is near identical to what I remember. Mine being "Careful, he's a hero," and the meme being "Carefully, he's a hero." The fact we both came to a near identical remembrance of this line is pretty stunning, meaning either it's a complete coincidence, as in both of our minds came to the same false memory, or maybe it was a line in one version of Spider-Man 2 that doesn't exist anymore and can't be found, or it's a Mandela Effect of something that used to exist that a bunch of people remember but doesn't anymore. Stuff like this just makes me scratch my head. What do you remember? Does this line sound familiar to you? Have you ever seen these memes before? Let me know what you remember. Next up is Shazam, the 1994 Genie movie that never existed. Tons of people remember it existing, myself included, but apparently it didn't. What did exist though was Kazam, a 1996 movie starring Shaquille O'Neal. Today I have an interesting update for you regarding this mystery. I found a Rolling Stone article about Shaq from 1993. It goes into his life about what he does on a day-to-day basis, but one interesting detail stood out to me. It said that after a long day, Shaq is content to hang around his house, playing video games, and romping with his dog, a Rottweiler named Shazam, which Shaq is trained to respond to commands in a language only the dog and Shaq understand. It's almost like a made-up fantasy kind of language. He'll say a weird, nonsensical word and the dog will do something like sit or fetch, you get the gist. Put simply, years before Shaq was in Kazam, around the time when everyone remembers the movie Shazam releasing, Shaq had a dog named Shazam. What makes this even weirder is that his dog's name's spelling contained 2 A's at the end of it, which Shazam from DC does not, but the Shazam movie with Sinbad that so many people seemingly remember does have 2 A's at the end of it. Nothing groundbreaking here, but it's pretty weird. Kazam had a dog named Shazam years before Kazam was made, spelled like the movie Shazam that never existed. Such an interesting coincidence. I'm gonna have a link to this article in the description if you want to go check it out for yourself. I just found this strange.
Let's jump across the pond to the United Kingdom. People always ask me for more foreign Mandela effects, which is typically hard to do because the verification process is that much harder. I don't have people I can just ask. But in this case, the evidence is overwhelming. So let's talk about potato chips, or as they like to call them, crisps. Specifically, Walker's Crisps. There is a long-established brand of chips over there called Walker's Crisps. Specifically, a salt and vinegar variation in a green package and a cheese and onion variation in a blue package. That's how they are sold to this day, but the vast majority of people believe those colors and flavors switched around. What so many seem to remember is salt and vinegar in blue and cheese and onion in green. It sounds weird at first, but this has become a pretty big deal. This would be the American equivalent of the Doritos red and blue bags switching flavors and colors. It's totally strange and obviously wrong. Not only that, there are countless personal experiences of people talking about these chips and the color switch. Here's some examples. And no, I'm not going to use a British accent. Used to buy the blue salt and vinegars Walkers religiously because salt and vinegar is my jam. One day I opened up a blue pack, took a bite, and it was cheese and onion. 44 years old from the UK. I too vividly remember this color swap. This is beyond freaky. I have a specific memory of buying a pack of Walker's Crisps in a vending machine as a youngster, and without thinking, I picked the green ones as I love cheese and onion. I was devastated when I got salt and vinegar. The quotes go on and on and on. People remember these colors being flipped. So what does the company behind them say? Couldn't it simply be that the colors were flipped at one point and that's the explanation? Case closed? Well, Vice did an entire article on this crazy mystery called The Walker's Crisps Conspiracy that has people convinced we're in an alternate reality. That's a mouthful of a title, geez. In this article, they delve deep into the mystery and show off this incredible gaslighting FAQ section of the Walker's website. Question: why did you change your packaging for salt and vinegar and cheese and onion so they're in the wrong colors? Answer: contrary to popular belief, Walker's cheese and onion have always been in blue packets, and salt and vinegar have always been in green packets. We don't have a plan to change this, as it's signature to our brand. Undeterred by this response, the writer of this article actually tracked down a longtime Walker's representative. And this representative actually remembers there being a switch, but can't remember when it was, and can't find anything about it, just like everyone else. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Even the chip representative remembers them switching, but the company denies it? So then people turn to Google and other search engines, and guess what? There's no evidence of the color switch. Tons of people talking about it online, but no proof or residue. The author of this article even reached out to Google, and Google denies ever changing or deleting anything relating to Walker's Crisps. There have even been multiple polls done regarding these chips, and like I said earlier, the majority of people believe a switch happened. But Walker's Crisps denies it, and there is no evidence that it ever happened outside of the thousands and thousands of recorded memories. What do you think? Welcome to Brand New Mandela Effects. This is episode 30, but don't worry, each episode is self-contained, so you can watch them in any order. Before we get into this, I have a question for you. Which of these logos is the official Starbucks logo? Is it the one on the left with a full crown, or is it the one on the right with a star on its crown? I'm sure most of you have seen this logo 1,000 times. This should be incredibly easy to pick from, right? I'll be revealing the correct answer to this later in the video, so stay tuned. Let's check out a new spelling Mandela effect, this time from the UK. What is the name of this candy? Is it Dib Dab, or is it Dip Dab? I'm not from the UK, but I've heard about this enough times that I figured it's time to ask. This sherbet dip with a strawberry flavored lolly is actually called Dip Dab. Did you get that right? When I was doing research for this one, I actually found a pretty interesting tweet to back up this Mandela effect from 2017. Jacksepticeye, a pretty famous YouTuber, tweeted out, "You ever go to the shop and think, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself with sugar today?" This was followed up with a picture of him dabbing while holding a dip dab. Now, this isn't the crazy part. What's crazy is that another big YouTuber named Amazing Phil jumped in and said, "What? I swear it was called Dib Dab. Mandela Effect?" That tweet alone has 13,000 likes. 13,000 people saying, "Huh? Dip Dab? I thought it was Dib Dab." I found that to be pretty amazing. What do you think? Have you ever heard of cow tipping before? Essentially, it's the juvenile and mean concept of sneaking up on an unsuspecting or sleeping upright cow and pushing it over for entertainment. You don't really hear a lot about cow tipping these days, now that there's so much entertainment at our fingertips. But back in the day, everyone knew someone who knew someone that went cow tipping. I grew up with my grandparents, and even I heard stories of my mom as a teenager sneaking off with a group of friends and going cow tipping. This act has been shown in all forms of media, from TV shows to movies to books. It's just this weird thing that's always existed. But what if I told you that cow tipping, 1, doesn't actually happen, and 2, is physically impossible? As it goes now, cow tipping isn't a real thing, and it has never been a real thing. First of all, cows are massive. It's been determined that you'd need 670 to 900 pounds of force to even attempt to push one over. Secondly, cows only sleep lightly when upright, and easily wake up. They only go to deep sleep when they're lying down. Lastly, and most shockingly, there has never been a recorded case of anyone ever cow tipping. No videos, no evidence, just old stories people used to tell. The concept of cow tipping and the fact that it's never actually existed has been blowing up online lately, so tell me, is this what you remember? Was cow tipping just an urban legend or a myth perpetrated in movies like Heathers, Tommy Boy, Barnyard, and I Love You, Beth Cooper? Or was this actually a thing at some point, and now it's not? Let's talk about music videos. I'm sure if you're old enough, you'll remember when music videos came around, or at least blew up into the mainstream. Maybe your mind went to MTV when it launched as a music video channel in 1981 with its airing of Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles. So many online have been discussing a historical change that has people really scratching their heads. What if I told you that music videos didn't come into existence in the 1980s? What if I told you they didn't come into existence in the 1970s? Well, what about the 1960s? Nope. It was actually in the 1950s that music videos got their start. And I don't just mean 1 or 2 outliers. This was an entire industry with hundreds of these made. Now, before I get comments saying, how is this a Mandela effect? You have to remember that historical Mandela effects are especially unique, in that we might actually remember history being one way, or playing out in a specific way, only for it to seemingly change. That is how it's a Mandela effect. Many people remember music videos starting to come out in the late 1970s, or the early 1980s. This is now incorrect, and has apparently always been incorrect. And I'm not talking about promotional music video clips for songs. Those have always existed. I'm talking full-on music videos. Here's the entire song with a video of the artists and musicians playing it and doing what they do. In the 1950s, there was a device that played music videos called the Scopitone. These used 16mm film and were placed in popular locations like restaurants, bars, and lounges. Imagine a jukebox, but with a screen. This spread from France to Italy to the UK to the United States and beyond. And the Scopitone wasn't the only one. There were actually rival competitor devices. One such example is the Cinebox, which also came out in the 1950s. And later on, there was the Color Sonic, which used 35mm film. Over the decades that these devices were in service, there were hundreds of music videos that you could play. So tell me, if you were alive back then and you're watching this today, does any of this sound familiar? As it usually goes with these historical Mandela effects, these things that come up often sound fantastical, like an alternate reality. But perhaps we all just forgot. I honestly don't know. I'll let you decide. Let's talk about a classic cartoon pair from the 90s, Pinky and the Brain. One mouse being highly intelligent with plans for world domination, and the other one being not so much. This back and forth dynamic is what made these characters so fun. These two characters were first introduced in the cartoon show Animaniacs, then getting their own show called Pinky and the Brain, and ending their 90s run with a series called Pinky, Elmira, and the Brain. These characters were around for a long time and a lot of episodes, so this quote should be really simple to finish for anyone that watched them over the years. In each episode, Brain says, "Pinky, are you blanking what I'm blanking?" What goes in the blank? Thinking or pondering? Pinky, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Or is it, Pinky, are you pondering what I'm pondering? Turns out the answer is pondering. Pinky, are you pondering what I'm pondering?
Are you pondering what I'm pondering, Pinky?
Thinking has apparently never been said in any of the well over 100 episodes. Of course, if you look for the now incorrect version of this quote, which was apparently never said, you'll find example after example of people reciting it incorrectly. Which one do you remember? Which Starbucks logo do you remember? Specifically, which crown looks correct to you? This Mandela effect has been troubling a lot of people recently, so let's figure it out once and for all. This is the correct Starbucks logo. I gotta be honest with you, this one got me. The star on top looks so weird and so out of place. And looking at the history of the Starbucks logo doesn't ease my mind either. Since 1987, the mermaid on the Starbucks logo has had that star on her crown. It has never been removed or altered. This one really got me. What about you? Here's something that I find really cool about the Mandela Effect. Once a topic has been affected by it, people tend to look closer into whatever that topic is. And when things are given a little more scrutiny, oftentimes even more Mandela effects are discovered within it. And this next one is no different. I've covered the Great Pyramids of Giza twice before in previous videos, so why not cover it a third time? When you think of the pyramids, what do you see? Mummies, tombs, pharaohs. What about hieroglyphs? Hieroglyphics written all across the walls. Well, it turns out there are no hieroglyphs in any of the pyramids of Giza. That's right, there are no hieroglyphs anywhere in the pyramids of Giza. There are in fact no hieroglyphs, no writings, no treasures, and no mummies ever found in the pyramids of Giza. This has apparently always been the case. What's next? There's 4 pyramids of Giza, there's 5 pyramids. Who knows? Can't wait to find out though. The Birds is a 1963 movie by Alfred Hitchcock. It was a horror mystery that focused on the absurd and scary concept of unexplained violent bird attacks on people. If you watch the movie today, it's pretty funny, but back in 1963, this terrorized people. It made people legitimately nervous around birds. So why do I bring this up? There seems to be a large group of people that remember The Birds being a black and white movie, but it turns out that The Birds was always a color movie. In fact, many people seem to believe that this movie was originally black and white and was later colorized. What's interesting is that this belief even existed back then. In fact, the lead actress of The Birds, Tippi Hedren, claimed in interviews that so many people would tell her how happy they were that they finally colorized the movie. And she'd always have to break the news to them saying, "It's always been in color." Some people have speculated this weird belief came from the fact that so many people had black and white TVs at the time. But that doesn't explain why people that saw it in movie theaters would remember it being in black and white when it was shown in color. It's another weird example of the Mandela Effect. And it goes to show that the effect has been around a lot longer than people realize. I wonder how far back it actually goes. Let's talk about the Nintendo Wii and its launch title Wii Sports. This simple packing game made a big splash back in 2006. It contained tennis, baseball, bowling, golf, and boxing. It was extremely easy to pick up and play, which made it popular with most demographics. There wasn't a lot of depth to these games, but it was great for parties and families to have a good laugh. By the end of the Wii's life cycle, it sold over 101 million units, meaning a ton of people on this earth have played Wii Sports. Now that you're up to date with Wii Sports, let's talk about its Mandela Effect. When you would win one of these games, a quick replay of what happened would play, and then a pop-up would appear saying and showing the words, "You win." Does that sound familiar to you? Because if it does, then you have been affected by the Mandela Effect. It apparently never actually says, "You win." It shows the text on screen, but no voice appears. Nintendo has always taken a very minimal approach to voice acting in their games. While the Xbox and PlayStation consoles had fully voice-acted adventures, Nintendo typically cut costs by not including voice actors of any kind, or as minimal as possible in their titles. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, you didn't get full voice lines, especially during the Wii console generation. But in Wii Sports, a male voice actor does say lines during matches. In fact, you can watch 5.5-minute compilations of all the random lines and words that he says. But he never once says, "You win." It just doesn't exist. It apparently never existed, and yet so many people remember this line. I even checked out the sequels to Wii Sports, both Wii Sports Resort and Wii Sports Club, and guess what? It's in neither of them as well. So where did this line come from, and why do so many people associate it with Wii Sports? Let's talk about something fun related to an older Mandela Effect. Remember the Skechers Mandela Effect? Where people remember Skechers being spelled with a T, but apparently it never had a T in it, so it's Skeechers or Ski Cheers? I don't know, it's a weird one. This Mandela Effect has been around forever, but apparently Skechers finally caught on to this obvious and easy target and made an ad out of it. Skechers made a Mandela Effect ad relating to their brand, and like last time, you either find it funny or you think it's gaslighting. I'll let you decide. Here's the ad.
Did you know there's no T in Skechers? Never has been, never will be.
What you talking about, fool? Mr. T's always in Skechers. T and D's Skechers. T and D's Skechers. Ah! T and D's Skechers. T and this pair of Skechers. There's even a T and D's Skechers. Skechers, Mr. T. Mr. T, Skechers.
I'm just saying people often misspell Skechers and put a T in it.
Maybe they should think about changing it then.
Skechers, no T, just comfort.
Do you remember the T? Until next time, never stop searching.